Good afternoon, or sometimes 3 p.m. is good morning in the Omega Strikers community. I'm Vaughn, and I'm joined today by my wonderful co-caster that will start the day off for you guys, which is Mystic MF Watch. And Mystic, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful, and just like you said, sometimes 3 p.m. is good morning. I promise you, I did not wake up at 2:47 and have a mini heart attack. But I missed rounds 1 and 2 and my time slot once again for another casting situation. But we are here at the start of Launchpad 1, leading into NASL Season 3, and there are so many teams in here. I cannot wait to cast. We're gonna be moving on to, I don't know, like I'm so excited to see finally all these new people who have come out from launch, players not from beta, players not from alpha, and I want to see them show what they've got.
Me too. I especially, you mentioned launch, and I just want to say it's slightly off topic, but I think the branding that gets done for this whole NASL qualifier thing is so cool. It starts at Launchpad, transitions to Liftoff. I like the whole vibe they're going for here, so it really is ground zero today for a lot of these teams that are going to be battling through this bracket. And today we're starting with two teams that haven't seen too much competitive experience with the names as the rosters as is. Cinnamon Synonym, which is a roster that consists of Comfy Gang Warlord himself, Malamoneth, and it also has some OSAS and Seraphim winners in Atir, David, and Mr. Zert, the X guy. And they are launching up against Second Wind, which are some players that I think I've seen floating around the coaching Discord. Chaotic Bacon and Tomo Taco in the front lines, with Light Sky holding it down as the goalie. He's got a nice Kai from what I've seen. I approve of the Kai. So, two teams that haven't really battled their way too far up at the top levels so far, but two teams that I also feel like could be pretty evenly matched. Going into today's game, I'm curious to see if that X on Mr. Zert is going to be left through. And I'm also curious to see what will get picked if he does not get that character. So Mystic, I know you've dabbled with some brawlers in your day. On maps that we'll be seeing a lot today, like Clarion and Night Market, they're pretty close quarters. So what kind of forwards do you like seeing on your team? If Mr. Zert had no X available, for example, what would you like if he picked on those kind of maps?
I still think right now that Juliet is in a great spot, and with these close quarters maps, we have a lot of these like tight angles that you have to go through in Clarion Corps specifically. That I think Juliet can shine a lot in and get these early KOs. So I always vent my frustrations when I'm up against Juliet, but I will never have any issues if there's a good Juliet on my team. And for that same reason, I think Asher is also a good pick. Was getting buffed actually the last like 1 or 2 times, and I'm not sure where I feel on Asher at the moment, but I think Julia and Asher are good picks on that map as a forward player because of how small it is and how easy they have at stuffing the core into the barriers or the goal.
Yeah, for sure. Also, speaking of characters that are good at breaking barriers, not in the forward position, but on the side of Mr. Zert, his midfielder is Atir, and I know it might be pronounced differently, but that's the way I know it, and he is a known Juno player, which is a pick that has been getting much popularity ever since the change to Juno's secondary, where she is able to strike any point during the jump, combined with the recent bug fix that made it so at the end of her jump's apex, she can more consistently strike the ball as well. It makes her a menace to get through in the midfield, and they'll have to make a decision whether or not they want to ban that Juno or that X. Those two comfort characters, Foratier and Mr. Zert, and also two characters that excel on Night Market, which is our only map of the series, as again, this is a best of one in the early game. So we're going to have to see how this ban phase shakes out. Obviously, my favorite part is trying to figure out what those starting awakenings are. So let's take a pick at what gets locked in, and Mystic, maybe we can try to guess before the game starts what these awakenings might be.
Oh man, we're going instantly to the Era and X.
Wow.
But we know that Mr. Zert plays X anyways, but the fact that Era is being picked on both sides, like, It could be like a Chrono Boost start. I don't think it would be a CTL start with the bands that they picked, but I can see a Chrono Boost, and not sure about the other one.
Oh, well, we were wrong. There's
Oh
actually
my
no
goodness.
interesting
Oh,
that a tier went bulk up. Now, I guess neither era can really use any of these trainings, so it makes sense that they'd opt towards the one that gives them stagger, but a bulk up missile prop start is interesting. Atlas actually probably could have used the missile prop the most effectively of anyone in the game, but he opted into the bulk ups as well, so we'll see.
I was gonna say the missile prop on Atlas is actually really fun to pick because you can also then, not that it needs to be denied here, but it allows you to deny Deadeye really easily and make use of it too. But I disagree with what Light Sky went with the missile prop. I don't think it's necessary here. You're not going to be getting KOs that easily with the NATO, and on top of that, the extra damage is pretty meaningless. Usually, you just carry people off the map with the tornado. I think getting the bulk up on the era and then prepping for a reverb or a peak performance would have given more value.
I completely agree. We're going to see the eras start to trade in the midfield, but a NATO causing an elusive out of a tier kind of just gets the ball in. Name Chaotic causing some nice pressure with that Kazan he's known for in solo queue, securing the first point. Interested to see how kickoff's going to go, how the teams opt. Looks like a blitzkrieg straight down the middle. A first barrier picked up by Light Sky again, making this era look a little more aggressive than we normally see. Name Chaotic, positioned in a way that is too far to help on defense, focused solely on pre that offensive pressure as he trusts Tomotalk and Light Sky to dig it out, which they do. An aggressive flip from Light Skies matched with the flip from David, trades a barrier. We're back up topside. It's a scramble, seeing who can break this last barrier. It's Zert, the X-Man himself, and a nice beam from a tier causes both goals to be scored by eras, which is not, something we normally see.
Nice work from a tier. Also, towards the end of that point, he was doing a really good job of managing the speed gate in the middle. And one thing that we both know playing midfield on this map is the speed gate gives so much control over the core here in the map in general. If you have the speed gate, you just get to be anywhere on the map. And I saw like Name Chaotic wasn't able to keep up, but right now Name Chaotic breaking both barriers, showing a little bit of core control on the Kazan itself. Actually, let's see if he's able to convert this into a point. But right now, good defense.
Nice strikes for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I was talking to my good pal Borg, and he was saying that he actually likes playing Kazan more as a core control character with the extended strike box and the way the pull works.
Yeah, it's really easy, especially you're going to see Name Chaotic in overtime. Look for these goals that he's going to score. With closed umbrella form, the hook strike makes the ball just absolutely fly. And Zert, nicely done. You might see that Zert tried to bring up the ball. He stepped back because if Tomo had barraged the core out from under him, he wouldn't have caught that dribble. So it was nicely played by X. As always, it's interesting to see the kickoffs. Era starts with the speed, a tier does not.
Ooh.
But an excellent KO punish from Zert, a bit of a misposition from Name Chaotic. Strike placement, this could be two. Davey, nice job picking up that speed to try to keep the possession alive, but Light Sky's winning some critical strike wars with Mr. Zert. Trading back with the damage from X now. That era does not have bulk up, so she's much more susceptible to death, which Mr. Zert excellently finishes off. A tier, what a NATO. This should be the barrier. It goes down. Mr. Zert misses the strike, but they just need to get it to a tier with a flip. It doesn't matter, you don't need that. Just get it to your tier with a flip. Ooh, good straight from Taco. To neutral game state. Name Chaotic with the open umbrella. Tries to figure out Davey. Doesn't go. Bit of a back and forth with ping pong from the eras. A Night Market Classic coming through. Another good NATO from a tier, but misses a crucial strike. Back and forth here. Davey making sure the missile propulsion on his character that he did not take is not used. A little bit of a misstep there. As the eras are back to ping-ponging. Good flip from Kai to save it. Oh my god! And the sniper beam, it didn't even hit the wall. I don't actually think I've seen that angle before in my life. I'm kind of shocked that went in.
Great shot from Tomo Taco over there. I was actually kind of worried because you did bring up for a second there that the era didn't have, or Light Sky specifically didn't have the bulk up, and I noticed that, Tomo Taco taking the missile prop because it's beneficial to Kai, but without pauldrons or missile prop, he's been getting pretty low with his stagger. So I was like, oh no, like he might just start going down more frequently. But he was able to hold it down long enough to get that point. And It always feels bad when you're one of the forwards and the enemy goalie is the one who ends up scoring the point.
Oh, Mr. Zert.
Zaret.
Yeah, he's
With
in the back line.
I don't even see what happened there, but Light Sky gone and named Chaotic getting the trade back, and another character who is good at picking up those KOs on the side when someone tries to get a little too close to the edge. The open form Umbrella just being able to do quite a bit of hold and knockback there, but nothing, not able to capitalize on it yet. It is still Zaret, Etier, and David who have the advantage with both barriers up. And Etier, the one with the flip, trying to just get into a good angle, uses it to get it over to Mr. Zaret, but not enough. Name Chaotic getting the KO onto Etier, and now it's time for an offensive play between Light Sky and Name Chaotic, trying to get breakthrough David. And they almost had it right there.
It was very close. Name Chaotic's doing a really good job of making sure he's getting kills with his secondary fall. It's stopping the blue team in their tracks. Mr. Zert eyeing up the possession. Sees his shot! 7-10 split. Call that my bowling performance because it looked exactly like what happens when I throw it down the lane. Important first set, especially in the mirror match. Winning that first set is so much more important than other times because it ensures that you're getting the better trainings over your opponents. Interesting too as well, Twin Drive is going to be a contested pick, making the error give it up, but allows it could potentially falls to X, as the only person who could really deny it before then is the Kai. It is a great pick on Kai, which we have started seeing more popularity. And Era is probably left with Big Fish or Stacks, making this a pretty standardized draft. And based as always, the Spark build, named Chaotic, synergizes with the bulk up. Overall, I like these picks from these players. I like these. This draft seems pretty good overall.
Yeah, and if I'm on the if I'm Light Sky, who's last pick getting stacks, I'm also pretty happy as long as he can keep himself alive, which he's doing more than just that. Getting another KO right off the back onto, oh my goodness, a double KO from Name Chaotic and Light Sky, and now they're going for this three-pronged mini triangle attack. I like Tomotako walking up here. They're trying to make something happen here before the final person gets up. And the core is moving so slow, but yes, they do find the angle onto the top pocket. Etier just not able to be in that proper position, just slightly off. And then David covering that bottom side. Oh.
Yeah, props to Tomotako. He kept that possession alive by moving up. That's something that goalies need to keep in mind, especially if it's a 1 or 2v3 and you're favored. You need to make sure that you're not allowing the ball to cross the midfield. The midfield line is your new goalie box, so excellently done by Tomotako. Bit of a misstep coming out from him there on the barrage, not being able to be seen a tier. Crucially keeping the ball up. Zert takes out the goalie. It's coming back. Zert, punch it in. He does. A tier. Bring the ball up to X. A little bit of a miscommunication in the back line that Name Chaotic punishes, but wastes the flip in his eagerness. Stalls out a little bit. Flying, dashing to a tier. Let's bring the ball up. Davey misses a crucial interaction, and Name Chaotic absolutely pulled that point from the brink of disaster. Solo scoring and breaking all the barriers for his team, making sure that they stamp their win on set 2 of this match.
Yeah, what a great close form primary from Name Chaotic to pull it down, capitalizing on Davies' mistake, who wasn't able to react fast enough on top of that to flip, and then scoring it in there, making things 2-0 for them at the start of this round, which is looking quite a bit different from round 1. But Zaret has had enough. He's coming in, immediately KOs Light Sky. And let's see if Name Chaotic can get a trade back, but no, he uses all of his abilities. Etier is low, but is doing just fine as right now. David walking up himself. And you know, sometimes that happens. I still like that David came up and tried to make a play happen. And nice, gets the KO Etier with the flip. And now it's Zaret who's trying to finish this up.
Nicely done by Zert to try to make sure he's CCing the Kai. Doesn't get the play going, but David brings the ball back up. There's a fast break opportunity with the era speed. Good flip to deny by Tomotaka. We are back on the other side now. Light Sky, the offense, and the NATO perfectly sandwiches. No options for the Atlas. Zert, it's up to him to try to win some strike wars. Understands his mission and ults to get the ball forward. Intelligent decision from the X to make sure they are not losing possession. Now, the classic night market strikes going back and forth. Name Chaotic is looking for the pulse strike, doesn't get it to land. Back up to David, 1v1 with Chaotic. The NATO might have impacted that goal, but Etier is still making sure his forward is getting chances, gets the middle speed as well, as Name Chaotic is going to be flipping the ball. And an excellent save from David, denies it. He keeps the play alive, important, but Name Chaotic finds it with that classic strike from the pull that I mentioned. One of the fastest basic hits, if not the fastest in the game, even without that much power. and Name Chaotic stamps his name on the set 3-0, and honestly, largely due to his performance, gets his team the win.
Yeah, it is such like we are seeing the power of Kazan here, who, uh, even though it's a newer character and has been out for quite some time, we're so used to this character that kind of just like sits on an opponent, does so much damage, maybe sits on the enemy goal. But Name Chaotic, just putting in the value with knowing when to use that close form umbrella and converting them into these like quick pulls and goals in overtime when the core's moving too fast, and he's the only character that can manipulate that much because of how long his strike hitbox is.
Yeah, I'll say it. Fan behavior from Name Chaotic. Has to take a dead training. Doesn't want the X to get the cast last. Arguably one of the best trainings he could ever get. With Name Chaotic picking up another sneaky kill on the edge, it is so hard sometimes. There's just something about this Kazan character that makes it like I don't want to invade. Like, I don't know. It's so telegraphed. The jump up into the slam or the umbrella twirl, they're so easy to see coming, but they always get me for some reason. A tier, as always, I'm going to mention this ping-ponging. Back up to Davey. Davey's able to clear it. The arrow beams, like 2 ships in the night, pass on by. Zert is deciding to take matters into his own hands. Literally, the matters are Kazan. But Light Sky is a beast, unable to be stopped. He's putting on a midfield clinic here, striking, beaming, getting both barriers. Tomotaco forces the flip and denies it with the barrage. Excellently done. That's the missile prop difference Davey might not have accounted for. We have another side for the play, but Name Chaotic in front. That's the one thing. If your Kazan is in front of the goalie box 1v1, that strike from the pull is so difficult to defend with. I completely understand.
It is, and it looks so cool every single time. Name Chaotic knows what he's doing. Sometimes it's like, oh, maybe that was a lucky one, but no, Name Chaotic has been sitting in those positions where he can get the core from Light Sky, and then he knows that if it's an open goal, like you said, in front of the enemy goalie, it is on him to make the goal, and it is like, if the goal doesn't go in, it's most likely on Name Chaotic, who made the mistake because of how much the word is lost in my mouth. Playmaking potential you have with Kazan. There we go.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's interesting because even though X doesn't have those same tools, because the Kai doesn't have the intrinsic stopping power that the Atlas does, Mr. Zerd is able to convert many more times. If that barrage is down, there's no other way for him to stop something like the X spin or the X strike ult, which we're seeing Mr. Zerd getting ready to do. Name Chaotic isn't able to convert on that pull strike that he's been doing this last 4 points in a row, I want to say. I want to see if the side of Mr. Zerd, Atir, and David can stop this momentum that the side, namely led by Name Chaotic, has been doing. Flip wasted from David, and another strike pull. This Name Chaotic guy is just finding goals out of thin air. Excellently played.
It's the bread and butter at this point. He has scored almost every single goal that he has gotten through that same, from pretty much the same spot, doing the same exact thing. He's pulling it from behind or pulling it from somewhere and then striking it with the closed strike box, which is super extended. And you just, maybe it's because of the shape of the strike hitbox that it's like you never know it's going to happen because you're so used to being like, oh, that is out of range of any other character to get. And then Kazan can just hit it anyways. But Mr. Zeri, he's coming for blood. He does not like what Name Chaotic is doing, and he wants a piece of the pie himself. Let's see if they're able to get that final barrier. But Name Chaotic again, pulling in across the middle, trying to get the core to himself and make a play, but wasn't able to secure it right there. David holding it down, but Etier down before the Atlas ultimate could come out, and now it's just Mr. Zeret and David who are trying to hold until Etier can come back up. One barrier still they have to crack, but now getting into a position where Name Chaotic can actually score. And the placement from the core on Name Chaotic is so good. Always finds as deep of a pocket as he can get, but like without hitting the wrong spot or like hitting outside the goal.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to commend him once again that this Kazan, Name Chaotic, is just taking over the game. He has scored the last 6 goals solo, if I'm not mistaken, and picks up arguably the best training he can ever get in the game, Specialized, while X gets some of his 2 best trainings denied. This is an absolute snowball coming out from the side of the red team, and now Name Chaotic has Specialized training. So we saw him getting plays done before, getting those secondary kills, getting the open umbrella kills. We're going to see that even more on this kickoff. And for the rest of the set, it looks like the momentum's on the side of the Tomotaco Light Sky and Name Chaotic squad. So, Name Chaotic much more stagger to his name after the bulk up and resilience pickups earlier in the rounds, is going to shrug off the Atlas damage from the primary, hits with the umbrella, and gets one of the bears due to a small misstep by the blue team. Light Sky is bringing up the ball. Name Chaotic looking for his signature hook strike. Can't find it there. It's a little challenger to break the barriers because Atlas can hunker down on one or the other. Good pass from Light Sky. Denies that Hurricane access. Zert goes for a dash punch with his ultimate. Not able to find it. The surge damage is enough to offset the distance that he had to cover. Taco being supported by Light Sky. Excellent NATO to make sure that it broke through the midfield of blue team. While there's a bit of ping pong, the Night Market Classic happening. Name Chaotic using his primary to control the core, bring it back up to him. A classic strike, and we can see every single time that red speed, this Atlas just isn't fast enough to catch that ball. Saves it with the core flip. Tomo with a great Giga keeping the possession alive. Light Sky needs to probably get more involved to make sure he can be active on the play. Tomotago takes the eject, finds the angle between the two forwards. Light Sky playing a little bit of Sad Boys Lord Knowers No. Tomo, good save and strike, hitting it up instead of back down. Means that he can keep possession more alive. With Light Sky on the back foot, making sure it's ping pong. Name Chaotic looking for his play back into open umbrella form, but Tomotago has the speed to save it after missing barrage. Almost a bit of a miscommunication there, but ball's dug out. NATO's going to push it back in. Name Chaotic's waiting for his chance. Great pass, misses the angle. Oh! But the Night Market bounds! Deserved. Always deserved.
The first time I've seen Name Chaotic miss that angle, and it comes right back around and gets it in for him. All calculated. He knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't actually miss that first shot.
No.
One thing I want to say is, last round when Name Chaotic took all those points for himself was with a dead training on Gasolas, and now this time around we have one of his best in slot trainings. So I feel like Name Chaotic is going to be popping off already, and man, it is so tough. Like, I'm seeing the way Name Chaotic is positioning, and it looks like Etier and David are so afraid having to constantly move back and forth, or elusive or anything. But Mr. Zarek coming in with the X kill, getting a barrier of himself, and then getting the kill to follow it up, and now they have some flips of their own. Not enough to get it. Etier almost, yes, able to rebound and follow up on that. And now Mr. Zarek is trying to finish this up, but Etier looking so low, and there's no more Atlas ult. So let's see if Name Chaotic can finish it. But no, it is the Super Surge Superman, Mr. Zarek, coming through on the X. A little bit of X lore action, getting the KO and getting the point.
Yeah, also something funny to mention that had an impact. This fight or flight training is normally mentioned for its ability to just give you speed on the dribble, but Mr. Zert actually breaking on his first kill and breaking both barriers. Hold that thought. I want to see if he can finish before I continue. Doesn't seem to be able to find it, so I want to finish that thought there. He actually gets another charge on his secondary, which is the most strong ability. After his buffs, does an insane amount of damage. Buffed by Super Surge as well. This fight or flight training is giving him 2 charges of it, so if he breaks someone with that ability, it's an easy kill after. Name Chaotic, as always, making sure he finds both these barriers on his own, playing dangerously close in the line for a tier. Mr. Zert dashing and trying to make those hero plays, but Name Chaotic looking for that goal. He's always been getting this game, always been able to find. He isn't able to be stopped. I swear, if this guy is on the enemy goal line, it's going in every time.
And man, it is so... I think this was my first time ever seeing Kazan Tank come out. But again, he's such a reliable forward. Anytime he gets the ball in an open goal position, you can pretty much count on Name Chaotic to finish it up. So it's just a matter of can Tomotaco hold it down long enough for Name Chaotic and Light Sky to break the barriers. And right now, it is on the top. It's on the side of Mr. Zert and Etier to try to claw this way back. They do have the advantage right now with both barriers up. Trying to make something happen here, getting Light Sky a little bit low. Maybe he's going to take advantage of that fight or flight second passive that you just mentioned of trying to crack and get a second Super Surge going. But no, a little bit too long. Light Sky already back up. But they are moving the core forward enough. It feels like they finally have a little bit more possession. But man, it is tough for Etier to try to get it through. Mr. Zert is almost always trying to come back and help. But when the times Name Chaotic is the one to score, it looks like he is just able to rely on his team to get the ball. But Mr. Zert gets the KO, opens up the goal wide open, even though Tomotaco is there. It wasn't enough. One man down, Etier able to get the point.
Great play from Mr. Zert that round. Recognizes that he's staggered one of the opponents and uses that Super Surge dash to kill Light Sky in his net, and then tanks the Giga Blast from the Kai, ensuring the goal. Now he's on the offense. been a real standout performer for this team so far in this first game of the stream. Gets one bear, usually gets both as well, using his redirect on X very nicely and always continuously applying pressure to Era while breaking the gates. Named Chaotic trying to make some miracles happen. As always, scored almost every goal for his team this game. Forces the flip out of a tier, but a near miss. A tier is able to survive while his compatriot Light Sky does not. Mr. Zert is going to work. This Kai does not have any tank trainings, and it shows. Mr. Zert, off of David getting the barrier, is looking for this goal. Named Chaotic, a little bit of a wasted flip, while a tier, eject bunting as a forward. Light Sky understands how to position, saves the ball. Mr. Zert looking for his strikes. Tomotaco's up in time. Tomotaco dribble. Tomotaco fly. Primary barrage.
Fly, Tomotaco, fly! And they're trying to make the best out of the situation. Oh, great! Great Atlas ultimate.
Atlas res. Yeah.
We actually had one in the earlier round, but it's so hard to time it, and we haven't. It honestly just doesn't come out enough, even if it is a miss. I feel like David needs to hit that a little bit more, but it's all good. They managed to hold long enough, and now Mr. Zert and Etier trying to make a play happen, but the core is in that red hot shot overtime. Actually, there is a hot shot here, but it is in overtime. The red core coming out, and this is where Named Chaotic shines. So seeing where he's positioning himself, trying to make a play happen, and yes, he's able to get Etier out, goes up into the sky, chooses not to come back down with an ability, and now it is Named Chaotic who is looking to break this final barrier, but Davey doing a great job of Atlas holding it down. But just as I say that, the final top barrier goes down, and Light Sky making a play over to Named Chaotic, but it is the Giga that scores and concludes the final point of this game, giving it over to Second Wind for their first win in this tournament.
Oh yeah, Steed mother. Oh wait, I don't. Is this a PG-13? Steed 28th with a massive. Let's just pivot. Massive upset alert in the seeding. And I'd really like to shout out, I know we spoke a lot of Named Chaotic that game because he really made some hero plays. Also, incredibly rare that the Brawler has the most redirects in the entire game, which shows how much he was taking over. But I would be remiss to not point out that Tomotaco had some excellent sequences on Kai. I am a huge fan of Kai. I'm a huge fan of Kai goalie. I love taking the eject button, and I thought he used it very well that game. Had some pixel perfect saves with his barrage and vertical strikes on those bears on Night Marker that are oh so important when you're getting snowballed on by an X. And Light Sky was finding ways to push the ball forward for Named Chaotic to get those 1v1s. I would say consistently beating out a tier in the midfield, finding a little bit more use from his beams. Part of that era v era matchup is trying to find the value on how many targets can I hit with one cast of my primary, while simultaneously making sure I'm angling the ball in ways that will get the ball forward, using those sides and the middle blocks, I'll call them, to get the ball forward. But at the end of the day, Named Chaotic would get my MVP. I think there were so many goals that he scored alone, while his team either did not have a midfielder or he was alone in the box. So, well played, Named Chaotic. Way to prove that you are someone who belongs in the bracket, and best of luck to a tier Mr. Zert and David. Had pockets where they shined. Mr. Zert has some excellent conversions, nice saves as well from David, but it was too hard, especially in overtime, to hold it down versus Named Chaotic. So that will be the end of our first round. Mystic, after watching that, I am not a huge believer of Kazan on that map, but Named Chaotic might have changed my mind, honestly. We didn't mention that pick before, but it looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's one of those things where maybe it is the group of players that we play with or the fours that we play with, they tend to not play Kazan as much as some of these other players who are picking it up, like Named Chaotic, and making such a good name for themselves on it. But Night Market is so known for Juliets to come out that I don't even think people have tested the extent of Kazan. But Named Chaotic is just showing how much he can do, and he was getting kills on the side, right? The same way how it is so dangerous to be towards the side when a Juliet is on the enemy team. Named Chaotic using that open umbrella form to pick up KOs, or sometimes using the go up into the sky and slam move.
Fly! Actually fly. Yeah.
Did that to pick up KOs as well.
Old Aatrox Q.
Old Aatrox
that rolls off the tongue every time I'm casting. Old Aatrox Q. That will really help my viewers, I bet, understand what's happening. But I know exactly what you're talking about. Someone in chat probably knows the name of that, but I'm just gonna say fly for now. Yeah,
Fly, Kazan,
that's that's
fly.
that's an important thing to note. We see X being picked a lot, and there's that new comp running around at the top levels of play with the Juliet X or Juliet Asher. Probably not something I would expect to see in the earlier rounds of a Launchpad. Feels like a hatchling new idea in the North American scene, so we might see that picked up in the later rounds. But I think when you mentioned it, I didn't even realize it, but I don't know if either of these players have a Julie or feel comfortable in it. So it's kind of an night market game that didn't revolve around, oh, my Juliet dash punch, and their midfielder made a mistake, they're dead, times 50, which so often night market games come down to. Excuse me. And it was a bit refreshing to see it not boil down to which Julie had dash punch up more and found more conversions on it, as it so often does. So interesting to talk about.
Watching the night market game this time around, and exactly like you said, right? Like the monotonous gameplay of the Juliets going back and forth, trying to fish for KOs, and whatever midfielder, whether it's Era or Jakar or whoever, just sitting and camping the speed gate and just ping ponging it back and forth until it gets to their forward. It was a nice breath of fresh air to see a little bit of a difference in strategy here. Even though Era was picked on both sides, honestly, it felt pretty cool to see. And I think the different playstyles of each forward, the X coming out, Mr. Zert sitting on the Kai and trying to crack. There was like a cool sequence where he used the Super Surge plus the Fight or Flight to get a KO onto Light Sky on the bottom immediately with the refresh from Fight or Flight. Went back up Super Surge onto Tomotako and had enough damage because of it to KO him, and then try to convert off of that. And then just seeing things like that, like the X making plays like that, or the Kazan, the way it's like, even though we had less kills coming from Kazan, and you mentioned one of the first things you mentioned was the more redirects, the most amount of redirects coming onto a forward player was on the Kazan. It just shows you that Name Chaotic has not picked this character the way people played it earlier on to Oki, the enemy goalie, or to just sit on someone and try to deal as much damage as possible. He's playing it because he's good at the character, and he knows that this character is good at just like reaching a little bit further outside of everyone else's reach, and making these annoying plays with the closed umbrella, just yanking the core and redirecting it so fast with the extended strike box. And I'm pretty sure all 7 of his goals, besides the one weird night market goal, were doing him in the exact same middle position of the map and just yank and shoot.
Hey, I fear not the man who's practiced 1,000 kicks once. I fear the man who's practiced one kick 1,000 times. And by God, has Namecock done that. Now, before we move on to our next match, I got a message that challenged me to say that team's name 3 times fast. Cinnamon synonym. Nope, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. One more time. Cinnamon synonym. Nope, it's so hard. If anyone can do it, hey, drop a little clip of you doing it. That was impossible. But I'd love now, as we bid adieu to Cinnamon Synonym, we now have the next round, which is recently up-and-coming team Plink Plonk, which I'm a big fan of. I'm a bit of a plonker. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with Mystic. Are you familiar with Plink Plonk?
I'm not. Can you give me the history on this?
Okay, so Plink Plonk, there's only 2 sides. Unfortunately, they're not enabled. I feel like BestieInSlot needs to enable Plink and Plonk. Can someone link the 7 TTVs, please? Plink and Plonk are cat emotes. And there's also a secret third one, but that one sucks, so it's not even worth mentioning. But I'm a bit of a Plonk enjoyer. We don't have either enabled, so you'll just have to imagine. But one of them is like it's like the cat closing its eyes calmly, and then the other one's like the cat closing its eyes but a different way. Oh, there we go. If you look at chat, I'm a bit of a plonker myself. I like the intimidation factor of plonker, but Plink is the OG. Plink is the OG for sure. So if you guys are show your Plinks or Plonks in the chat, I'd love to see which one comes out more. I love Plonk because I just quit your yapping, young man. Like that just feels like the Plonk attitude. And the Plonk players that are going to come out for this roster, we saw them earlier in Westy Wednesday, where they actually had an excellent performance. It was Moffin Koi. Hate that. And they also played with known Juno player. That guy, I can't remember his name. Sorry. It's a streamer. If you're here, I'm sorry. And then last but not least, they are heralded by Just Logan 2, a player who found some meteoric success in solo queue at the start of this most recent season. and is known for picks like Octavia. He had an excellent performance in Westie Wednesday where they were 1 point away from beating Goats Esports in losers finals. So they're coming off a really nice bracket play. Just Logan was playing some pretty solid Luna and Octavia, and Moffat was holding it down with a Rasmus goalie, which has been seeing a lot more popularity. I'm not sure how much you've been following the tournament scene as of late, but this Rasmus goalie pick has been picking up a lot of steam. Nice on those close quarters maps against brawlers. And Plink Plonk will be matching up against Rookie 52 Caspor and B Weebster. So names that have been around for a while. OSAS/Seraphim tournament level players making their way into this Launchpad. I was curious if you have any experience with these guys and what you expect them to pick going into this game.
Outside of solo queue, I have not played them in tournament, but more recently I've been going head to head against Just Logan 2 quite a bit. And I've seen I've seen this man on mostly Octavia and Aimi quite a bit, which I'm looking up now. He does have a lot of games on Aimi and Octavia and Rasmus as well. So not a one trick whatsoever. This man can be diversified, but he's been putting up. This is the person who's been leaving an impression on me in solo queue. So I'm excited to see how he plays in tournament form. And like you said, you were going over their more recent results, but this is gonna be my first time seeing them play it out. So I want to see what the team synergy is like and how they play in this more constructed environment here. And we are in winners round 3, so one more win is going into winners quarterfinal, and I believe after that, no more is needed. I don't know how far you have to make it into this Launchpad tournament to move on to liftoff, to be honest.
Yep, it's a mystery, and one I will not answer. You'll have to figure it out because I definitely know. So, one thing that I have to point out about this tournament as well is it is the first time we have had an NASL qualifier selection where there are map pick bans. There have been 2 of these in the past. They have resulted in teams having great storylines. The first NASL season was heralded by the rise and heroic push-through of PP Legends, with Season 2 new bloods like Oshino Core Flip making their way in and even making playoffs. So Season 3 is the season where we're hoping to see even more teams qualify. We've seen many teams and many players get to improve with our ecosystem that we've seen over at BestieInSlot. We have those Challenger and below tournaments for building those skill sets. We have the NASA League, the North American Strikers Academy League, the premier quote-unquote Tier 2, where we've seen teams like PLX, Bozo Bunch. We've seen all of these rosters flourish and perform in our most recent S-tier event, the Africa Invitational, where very few NASL teams actually made it, with a lot of these new up-and-coming either launch players or newly formed rosters of old guard really hitting their stride as the game is reaching a ripe old age of 5 months or 6. We're getting close. So it's really fascinating watching these tournaments going into NSL Season 3 because I truly do feel like this is the most up in the air that the competitive scene has ever been. And I'm excited as well to watch these newer players, or new guard. It's time to start spinning narratives like we're league casters. It's time to see this new guard take the reins as we're ready to see what map they pick. Something I also think interesting, before I pass over to you, Mystic, is these players' preferences for the maps. A lot of times they prefer maps that the older players or the players that are from beta don't like. I'm really kind of hoping that I can see a map that I hate playing, which is Inkies, at some point. I don't expect it to happen, but what's your favorite map out of the current map rotation in solo queue, which I think is what's legal for this tournament? Which is your favorite, Mystic?
Favorite? Man, you know what? I've been having so much fun on Clarion Test Chambers right now that I think it has risen up to be my favorite map in the current pool.
Wow.
I'm so bored of Night Market specifically. I never want to play on Inkies ever in my life.
Yep.
And I'm not sure what else is available right now, but the other option I was going to bring up is Atlas Lab, or also known in the community, Mr. Vaughn's Lab.
Oh yeah. All these phonies, they call it their own lab, but knowers know I was given that title. It doesn't count if you name it after yourself. So we're here on my turf, Vaughn's Lab. I want to see these guys do me proud. Someone I'm not familiar with, by the way, is That's not how you spell Reaper, by the way. I'm not saying Reaper. I'm saying Reapper. Because it's funnier. That's not how you spell Reapers. So Reappers33 is a player I'm not as familiar with. And Luna locked in Oz. Just Logan 2 is on Vaughn's Lab. Playing Luna, which I think is one of the best forward picks in the game, especially on this map. As Muffin Curry, locking in the Rasmus that I saw them play earlier this week on his excellent Westy Wednesday finish. On the other side, we're going to see a Zentaro, what I view as the strongest forward in the game behind Juliet, which was banned, and the Atlas locked in as well. With Luna Mirror happening, oh, what a blessed day. And Kazan being locked in for Reappers.
Please tell me Deadeye start.
I bet it's Twin Drive. This feels like a Twin Drive lobby. Oh, it's 1-2 punch. And Muffin did not understand the memo and took Chrono Boost. Shame! Shame! Fight to the death. I'm disappointed in that. Let's see how the kickoff goes.
Just Logan playing the on the Luna and not one of the characters I mentioned before, right? He has so many games on the Aimee and Aimee, Octavia, and Rasmus, but opting in for the Luna here, which is the signature pick of the Vaughn's Lab. Fielded by none other than my co-caster right now. Let's see if it's enough, if the skill on this character, because let me be honest, I have tried playing this character quite a bit and I do not know what to do whenever I'm playing it. But they are able to convert already. Reaper is showing a little bit of what we saw last game on the Kazan, using the extended strike box, and my goodness, just Logan too. What a great boost and primary into the Atlas there, getting the KO and getting the point.
Love that. Just Logan using the classic, having the secondary stun him far enough back that the primary gets the strong hit, resulting in the double knockback and the goal coming out of Just Logan 2. That was a clinical, very, very solid Luna play. Interesting to see that he has already picked up the character so well. I know he has an account where he plays Luna on, so it's a pick he's comfortable with. On the other side, Big Weepster is known as a Luna main as well. So it's going to come down to which Luna is executing on this map, as both of the forwards do not have the ability in kit to necessarily bring the ball up the court on their own. So the Lunas have to make a decision. Am I using my abilities for court control, or am I using them to try to finish KOs? And that's where the skill and decision making is in this map, as Reappers makes it so it's a wide open field, Mystic.
Reapper is coming out here with the Kazan, trying to make a little bit of play off the corner here, not able to get around the Atlas enough to score the point, but it is Muffin Curry. Cowie.
Nice.
With a great pass, using the Atlas curve just a little bit in the middle of the map from the gravity hole, and Reapper is able to redirect it perfectly. A good 2-0 start. I'm
getting deja vu from that goal. Felt like I was in our last match. Reappers finding that finding the score off of his hole, off a nice pass from Rasmus. As Rasmus is giving up one but not two barriers, an important part on Atlas Lab is making sure that you do not lose both barriers in a single encounter. Usually you need to play for one. As Just Logan's probably going to find the barrier here himself. A Slick Kicks Enjoyer, which is the correct choice. I would like to reiterate, if you are a Luna player on this map, please do not take Pummelers. It is Slick Kicks. As you can see, he is consistently winning those midfield exchanges. Big Weepster, while he has the Pummelers proc, the speed boost from Slick Kicks is just making this difference here. Caspor, nice try, a classic setup with the core flip into the secondary from Zentaro, isn't going to find the barrier as back and forth goes. Big Weepster flying, denied. Muffin Curry pulling Caspor back. Bomb goes wide. Strikes going up and down. Just Logan has an opportunity. He could fly, trying to find a way to get it past the Zentaro. Straight to Reappers. Just Logan has the secondary. He's eyeing the core. Isn't able to find anything just yet. Good lockdown defense from the Rasmus is going to make sure that the ball isn't going to break the last barrier, as Just Logan with a signature Luna combo of stun into the ult makes it so the Kazan Zentaro matchup is only one-sided at this point. Just Logan gets past the ball from Rookie 52. Bit of a back and forth all around the world, all around the globe. I think there was a missed opportunity, and it is now taken advantage of. Middle broken for more playmaking opportunities. Back and forth, back and forth. The combo from Big Weepster from the fucking top Raptors. I got so excited that I dropped a slur or a swear word. Just Logan 2. Now trying to make something happen, but Big Weepster again coming up huge on this point. Muffin Curry. Just Logan 2 with an insane shot at his own barrier. I did not see that coming. Nice hit off the middle. Pull from Reappers. Reappers tried his best to make something, make water out of wine. Couldn't find it. Just Logan 2 sneaks the pillar around. Bang.
Oh my goodness. What What a beautiful play from both teams. That was such an entertaining point to watch. Just the Lunas going at it, getting these KOs I'm not gonna say randomly. They secured the KOs using the abilities that they got on their character, and man, it is so exciting to watch. And honestly, good clears from both of the goalies. I was really impressed. It doesn't look as flashy, but just seeing the way they cleared the ball reminded me of like some good NASL level plays here. Just like consistent clearing it, and not only just clearing it into the void, finding these angles to get it over to their midfielders consistently over and over again. Really impressed with that round, even though it was a 3-0. Going over to Just Logan 2's team because I can't remember their team name.
Yeah. Plink Plonk.
Plink Plonk.
Plink Plonk. Big pickup as well is the twin drive from Just Logan, and the difficulty in these games for the goalies, you say, random or not, nice saves don't look flashy, is trying to always track these Lunas. It's so hard to judge whether or not they're going to have their secondary ready to punish any missed position, missed click, missed clear from you as a goalie. It's so exhausting to play against. Just Logan 2 is going to come back to help Muffin. Is able to make sure both barriers are saved, but one sneaks by the top barrier, resulting in a 1-to-1 barrier situation with Reappers in the 1v1 with Rookie 52. Just Logan, Barrage, what? Kai Brain, Rocket, big Rocket being dropped. Rookie 52 putting out the primary, putting out the expanse, trying his best. There's no cooldowns left. He can't hold it alone. Logan 2 using his twin drive charge to make sure they break both barriers. Now it's back to Logan 2. He's controlling the midfield, gets the ball up to Reappers, flies one more time. Rookie's going to need to flip. He does. Clears the ball, but into the explosion. 2v1 fast break opportunity. Expanse is down. It's your time to score. If you are Just Logan, if you're Reappers, it's your time. Expanse is still down. The clock is ticking. Important strike missed from Muffin. The bomb coming out, the pull coming out as well, but they aren't able to find anything. Big Weeps are hit with the rocket. Excellent pull from Curry, makes sure the ball is saved. Logan 2 with a nice shot, but Big Weepster smacking him on the head for his troubles. A flip from Narnia, but it turns into a pass. Reappers trying to position for a pass as well, but Just Logan can't find him. Stops the emote, based.
Oh, great.
Dribble coming out for Centauro as well.
Great evade from Casper over there, just recognizing the Luna Rocket coming down, but it's Muffin Curry who's trying to secure the kill onto Casper. Not able to do it, all abilities down, no flip either. And now Casper is in position to score, but great! Oh. He sacrificed his life going down with his final breath, but he did manage to save it, but it just wasn't enough. Either way, that was such a great. If I'm goalie there, that goes in every time.
I'm going to say it. Forward in the net.
Now, was there anything he could have really done? Probably not, but I'm going to say it forward in the net. Wow. Great play. Also, I think, even though I'm such a Pummelers hater, I think the Pummelers made the difference on the kill from Big Weepster there. Ooh, good pull from Reappers. Actually gets both right away. Barely had time to talk, but it's already in. Just one of those rounds where you kind of have to slug it off. That is the downside of Atlas Labs sometimes, where you can get snowballed on very quickly with these two barriers. Sometimes you just get both down right away. If you're the side of Red Team, if you're the side of 3 islands, it's time to just, hey, shrug that one off, next point, it's fine.
Yep, exactly that. Now, moving on to the next point here, Just Logan 2 not using any energy burst right now, and in a good position, getting the first barrier for himself. Sitting in the middle of the Luna ultimate, though, still holding on to that, still holding on to the energy as long as possible here. Almost healed up. Nope, right back to half. And we're going to be doing a little bit of ping pong in the middle. Great break, although losing the own barrier, manages to get the gravity well pop. But now we are sitting in front of the second barrier here. Casper Ultimate is not able to get that final barrier here, but Big Weepster coming up from downtown and securing the kill onto his Luna counterpart here, making it a 2v1 situation. And we did mention the Pummelers for a little bit. The Pummelers now is getting the advantage on the speed here, 30% buffed Pummeler speed. So maybe that was the reasoning here, but one little fast-moving core was enough to break that barrier. Muffin Kawi not in position to defend it, and still has the elusive though, so it's not the end of the world right now. They have to break that final barrier, and Just Logan 2 using the boost. Reappers with the great block on Big Weepster as well, standing right in front of the path of flight coming through, and Just Logan, can he make it? Oh my goodness, that rocket from behind coming in, getting the second strike. Oh, beautiful.
I mean, that was a really good play. Like, I'm not just saying that, like, oh, it was a really good play for what I'm watching. Like, no, that was like some top level shit right there. I'm going to be honest. That was excellently done. Something that I'm enjoying watching from Just Logan 2 here is it feels like Reappers isn't able to find very many offensive conversions, and Just Logan 2's twin drive aggression is letting him offset his forward struggles in these early rounds versus that Atlas. While his character still does plenty of damage, it just seems like he isn't finding these abilities. Rookie 52 is doing a great job of shutting down that brawler pressure coming out from Reappers. But you know who's shutting down the other brawler even harder is Muffin Curry, because why save the ball when he can just kill them entirely? Miscommunication from the forwards there is going to result in a lot of missed potential and cooldowns.
Oh
Just
no.
Logan
I'm
takes
seeing
a
every
trip.
single ability fly and miss right now.
Sometimes that's just how it is. That's the beauty of Luna. That's why no matter how many games this character is broken on, I think a world where Luna is meta is fun, because if you miss your skill shots or you misstep, you're out of position and you're unable to help your team. Speaking of unable to help your team, that's something just Logan isn't able to do, but he's eyeing the core for offense. Good dribble with his rocket. It's up to Muffin to try to get the ball to him. Reappers, go back and help, young man. Logan needs to score. Rookie 52 almost makes a mistake. It's a 50-50. He guesses wrong. Just Logan, bang, from the outside of the arc. I mean, this guy's here to win. He's getting Deadeye, by the way. I'm blessing him. He
It's
played
coming.
well.
It's coming here.
I decided. No, it's not like I decided it was coming.
And there it is. Deadeye, perfect for the taking. The other Luna right behind.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, man.
He deserved it. I decided he needed that pick. It's Vaughn's lab. He just played Luna like an absolute beast. It's his time to win the game. Pick up that Deadeye, please.
Oh man, love to see that. We're gonna be getting some more Just Logan 2 action here with the having both the twin drive and the Deadeye here. It's so set. Weakest Luna page I've ever seen. This man is level 8, 2 levels above his own goalie, 3 levels above his own forward, and I'm not gonna say he's dragging them across the finish line, but he is putting them in prime position to take this win over. Take the win as Plink Plonk. There we go.
Yeah. And something that I'm seeing convert more and more. Oh, unlucky lab bounce for Logan. Something I'm seeing convert more and more, even without the KOs coming from these two players, even though they're using such damage-heavy comps, is Muffin Curry. There's something about this Rasmus pick that's been getting more popularity. He's one of the very few goalies that he has a primary that does not get stopped by someone in front of him. That whiplash that he has is able to snipe the ball out from behind or as a brawler is dribbling the core in front of the brawler, behind or in front, meaning that they're not really concerned where the brawler is being positioned because they can always just get the ball out. And the other thing to mention is with the pauldrons that this pick takes, as well as picking at the glass cannon, Muffin has a staggering 162 power in this neutral state of the game, which does take a toll on anyone that's going to step close to him. So they have to watch out for that as they play this point out, Mystic.
Yeah, he has the glass cannon sitting there by himself, and although this is a melee character, the way the big fish plus pauldrons, oh my goodness, we got a trade over there coming out. Big Weepster gone, and now it's just Logan 2 and Reappers trying to make a 2v2 play or 3v2 play over here with Muffin Curry coming back. Not enough time to secure that point, but they do still have a little bit of advantage while having their own barrier here. But no, Reappers misses. One thing I do want to say, though, is that I feel like Reappers has been getting a lot of opportunities here, but it's just not able to finish it off. After seeing the name Chaotic Kazan from last game, I have such high expectations from Kazan. So I want to see Reappers come through, but it's just Logan able to finish it off himself. Bringing level 9, the highest level in this game right now.
Yeah, just Logan 2 is really saying, step aside, I'm going to do it myself. Really setting himself up as the standout player of this match. It feels like both the Zentaro and the Kazan this game has been playing almost second fiddle. I understand that it's difficult to position on this map as a brawler player, but you need to figure out a way to get these conversions if the Lunas are winning these engagements. It's just something that they need to have more impact on. As just Logan 2 eyeing up another ability. Nice job dribbling off that center, something you see more at higher levels.
Oh my, beautiful.
Kill as well. Just Logan 2 demonstrating he does have a very apt mastery of this Luna character on this map. With Reappers and him now transitioning the offense to the top side. Gets denied. Nice strike from the Weepster. Just shuts down that play entirely. But a great find from Logan. Patience from Rookie 52 denies it as well. Dribbling with himself off of the open primary from the Umbrella. Jumps down. Transitions back into closed. Just Logan 2 playing a little bit of that double goalie on this map. Trying to get the ball forward to Reappers.
Oh, but manages to find it over there.
Yeah. Yeah. We've seen that a couple times, haven't we, Mystic?
Yeah. Always funny with when the Atlas gift comes through. But good work so far. 1-0 in this round. Reappers, just Logan 2, and Muffin Curry holding it down so well. And you know, it's one of those things where I'm just constantly getting impressed by how well they're playing. Just Logan 2 securing another point, bringing this up to what could be the final point of this game on winner's side right now. And what a dominating performance so far. It is something that is like, you know, I am impressed. Reappers is putting in work here. Slowly, he does manage to find a barrier every now and then, but Just Logan 2 has such an overwhelming presence here in the Luna Mirror. And again, I keep getting impressed by how Muffin Curry is clearing on this Rasmus. It's such a clean clear every single time, always bringing his way over to, and just like I say that, we get the unfortunate Atlas Lab double barrier gone. And no, I jinxed it. I was talking him up so well, but hey, sometimes it happens. He's been doing so well this entire game. But I'm so excited seeing the level of play coming out from these players, because it just means that, yes, we are at the point where the new guard has hit it. They are here, and I'm so excited for them to take on some older names. And it's just making this game so much more fun to watch. Just not only seeing how well they are playing in the game, but the level of play coming out from each player.
That's so real. And I'm really glad to see this too, because I always like seeing players like Just Logan 2, or the most recently hot off the bench, hot off the press, Bozo Bunch. These players have been grinding solo queue, drop Leto, Just Logan. You know, we see these names, Zoro, to name another. Oh, Luna. It's so nice seeing that these players are filled with a desire to improve and grind the game, and I applaud them for it. As Reappers 33, trying to make something happen 1v1 versus Rookie, something that he hasn't been able to find so far. Just Logan 2 comes back and just instantly deletes Caspar. Is Luna weak? Maybe needs a buff. Thank you, Deadeye buffs. Now, 3v2, Rookie 52 uses his primary to get the ball out. I don't know if he has Expanse yet. Nice strike means he doesn't need to use it yet. Muffin has to be careful. Big Weepster's looking for the hero play that they got last round. The flight is available. Fly, Luna, fly! Not able to get it. Just Logan 2 now on the back foot. Good strike from Rookie 52. Making sure he's locking down that last barrier. Oh, touches just the angle of it. That makes me a little nervous. Reappers, it's your time! It's your time!
Fly, Reappers, fly! Finish it.
Reappers posted up. Just Logan 2's getting to the ball, but it's hard to score on Atlas. Dribbles once, misses the flight.
No.
And Muffin Curry gets it snuck by him for a 2-2. The first time we've seen, I think, 3 Islands score 2 goals in a round.
Yeah, and now they have this opportunity to bring it back at least for one round here and make things a little bit more even here. But in terms of the pressure, the momentum, it still feels like Pling Plonk is doing so much right now. They have, I don't know what it is, this presence of Just Logan 2 on this Luna and this huge Rasmus with 2 size training coming from Pauldrons and Big Fish. He's not even a melee character anymore, but no! This is twice in one round. Every time I feel like I've mentioned Muffin Curry on the goalie, it's something bad happens. I gotta stop talking about it, and it is one round over to 3 Islands, bringing it back for just a little bit longer.
All right, this isn't over yet. They've proved that they've got some life. The 0-2, dare I say it, sad boys comfort zone could come through. However, I have something chilling to admit. The other side is about to pick up a delicious Super Surge Luna with Twin Drive, which will increase her killing capabilities by 10-fold. Rasmus gets Hotshot, which I consider to be absolute bis on the pick. And Kazan is going to take something, but I couldn't say for sure. But that's not the point. The point is that the side of Blue Team got some excellent trainings. While Specialized is a strong training, not as big of a fan of taking on Atlas. While Stagger Swagger is a solid option, not a huge fan of Luna. Like, these picks are okay, but it's something that when you're down this bad in terms of the score department and you're trying to mount a comeback, you want some big impact awakenings to come through. So not exactly what Red Team wanted, but they definitely want this more than being out already in losers, so they'll take it as it's an open map side for Blue and Red Team. Both barriers are completely down, Mystic.
Both barriers are down, but we have Plink Plonk with the core right now. Casper getting low as well, might be getting taken down next. And a question that I wanted to bring it up was, what's your opinion on Prize Fighter here? I saw no one take it here, and I know it is a training that I see you tend to take, but not picked up by either Luna this time around.
Yeah, it seems like Big Weepster is valuing the speed and the survivability that he could get from the Stagger Swagger. It feels like most of the times when one team scores with the other, this is one of those matches where they're only scoring if they've gotten a kill.
What a great save. Vaughn cutting out a little bit over there from the excitement. But
oh yeah,
Big
I got
Weeps
so
are coming
excited.
back.
I can't even finish my point. I can't even finish the point.
It's all good. When it plays like that happen, sometimes you just gotta join them in the moment.
That is so
Oh, Reapers!
real.
Can he do it? No,
Bro.
Reapers was not
Okay.
able to secure it. Had the opportunity there, but just Logan 2 making things a little bit easier.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yep, I can't do it. I'm cutting the narrative. Reapers! Get the ball in the goal! Thank you. Oh my god. I had to drop the nice caster persona for a second. My lord. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for finally scoring. Sometimes you have to be a little forceful with it. Okay.
He could hear you through the game. So, you just need a little bit more encouragement to make sure it was getting through. After the performance, like I said, after what we saw last game with Name Chaotic putting on a spectacular performance, this Kazan is being held to a high standard here, but right now he is off the map. Reapers get a name change, go back to Reapers. But for the time being, just Logan 2 will hold it down. Big Weepster getting good value out of the Stagger Swagger here. You can see that he's not being KO'd, almost back to full health already. But both barriers being gone, just Logan 2, one-man army on this Luna, doing everything in his power to get KOs and to get barriers. And now it is their opportunity to score this point. Just Logan 2, I know he does not fail when in the opposing net. Get this man the core, he is now the forward. Oh, and good. Ooh, just not able to hold that final barrier down. Reapers in position to score. Can he do it? A little bit more forceful casting might be enough, but no, not this time. Good hold from Muffin Cubby, bringing it back around, and yes, Reapers 33 coming through. He could hear us from the other side of the screen here, and now he's pulling up his bootstraps here and making sure that this final set is gonna go through because of him.
Oh, thank goodness, Reapers. Remember that his character is allowed to score. He's put in the last 2 goals. After that round loss, he does not want his team to end their winner's side run right here. As we see bombs going out from both sides. Core control is favored a bit on the side of just Logan and Reapers, especially now that Reapers finds that kill. Excellent pick off by him. Now it's up to Logan and Reapers to see what they can do. Defensive ult forced out from the Centauro as Reapers uses his pull, one of the most important tools he can use to get a barrier. 1v1 with the Atlas. Beat Weepster goes for the secondary primary combo, but misses just Logan, keeping the ball up and uses his secondary primary, but Rookie 52 only needs a left click to save it all. Just Logan back in the corner. Reapers has the flip, looking for a play topside. Can't find it yet, but just Logan finds it for him and daps him up with a nice pass.
Just Logan 2 is breaking ankles. Like, I'm watching this and I'm trying to think like what I would do as a midfielder here, and this man has impressed me so much. And Reapers, I'm gonna say it right now. Reapers, you missed that goal. Just Logan 2 saved you right there with the Luda boost. But Plink Plonk able to get this final point and securing the win in winner's side. They're going to be moving on to winners. Is it winner semi? I believe it's winner quarterfinals coming up next. So moving on, looking really good. And one thing I want to mention is this is the 9th seeded team right now. If this is what 9th seed looks like, I cannot wait to see what some of the other matches are going to be going forward. This is so impressive to me. And like I said, it's not about like the good. Yes, they put on such a good performance this game, but it's the fact that I'm looking at it and I'm saying, yes, these are people who can compete. We have both played in NASL, we've played at the top of the game, and this is the type of gameplay, albeit some Kazan plays might not have been, but outside of that, the plays were so good and so entertaining. I'm so impressed, and I cannot wait to see more out of everyone here.
And the most important thing I have to mention is that the fact that Plink Plonk winning means that Plank, the esoteric third cat emote, will be officially added to BestieInSlot TTV. So congratulations, Plink Plonk, for putting their stamp on competitive Omega Strikers history by getting not 1, not 2, but 3 team emotes added in one single match. Something that some teams haven't gotten in the history of the game. And there's Plank. Let's go.
I see Plank
everyone
coming through.
Drop some MF Planks in the chat. Some teams haven't even gotten a single logo. I've only gotten 2. Plink Plonk getting 3 in their debut on stream for BestieInSlot. We'll have to see if they make it. It is looking solid for Plink Plonk and their chances to make it out. All they have to do is make it past Pre-Qualifier, a roster spearheaded by Megaverse, one of the best players that we've ever seen in the history of the game. Will be a good challenge for them, but it's something I think they could do. So, with that being said, guys, do not go anywhere. This Launchpad tournament is just getting started. It is the first of 2 as these teams battle for a spot in the prestigious qualification round to make it into the top of the North American competitive scene in its entirety, the North American Strikers League, where I'll be waiting. Happy Smile Pizza VTuber. So I appreciate everyone that is sticking around. Do not go anywhere. We are going to swap out. Mystic and I have had a great time watching these games. I know he has. I know I have. And before we go, Mystic, do you have anything you'd like to leave the people?
It was a great time. I love casting, and I love casting with my friend Vaughn here. And like I said, the biggest thing to take away today is we're going into NASL Season 3. We've seen a lot of teams previously from like the old guard coming from beta, coming from alpha. But this is a time for some new players to show their skills. I think enough time has passed where the people who have started on launch, who have put in the work, are up to speed. And they can easily make names. I want someone new to come out, and even if they don't take it all, just put on an impressive performance. And I think we've already gotten a little bit of that. So keep up the great work. This is going to be such an exciting season for NASL.
That is so facts, Mystic. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. We will be done for the day, but I appreciate it. This was Mystic and Vaughn. And signing off, make sure you stay around, stay tuned, and we appreciate it. Bye, guys.
Hello, and we are back with the North American Strikers League qualifying series. We have coming up with us, I believe we have Core Requiem versus the Dai Chal players. And if I could get their roster names up really quick. Yeah, RDJ, which is, I believe, the Dai Chal. Wait, that's not their name. But hey, we'll figure it out with RDJ.
You're cooking.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll cook a little bit. We're gonna see RDJ represented by Josh, Retry CX, and Dran, while Core Requiem will be Xeno, Gemini, Loki, NB, and Striker Kai. And I think a large narrative that has been kind of talked about by Mystic and Vaughn in their previous casts was this sort of the new guard up and coming, finally reaching at that level where qualification for the North American Striker League, even in these qualifier tournaments in Launchpad, are so intense, so tight. And yeah, already we see one interesting thing is an Octavia ban. Josh is an Octavia player, and kind of in this striker economy, if the enemy has an Octavia, has a practice Octavia, you have to respect that and ban that, especially if it is something like a cast to last start, a chrono boost start, even potentially like an aerials or a quick strike start. If you really want to respect that, that's all on the table. We're going to see Julia taken away from Loki NB. Loki NB's probably his most comfortable character, as that does leave up the Kai for Striker Kai. So we are going into a night market game. We are actually not going to see an X-era composition come out from the side of Core Requiem. Striker Kai electing to choose that comfort pick instead, and we're going to be seeing a Zentaro era coming out from Josh and Retry CX. Of course, era kind of a staple pick on this map. And going into the game here, it looks like we have a Glass Cannon Primetime start, which is definitely going to be very interesting. Kai, of course, Primetime being one of his best kind of picks for goalie and likely for forward too, an era, of course, against a kind of slow brawler player like Loki NB who wants to do that damage, those extra shrinks which are unaffected by any sort of damage reduction from the Primetime is going to be so impactful, especially if they get that cast to last or chrono boost. Even nerfed, that cast to last will be hurting quite a bit. And already we do have both goalie barriers going down for Xeno, Gemini, Loki, NB, and Striker Kai now rotated back to help on the offense, or on the defense, and now going on the offense themselves. Now Josh and Retry CX trying to get possession of the core again, able to do so with a good shrink onto Striker Kai. Now Atlas Expanse has been burned. Dran has a defensive core flip to work with, but Loki NB is trying to make the most of what he's been given. Not able to find that last goalie barrier. The Maelstrom unfortunately goes a little bit wide, but Retry CX trying to get possession of the core, but it's going to go back to Loki NB, burning the defensive core flip. But no! That is such an unfortunate start to the game. It was actually going to be such a great clear, trying to bounce it off the inside of Euronet, but it's not going to happen. It's going to run into his own astral projection.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing there, of course, is that you burn the core flip there after a little bit of panic probably ensued there, but it's okay. Xeno Gemini will lock it down and hold it back up. This is a really interesting start. I've never seen Loki off of the Juliet, because you never know you're going against them in solo queue, and their Juliet is absolutely monstrous, and I'm sure their X is fine, unable to find the stuff there off of the core flip. And Striker Kai, of course, is known for playing Kai, and their Kai looks pretty solid right now in the midfield, just helping to keep the core up and keep pressure forward for Loki.
Yeah, though I will say that kind of when you are a Kai one trick, there are situations like what we just saw right there, picking Kai on Night Market, where a lot of brawling, a lot of close quarters combat is happening. You are super vulnerable, especially if you do have an opposing era who could buff up your brawler, but it's not going to mean anything right now, actually, as Retry CX is going to be the one that's going to be taking the 12 seconds out. Now Dran able to get one clear, but he's able to get two. He is. Now Josh with a critical strike or win means he's going to steal a goalie barrier away from Xeno Gemini. The shrink comes out, but it won't matter as they lose possession of the core. And now Retry CX trying to get it past Striker Kai is able to do so with a nice little Zentaro primary, but unfortunately not able to find the goal, which means that now Dran and Josh will be playing a little bit on the defensive. An unfortunate bell ringer will clear the core out, but it's sent right back in the hands of Loki NB. Now Striker Kai trying to pass up to his brawler yet again, but still not able to convert. And if Retry CX and Josh find one opportunity that could be curtains, and there it is, that's going to be the second point in the game, going over to the side of RJD.
RDG's offense just seems to be clicking so much better. They are able to get these barriers, they're able to find the goals eventually. This is one of those games where the night market stall is happening a little bit, where both teams are unable to find scores before we get into like mega giga overtime. But RDJ has been doing a really good job of just not giving up the barriers here, and I think that has to do with the fact that Loki just doesn't feel so confident on that X, because if they were on Juliet right now, they'd be pushing these in and they'd be scoring it. I will mention that Dran is an absolute monster who locks it down in the solo queue game. They're a frequent visitor of my stream, and I talk to them a lot, and we play together a lot. And they're able to find a KO there and actually remove Loki from the game right now, and hopefully using this core flip to keep things up and keep the offense going for RDJ.
Yeah, and one thing of note here is that on these offensive pressures, I've been kind of, I'm obviously big era player, but I'm kind of interested to see what Josh's nados have been so far. It looks like a lot of times they haven't been really contributing too much, and I think that it's kind of because Retry CX isn't playing around them as much as he should, kind of using it as a piece of terrain to get the strikes in. But honestly, it might not even matter, as right now he's getting so much damage on his striker Kai and creating so much pressure without the help of Josh's Maelstroms that it won't really matter, I think, in the long run. Is now Retry CX not able to get the core because of a strike shot, but a good flip will get that second barrier down, but it's not going to matter, unfortunately. Loki NB and striker Kai able to get a nice situation against Dran, which means their force point will be scored.
Yeah, finally getting themselves on the board, finding some blood here and some lifeline in the game, which is good. I think that is a really good point on the Arenados for now. They just haven't seemed to get any value out of them, which is, of course, like one of the most important things to playing the character well at a top level of play, is these Nados have to find value. Like, if you let that go, that blocks the core flip right there, but unfortunately unable to catch that in time, and thus they do lose barriers, and so now Core Requiem looks like they have a good chance at getting retry off the map and then taking a barrier with the core flip. Taking a goal.
Yeah, and I think that we are seeing, a lot of situations like that where I think, like, if, obviously if a little bit of direction change, a little bit of just like, inches basically happens, then we'll see a much different situation. But as of right now, Core Requiem's on the up and up, able to get a potential reverse sweep on the set and getting a nice little charity KO at the end there. A nice little, a very important KO actually, as that extra experience has brought Loki NB to level 5, which means that he has more experience, and if it is a cast to last or chrono start, that means he's going to be first up to pick, which means Josh will not be able to deny even if, Josh will actually probably be the last person to pick anyways, as he is the lowest level, has the lowest experience. And yeah, right now, Dran, with a defensive core flip, might be able to do some work around it, but pressure right now is on retry, and Josh just find anything, and one goalie barrier is found. Can it be made two? Loki NB says no. Says no again as he wins another strike war against it. Josh now retry CX, trying to get possession of the core. Striker Kai not able to strike it out, but Xeno Gemini is there for him. Good core flip in front of the goalie barrier means that it is going to go down an open net, and no, a little bit of panic from Dran will cost them now. Open nets for both teams, and the log unfortunately locks Dran down in the wrong position, allowing Loki NB to get a nice clean goal and finish the reverse sweep on the set.
That was really unfortunate for Dran there, and this is going to be that pivotal moment where we do see there is the chrono boost available. And one thing that's really interesting is this is a really chrono boost and cast to last heavy crew. Actually going to deny that. Well, sorry, going to avoid that, go Super Surge and pass the chrono boost to the Kai, because as I just mentioned, there are three characters here that want both of those. Right?
Yeah.
You have the X, you have the Kai, and the Era all want chrono boost and cast to last, which that's actually pretty abnormal. Is worth noting that Zentaro gets aerials and Dubu gets Bissell prop here. So that is a very strong core. I think the two first picks for both teams were very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely not upset if I am the side of RDJ now. Dran, who already has been playing really offensive, is able to do things like that now. And even though we didn't see much value off of the Tofu Fortress that time, we will see a lot more plays, especially if Dran comes up with that. And of course, that chrono boost is going to be very, very helpful on Kai. Obviously, one of his win conditions, I think, against Era is being able to out-dribble her and not being able to shrug off a lot of those shrinks just by kind of having the right position, being there at the right time, which right now Striker Kai is doing in spades. The retry CX looking for a little thing, and a good double shrink will mean that the tempo of this play will still keep going, but a good strike war win by Loki means he gets one goalie barrier, loses the strike war to Josh, which means it's going to be right back in front of Xeno Gemini, but it's sent right back as quickly as it came. Now, the Maelstrom able to blow one dodge, which is good, and now retry CX, blocking the pass to Loki MB, but he's going to pay for that with a stagger bar, and the flip comes out, but Xeno Gemini is ready with the expanse. Now Dran trying to get the core downfield yet again. Xeno Gemini winning an engagement. Retry CX not going to be sent off, but Loki NB catches Dran, unfortunately too close to the net, and that's just going to be too easy of a goal for Core Requiem.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself right there, I think Dran needs to fly a little bit, and then Dran flew a little too close to the sun, which is unfortunate. It's a lot of goalie players that have only played goalie are unfamiliar with the ledge of the map like that, because it's not something that they're too used to. They're used to the nice, safe, comfy goalie box where you get those excellent resistances that make you really hard to KO even when you are poorly positioned. But that does happen, and it's unfortunate here. They are able to put a lot of pressure on to the side of RDJ Core Requiem. Is so much damage is coming on to both Josh and Retry that they're able to consistently pick up these KOs here, and I think that's going to be a big difference in this game if that continues forward.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse as X gets later in the game. No air to back him up, and honestly, the Kai damage might be lacking a little bit as a character, but that still might not even matter. Yeah, if he gets something like the specialized training, like even like things like the quick strikes of a Castellas, he will be able to put out so much damage onto what is right now a vulnerable Dubu. No stagger trainings, has elected to take momentum boots with what you want to do, but speaking of damage, we're not going to see anything of it as Loki MB with a strike war win against Dran is going to get 2 points on the set for Core Requiem.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was, honestly, I think that was the fastest point scored this entire round game there. They need to get value out of this Zentaro. I've never been a fan of Zentaro era because they just don't work necessarily well together. As the extra power that era gives is not wasted on Zentaro, but it's better on a lot of the other brawlers that you can pick. And the mobility that she gives doesn't benefit Zentaro in the same way because he has three dashes in his kit. He has 3 forms of mobility, which most of the other brawlers like X or Juliet don't have because they have to use them for stuffing. So I don't really love this combo here, but hopefully they can pull it together and make it work.
Yeah, and it looks like it's working a little bit for now. We do see some offensive pressure though. Xeno Gemini able to stay cool and shrug it off, which means that now Loki NB has a flip available to get this goalie barrier, but it's going to be blocked away by the Tofu Fortress now. Retry and Josh trying to find any sort of offensive pressure right now, and Maelstrom's there again, but not going to find anything. Josh, with the Egoist speed, is going to be running around the field at quite a fast pace, is going to show up to a lot of these plays, but it won't matter as unfortunately the flip is going to be whiffed, which means that now Josh doesn't have a lot to work with in this offensive pressure. Retry CX, though, does have a little bit. Good positioning means he's going to snipe one goalie barrier now. Can it be made 2? Xeno Gemini doesn't have any flip as well. Good strike war engagements from Josh. No, Striker Kai is actually there, using that chrono boost very, very effectively to get good positioning on the map. Now retry CX, the flip comes out, but it's going to be blocked away at the cost of Striker Kai's stagger bar. And now the Missile Prof Tofu Fortress actually going to be a little bit of a monkey's paw right there, as it's not going to get the offensive pressure they need. Now the Maelstrom also not able to find anything right now, which means things are not looking super, super good for RDJ. Josh now 1 meter away from getting another Egoist proc if Dran can hold it down, which with Giga will mean that Dran won't be able to head it down now. Now Loki NB has an engagement, has the opportunity to 1v1 with Dran if it comes to him one more time, but it's not going to do that as actually a second goalie barrier down for the side of Core Requiem. Defensive flip burn from Xeno Gemini now. Retry CX on the approach, trying to find anything, but it's cleared away. But an excellent pass from Josh, able to get it through Striker Kai, allows Retry CX to bottom it into, or shoot the core into the bottom side of the net, which means that we're going to see the first point for RDJ on the set.
Yeah, finally. They're on the board this set. Don't forget that they did get 2 in the first one, so it's still like up in the air who's going to take this game. It's still close, and that's a good core flip there to get the barrier. And a great NATO does get a KO. They need to get this barrier now and capitalize off of it. I wouldn't mind seeing Josh just burn the core flip in order to get this. I feel like they are holding on to it a bit much. They do end up getting it here, but now the Atlas is back, so the goal potential has kind of been missed here as RTX is gone.
Yeah, and right now, Dran and Josh trying to just hold down. You're okay with losing 1 Gilly Berry, but you don't want to make it 2. The Shrink is going to allow Josh to dance around Loki NB a little bit, but now he has to win the engagement. Retry CX back on the field, trying to find anything, a good strike around Loki NB from Josh means that defensive core flip is actually going to be burned by Striker Kai. Centauro Dash comes out, not able to find anything. Maelstrom provides a little bit of pressure to prevent that clear up top. Though, that being said, Striker Kai and Loki NB able to win the engagement on the bottom side of the map, which means that Xeno Gemini will be able to keep the core in play for a little while longer. Retry CX loses that strike war. Now, Striker Kai and Loki with a scoring opportunity. Defensive flip from Dran will clear it out, but now it's back in the hands. Oh, it's not back in the hands of Striker Kai as Josh and Retry CX have an opportunity. The Giga Blast, unfortunately, doesn't score past Dran. Now Retry CX with a dribble, unfortunately not going to find anything, and Loki NB so close to finding it, but Josh has the flip. He just needs to get it, and he does, tying up the set with a core flip. And with that Egoist, I mean, look at that, he's already got a full bar of energy.
Half a bar, but yeah, that is still an impressive amount. They did, of course, just buff Egoist because its energy friends have left the building. So it seems pretty good here. I just want to note that I haven't talked about Striker Kai's play too much, which honestly is just because watching Kai is extremely boring. But I've noticed that he has had a lot of good barrages pushing up and keeping the pressure away, and that's why the defense here for Core Requiem has been really good. They have been burning Atlas's abilities, and then Striker Kai gets the core and just pushes it through and is able to stall and keep time up for Xeno Gemini to get those abilities back, which is why RDJ has been having a really hard time on offense here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you've got basically 2 goalie characters holding down that net, so if played properly, yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of defensive power, especially against the Zentaro era, who, like, yeah, Zentaro doesn't really have such an easy stuffing opportunity compared to something like the Juliet. So if you're able to play it well, you could basically hold on to these, to these goals ad nauseum. And we're going to actually see 1 goalie barrier go down for the side of RDJ, and now Loki NB not winning the strike war against Dran. Flip is burned from Striker Kai, because he's going to be stopped by Retry CX's special, but it goes right back into the hands of Striker Kai, which means that we're going to see an open net to the side of RDJ. Retry CX trying to answer in kind, not able to find anything. Xeno Gemini electing to hold this flip, which will be very, very useful in this final point in the set. And oh no, Tofu Fortress almost leads to an own goal, but it's going to be kept in play. And whoa, a little bit of a heart attack strike right there. Loki NB and Dran both missing the core, but the core's going to still stay in play though. Dran now electing clear to the top side. Retry CX with possession of the core. Can he find anything? Maelstrom unfortunately not going to find too much value. Striker Kai again going to have possession of the core. Barrage unfortunately goes a little bit wide, but Dran is comfortable, cool under pressure. And now Retry CX with a core flip pass down to Josh. Not going to find anything though, and Loki NB has flip. If it gets to him one more time, things could be curtains for the side of RDJ, and there it is! Able to hold the flip. The patience from Loki NB waiting at the log gonna mean that Core Requiem is gonna stand at 2-0 over RDJ.
Yeah, so now RDJ is looking at this draft and they're wondering, how can we get back into this? It's really unfortunate that the Castellast is here, because if they wanted to, they could kind of force the Dubu to take Castellast. I don't think, as they picked it, they don't want to, because Castellast is really strong for Kai, but Dubu is now forced to take that specialized training so that the X just doesn't start absolutely steamrolling them, which of course isn't exactly what you want here. Timeless Creator for the era, mostly probably to deny the Atlas. Knife's Edge is a really interesting pick here, and then Dark Resilience. For that scaling, we're scaling.
Yeah. And we are going to see, on Night Market specifically, NATO size, Maelstrom size, of course, is so helpful, but I don't know if it'll be enough. I mean, the heavy impacts pickup from Loki NB means that we're starting to see that X scaling. It's going to do a lot of damage, but Yeah, and we're speaking of damage, we're actually not going to see too much of it go down. As right now, it looks like Core Requiem's just focused on getting the barriers. Maelstrom's gonna not help, unfortunately, as Loki, NB, and Striker Kai are able to get a nice stuffing attempt against Dran. And yeah, 2 points away from a clean 3-0 coming from the side of Core Requiem.
Yeah, oddly, the thing about Timeless Creator on Era is that you really just care about the size, and the duration, for the most part, isn't worth anything. And I find that a lot of Era players, myself included, often like to just let it auto-pop. And if you just let it auto-pop with Timeless, it can really throw off your mental timing of how the ability should work, and that can sometimes be more of a hindrance than anything.
Yeah, and yeah, there's something that you can do with it, you know, allowing it to hold to just wait for the perfect timing more, but more often than not, the goalies will be aware of it and are able to clear it out. And Loki NB with a core flip, able to get one goalie barrier, open up the net, but not going to find the goal. Unfortunate bell ringer will send it back to the side of Xeno Gemini. Maelstrom size is going to matter a little bit here, though, as Xeno Gemini has to sweat a little bit, use that defensive core flip, but it's going to be sent right in the hands of Josh, and a good Giga from Striker Kai means that we are going to see, oh my god, right on the edge! A summer assault from Dran is going to keep the core in play. What an excellent save. The flip comes out from retry. It's not going to mean anything, unfortunately, as again, Loki NB has a 1v1 against Dran, which Dran holds yet again. Now Josh with possession of the core, going to try to find any sort of offensive pressure for retry. Unfortunately, the core is not going to be found on that dash. It's going to go right over to Loki again. Another 1v1, but Dran holds. No! Could have been really, really bad, but Dran is ready. Now Josh and retry again in front of the net with Xeno Gemini. Not going to find anything, and it's sent back again. And when you have that many 1v1s, you can only hold so long. 2-0 on the potential final set for Core Requiem.
You can, and it looks like there are a lot of nerves for RTX and Josh right now. They look really uncomfortable, and I think they're just struggling to find their footing in this game, which is, of course, a big part of tournament play, right? Being able to lock in those nerves and keep everything intact. They are, you know, they know patience. They know they need to be patient, but every time RTX gets a core flip, they're almost instant shooting it. And the Atlas, Xeno Gemini, has really been able to react to that and play around that really well. That's a really good pass there from Josh, by the way. Good angle. Josh using some patience, almost gets it to RTX there and makes it work, but I don't know. They need to find a way to lock it down, get their nerves in check, and make it happen. And they have 1 point left to play with. No, not to play with.
Yeah, and if you are RDJ, you have to make a play now. You are 2-0 down on potentially the final set of the game. You are on from 1 point away from being sent to the loser side of the bracket. So if there's a time to perform, it is now. And that is a defensive core flip burned. But whoa, Loki NB with an excellent bounce off of the night market terrain is able to snipe that final goal away from Dran. And unfortunately, RDJ is going to be sent down to the loser side, but that means Core Requiem will be advancing to the second phase of bracket today. So props to them. And yeah, even though RDJ putting up a lot of good fights in that game, it definitely seemed like Core Requiem was the top dog in that matchup, as Striker Kai is the one to grab that MVP with one strike away shy of 300 redirects, which is going to mean that he's going to be 80 or 90 redirects above his counterpart, has almost double the shots as well. I mean, that seems like the story of the game there. Logi NB with 9 goals, and obviously 47k damage, doing more than 10k more than retry. I mean, it seems like the forward duo from the side of Core Requiem was basically able to just shatter retry and Josh. It seemed like, yeah, like it looked like retry and Josh were kind of really struggling to find their footing throughout the entire game. And honestly, that was because Loki NB and Striker Kai were really putting the pressure on them.
Yeah, they were. And I will say one thing about Kai is I think he gets 5 redirects off every barrage if they all hit. And with prime time, that's gonna inflate your redirects a lot. But it doesn't matter. Striker Kai did a great job locking down the midfield and really limiting the offensive pressure that RDJ was able to have. And with that, they were able just to make sure that RDJ wasn't able to really ever keep the Atlas on the back foot. The Atlas always had abilities and was always topped off and ready just to honestly put down the giant circle of you can't score.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, yeah, like we said it before, we'll say it again. It definitely looks like Core Requiem is a team to look out for coming into, if you are a defending North American Strikers Academy team. I mean, if you are Destroyer Mega Noob, if you are LP Thieves or any of the other teams, like, these are scary teams to face. And I mean, this is probably not even the scariest team that we're gonna see today, as Ayers Kitten Club and Final Call, or Last Call, I believe that's the name, has made it as well on the other side of the bracket. So we are going to be seeing them as well in a qualification match. So if you are a relegated NASA team, if I was a relegated NASA team, I would be sweating so much right now.
Oh, I absolutely be sweating bullets, yeah.
Yeah. And I believe we are going to have, okay, I need an update from production. Do we have one more game with
read the on stream?
I'm reading the on stream.
It's not that hard.
Well, okay, hold on. I'm getting, guys. I'm being alerted to a lot of things. Hold on. Okay. So one thing that K-Bot said about like my like he was like giving me some help, some casting advice. Of course I'm gonna take it. It's K-Bot, right? And he was like, you really struggle to like look at the camera when you're like talking about things, and it looks really awkward. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a focus to like look at the camera. But I'm looking at the camera and I'm not looking at my other screens like down here, so I'm whiffing things. Okay, apologies to producer Sai. Hold on. Okay, please excuse me not looking at the camera for a little bit. K-Bot, if you're watching this, please, I'm sorry, your protege has failed you. But okay, hold on.
Brickbat is massive chatting, by the way.
Hold on. Yes, we could do that. Yes, Sai, you're correct about yeah, we have one. Me and Lovin, I believe, have one more game. Yes, we have one more game, and then we're swapping it off. Sai, unfortunately, has sent me multiple DMs.
Brickbat's trying his best. He really is, guys.
Hold on.
Look, this past, since Friday, it's been rough on the whole community, and Brickbat, it's really taken a toll on Brickbat.
Hold on, I'm trying my best here, guys. I'm trying my best. Okay, hold on. Yes, and also we will be streaming all winners quarterfinals, I believe. So hold on. Okay, is that everything? They're winners qualifier matches. Sorry, I'm calling them winners qualifier matches.
That's a good name. Did you come up with that one on your own?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
absolutely. That was.
Oh,
me.
look, and it's a qualifier match against Chikara and Last Call.
Yeah, and okay, I'll say it. I think Last Call is the second scariest, if not the scariest. Okay, I hold on. I can look at the camera again, right? I can look at the camera again. Saya, I can look at the camera again. Do I have the all clear to look at the camera again?
I'll just tell you if you're
okay.
You're fine. Look at the camera.
Okay,
Jesus,
that's fair.
chills.
I'm looking at the rosters right now, but I'm also trying to look at the camera. Thank you, K-Bot. But we are gonna have Chikara, which is some of the substitutes, as well as some of the substitutes and players from Demon's Academy, which is since unfortunately disbanded, and they're going to be going up against Last Call, which is Frightfully Fresh, Borg, and Hook Reset. So Frightfully Fresh, a top 10 leaderboard player right now, considered a really, really good solo queue goalie, and with a pretty decent run of competitive experience as well. Very, very much used to the tournament setting, so definitely like not a choker or anything like that. And we also have Borg and Hook Resets, who are, of course, NASL Season 2 players themselves. Borg being the forward brawler player for Winterfall, and Hook Resets being the midfielder for Orbits. So I'm scared. I would be scared. If I was Demon's Academy, I would be very, very scared for this situation if I were them. And even though Chikara does have a pretty deep pool to pull from, has Bertram, has Moroku, has Zanseki, you could swap the brawlers as you feel like it's needed. I'm not sure it'll be enough in the face of, of Borg, who is kind of obviously not only someone who has been around the casting block for a while, has watched a lot of these games, has a really good understanding of the game, but is someone who's literally known for getting so many KOs, having so much pressure through stagger, that if you're not able to play around it, if you're not able to at least match it, he could take over the game. And he's going to be assisted by what a lot of people say is one of the best Era players in the entire game, Hook Resets, who's been playing Era since beta. Yeah, third best. Yeah, like an insane Era player, right? So the character that's literally structured around enabling a brawler to do more, having more size, having more damage with a power scaling, right? Era Beam has a 70% power scaling. You like, right? I'm scared. I think going into this, that's going to be Last Call's gameplay. I mean, I think Hook Resets is not going to be able to touch Era. I think it's going to be banned away because I think it's so core. You
let Borg have Zentaro? There's no way you let Borg have Zentaro.
That's also true, huh? Now that I realize it. Yeah, that being said, though, I think Borg off of Zentaro recently has looked really good. He's been playing a lot of different characters, especially because Zentaro has been banned away from him. But that being said, like if you respect that Zentaro, you respect that Zentaro.
And Hook Resets has had the Era banned away from them a lot. I think last weekend woke up and played a scrim with Vaughn and Hook Resets against Blue Blazing's team because they wanted it. And Hook Resets was playing Erasmus Scorer because I'm the midfielder. But he did really well in those 3 games we played, and I know that Hook Resets has more depth than just that Era. So does Borg, to be fair. But like, I don't know, if I fear one of the 2 players, it's Borg.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, again, Borg, I mean, between the 2, Borg, of course, in Season 1 had topped out a lot of the leaderboards as well in North America, I believe being pretty comfortably in top 10 for a good portion of the season. But it looks like we are seeing ready ups come out from players who we will be getting in the game really soon. But yeah, if I'm Chakar Ra, I have 2 paths in front of me, and it's ban the Era and ban the Zentaro, and both of them seem to lead to doom. So we'll see if Zanseki, Pagarino, and Bertram, which will be the roster being fielded by Chakar Ra today, will be able to hold against Last Call as we get into the game here. And again, this is, I believe, a qualifier match. If Last Call wins this, they will be punching their ticket to liftoff and getting a shot at qualifying for the North American Strikers League, or Strikers Academy, if not the North American Striker League, as we are getting into game here. We'll be seeing what map we have. I believe, hold on, let me double check. We are in loading right now, as I could grab I will grab the game. I believe we are playing on Oni Village, actually, which is actually kind of, I think, I'm not actually sure if you are a team that wants to avoid that brawling pressure from Borg, Oni Village is definitely a good pick. Definitely don't want to get sent to Night Market. Definitely don't want to get sent to Atlas's lab, which can enable a lot of KO pressures from the brawlers and midfielders respectively. But so you know what, a decent pick. If there is a map to play, it'll be that one. Where a lot of I believe we've been loading bugged. Unfortunate. Hey, it happens.
The nice thing about Oni Village for Chikara is that it's not a great Era map.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can just ban the Zentaro and then say, okay, are you really going to play Era on this map? And if Hook Resets does, which they probably will, they're at least a slightly worse position for the Era pick, rather than if you went to something like Night Market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even though I think that we have seen a lot of Era being played in Oni Village recently, especially I think that Era has gone up a little bit in terms of like pick priority, with Estelle being nerfed, and Estelle, of course, being really, really good, historically good on this map. But if that being said, yeah, I definitely agree. If you don't have that stuffing pressure, which sometimes you're not able to provide with an Era, then you are going to struggle a little bit, as it does look like Chikara is going to ban that Era going in this game, allowing Borg to select his Zentaro, which I believe he'll probably, I'm not sure if he'll pull out the Magnetized Souls, but that is a gear selection that Borg has been really, really liking, especially in open maps. But it looks like we are going to have an Octavia locked in from Pagarino. And again, if you want that X factor for Chikara to beat, even though you are the defending team here, to be completely honest, it's going to be an upset if you beat Last Call. Octavia is definitely a character to select for it. And we're going to see Zonseki probably going to his signature X. And do we have a potential disconnect here on the champion's screen? But who knows? Who cares? We do see, I believe Frightfully Fresh is going to be on his Rasmus. We're going to have hook resets on Kai and Borg on the Asher. Oh no, actually it's Borg on Rasmus and Frightfully Fresh on Asher this time. Hook reset's going to be playing that Kai word in the midfield. And yes, we do have a disconnect out of Champion Select. It seems like the goalie from the side of Chikara has not shown up to play today.
All right, that's awesome. So while we're here, what are the rules on this? Because it is start of round, so we can just completely remake the match, correct?
I actually believe so. Yeah, that is an option now with ending the game early. Also, though it looks like both teams can also just kind of elect to play it to wait
Producer
for
Saya here. Producer Saya on the stream.
update from production.
Spectator, if Spectator's lobby host, you can't remake. You can't end the game because the escape menu is bugged and doesn't work on Spectator.
Whoa, chills.
That's well. It looks like we're going back to our standard rule set. It looks like basically last call can wait out about 2 minutes, and then from there they play out 3v2, or they can elect to wait longer and gentlemen's it if they feel like it. Which Borg, Fresh, and Hook resets all people who match that description of people who would wait it out, which means that Levin, you and me, we might have to get very comfortable very, very quickly as we get into overtime here without the core being touched. It looks like we have just been waiting for XP. Wait, actually, really quick, I didn't know you started with XP. Do you start with level 1 XP?
Yeah, it's yes. The game. I think it's because the way it works is it takes like 80 experience to get to level 2, and then everything from there is like 250 or something. I know who to ask exactly about this, but I don't know it off the top of my head. I think it's something like that because I dug deep into research for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted to know how experience worked exactly. So it actually, the game doesn't make it so that it takes only 80 experience to get there. It still takes 250, but it just subtracts the 80 from that and starts you with like 170, because that's easier than making it so that level 1 has a different experience requirement, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I've literally got 1,100 hours onto this game. I've casted and played countless games, and I just did not know that. That's actually kind of a really interesting revelation. Yeah.
It's also why I think in the practice tool you start at level 0, and in the practice tool going from level 1 to level 2 takes forever, because when you level up from level 0, it puts you at 0 XP level 1. Which is not something you can normally do. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works in the practice tool. The practice tool's a mess anyways, so it's fun.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. It's just that's like one of the things that we need to put on one of those like trivia games. Like do you play, like, how much XP do you actually start the game with? I bet that stuff, like, even like a lot of the top players, it's just like such a, I wouldn't say yeah, it's kind of like an inconsequential fact because it doesn't affect anything gameplay-wise. Everyone kind of knows that, like, oh, you get to level 2 pretty fast, but...
Yeah. Here we go. Let's just go XP trivia time.
Okay, what's up?
How much experience do you get for getting a goal barrier?
I don't have the faintest clue about numbers. I'm gonna guess 80.
I think it's 40.
Oh, wow. Okay, that was a lot. Because I swear you, like, get level 2 pretty instantly if you take, like, 1 goalie barrier. Maybe not. Maybe 2, I guess, yeah.
80 is... So it's actually... Okay, I have the numbers in front of me now. It's 30 for destroying a barrier.
Uh-huh.
It's 30 if you assist as well.
Okay.
Scores are 80.
Ah.
So if you were to score on the first time you touch a core, you should instantly level up to level 2, basically. And now that I have the numbers in front of me, to go from level 1 to level 2 is 150 experience.
Whoa, okay.
And then every other level is 350.
I see. So wait, you mentioned that it was 150 experience. That means you can't get level 2 off of an instant goal, right?
No, you'd have to take both the barriers.
Okay, so if you take both berries and gold, then you just instantly get level 2. Okay.
Basically, because you'd still be missing a little bit of experience, but you get experience every time you hit the core and stuff. So
Yeah, how much do you get from hitting core? Is it like 5 or like what?
it's 5 per redirect. I
Okay.
don't think that counts dribbling. Well, no, it does because dribbling's a redirect. Yeah. And then you get 10 per save, 5 per shot, which I think shots and redirects can stack. So if you redirect it and get a shot, I think you get 10 for that. Orbs give 15. Hitting an opposing player gives 3. And buffing an ally gives 3.
Oh, and
Looks like we're resetting.
We are getting a remake. Unfortunately, the spectator bug means we will have to probably wait out the entirety for Borg and crew to clean up here. And oh, whoa, Bear Trip's here. Wait a second.
Oh well, we already started.
There's no way he came back after waiting this whole time as Borg. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Oh no, Bear Trip got again. Well, okay. Well, yeah, that's super unlucky. Okay, well, I'm kicking up. I've got my, you know what? Hey, admission here. I drink LaCroix. I've got my LaCroix here.
Whoa, LaCroix?
Took a sip of that. I've got the black raspberry flavor, but like raspberry is spelled like, wait, is raspberry normally spelled with 2 Z's? I don't think it is, right?
No.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah,
actually,
it's black.
Yes, it is. It definitely is. That's definitely spelled raspberry. There's no way. Hold on, we're Googling.
Yeah.
No, it's rasp. That's right. It's raspberry.
Okay, that's what I figured.
What the fuck is... So, whoa, chills, chatting, sorry. sorry, I got too comfy. Holy.
They just decided to add the Raz because it's like Riz?
Rizberry? Dude, Rizberry goes hard.
Rizberry would get pretty hard, but I don't know. Interesting branding choice from LaCroix here. Looking at the can right now, it looks like it's Naturally Essence. I'm trying to find anything. I'm really trying to find anything. Naturally Essence Black Raspberry from LaCroix. I think I had Beach Plum the other day. That was pretty good. Obviously, of course, if you are not a member of high society, with being a enjoyer of LaCroix, you would not be able to taste the difference. But Beach Plum tasted pretty good. I quite enjoyed it. I enjoyed the minor taste it had. Oh, it's not sponsored at all. That would be really cool if we could.
LaCroix sponsor would go pretty hard.
Yeah, speaking of sponsorships, I think we have to get, as we enter this new phase of OS with the unfortunate news that we got on Friday, I have to think really creatively about sponsorships. I remember on Halloween night, I had a little bit of alcohol. I'm 24. I'm of age. I drink alcohol. Yeah, bit of a sipper. Had a little bit of alcohol. Some ideas that didn't sound that don't sound great right now sounded really great to me then. And one of them was asking Aesop if Omega Strikers could get a GamerSup sponsorship. I think that would have gone. I'm like, I don't know what to think about that. Like, if it would happen, because I bet it's possible. I think personally, it's possible. But hey, I got to pick to look at the camera. I thought we were still looking at the remake. Nope, I'm looking at the camera again. Thank you, producer Saya. Thank you, K-Bot. Shout out to K-Bot. You're the GOAT. But I think that I don't know what to think about a GamerSup sponsorship. I think or a G Fuel sponsorship. I know that about half of the North American. Listen. I'll say it. Like a third of the North American Striker League regularly drinks it, right? Like I think it would be a really good sponsorship. I'm just saying. Maybe I send out a business email. Maybe I get a Gumi testimonial. A Demon's Raw testimonial, of course. A team infamous for scaling throughout the game, and part of that scaling being the fact that their G Fuel that they drink 20 minutes before the game is entering their bloodstream.
We get them to rename. We get them to rename. Real. They're no longer Demons Raw. They're like G Fuel Raw.
Yeah, how sick would that be? And also because that reminds me, back in the North American Striker League Season 1, we actually had a team change their name. Actually, I believe it was Barcode, Joker, and Puffy. Basically, Surplus sponsored them, and they changed their name to Surplus Esports for Season 1 of the North American Striker League. So you know what? Hey, if anyone's got a couple $100 they want to drop on the league, hey, maybe get a team to change their name. Hey, the world is your oyster coming to this.
I wanted for my own brand, to brand in air quotes, to get sponsored by like a cold brew company. Because like I drink cold brew regularly. Like not sponsored by the way, but Stoke makes like really good cold brew, and I love their product. And I was like, yeah, if they could sponsor me and just like send me a bottle every week, I'll just promote their stuff for basically free. I mean, like it's a bottle every week, but like you just send me a bottle every week. Hey, I'll promote it. I'll say the stuff's good. And I was thinking about it because I'm getting spammed with oh, you should sponsor this and sponsor that. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to sponsor some crummy mobile game. Get out of here. I want to sponsor. If I'm going to be sponsored by something, I want it to be something I believe in. But, yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Stoke's too interested.
Hey, you never know. Maybe, hey, every business has a business email. The worst thing that happens, hey, we send an email saying, hey, we're grassroots. Yeah, get ghosted. We're grassroots.
That's the worst thing.
We're a grassroots esports league, and you know, if there's one thing that we have a ton of able to provide is a lot of people looking at their screen for an uncomfortably long amount of time. So hey, ad space is at a premium here. You know, right, guys? Right? You know, hey.
I mean,
you know,
like,
anyone...
look at how much unused space there is on the screen right now. We have these like little clouds and stuff that we could just get rid of and slap G Fuel right there below my name. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, we have so much space here.
Yeah. Oh,
like,
how hard would that go? By the way, it would be like we got every caster to say their favorite
brand.
Yeah, their favorite or even just like flavor of G Fuel or Gamer Subs or whatever, and we just had that right below our names all the time. Like it's Brickbat, you know, it's someone who loves
Raspberry Brickbat.
Raspberry, yeah,
Raspberry
Brickbat. As we are finally in a game. Hopefully, Bertram sticks around to play this time, as we are getting into Striker Select, and it does look like the hovers from both teams are the same from the previous game. We're going to see an era ban from the side of Chikara, and probably, actually, I don't know, an Atlas ban actually coming out for Bertram. I don't know if that was the previous game, but it might be. As we are getting in the game, we are going to see Zonseki on the Axe, lock that in. That is his signature character. Immediately okay, it's a repeat. It's a repeat.
I was going to say, I think the general rule of thumb is you auto remake everything. I mean, like, that's like probably the gentleman's thing. I would imagine that, like, if you picked something based on Awakenings, like maybe you picked the Octavia, they didn't pick it based on Awakenings, but if you did, I think, like, that would be kind of fair game to, like, okay, you're not picking that again. But hey, I think we got one of the 2 Awakenings that it was. I don't remember what they were, but I think Blast Cannon was one of them. Also, can we just, you know, thank Audi for a second that they got rid of demo, because this would be a troll demo game right now.
Yeah, demo. Yeah, one of the Awakenings I'm very, very glad is off, especially because like all the other size Awakenings by comparison have such like a small amount of benefit compared to the 8 seconds of cooldown that you got at one point from the Demolitionist, sometimes 24 if the bug smiled on you that day. But finally, getting into our game here, we are going to start the game with something that Borg's a little bit too comfortable with, being staggered off the rip. Though he is going to be able to regen a little bit. Zonseki needs to hit that level 2, and if he does, it's going to be curtains for Borg's ability to participate in this game. But look like that's not going to happen for now. Zonseki is 2, but Borg is healed up, which means that he will be able to play a little bit more offensively now. Pagarino trying to find some of that speed scaling, able to snipe away at Orb and keep playing a little while longer, but unfortunately he is going to lose that flow state. Whiff Strike from Frightfully Fresh will unfortunately cost him his barrier, and Pagarino is there and waiting, able to get a nice bottom pocket shot into the goal, and that's a first point for Chikara.
Zonseki knows the mission. Zonseki is just bullying Borg, and that is it. Zonseki has said, I'm gonna midfield X, Pog, you go take the core, I'll punch it to you sometimes, but really I just want to sit here and punch this Borg thing in the face.
Yeah, and that's something that you could do if you are, if you are on Octavia. Your movement speed, of course, being so incredible that you could just be in multiple places, playing multiple roles. But right now, Bertram's actually going to get a little bit of a really crazy clear, and Hook Reset's going to be sent off the map from Pagarino's base drop. Now Zonseki trying to get it through Frightfully Fresh. Not going to find anything. Borg's there to assist, but it's not going to be enough as the core flip does get through. Now flow state is up. Pagarino needs to be able to touch the core and needs to be able to keep it going, but not going to find anything, though. It's Zonseki's time for the dribble. Pagarino losing a critical strike war, which means Hook Resets will be able to defend the goal and now has an opportunity to score himself if possible. The death touch from Borg, able to drag Pagarino away and set Hook Resets up in an advantageous situation. The pass goes through, but unfortunately Borg is not able to score right now. Now Bertram trying to continue the thing. Borg's going to be sent off the map for a little while. Strike shot from Frightfully Flesh beats out Zonseki, which means he will be able to defend. Now Pogorino pass down to Zonseki, flip from Frightfully Fresh. Now Bertram able to get a comfortable clear away, but the pass to Zonseki is interrupted by hook resets. But whoa! Pogorino with kind of a shot from nowhere on the bottom pocket. Fresh not ready for it. And that's going to be a second goal for the side of Chikar Ra.
Yeah, well, you were saying Frightfully Fresh, you kind of slipped up and said Frightfully Flesh. And I'm only bringing it up because I was like, wow, that is a way harder name than Frightfully Fresh. Not that Frightfully Fresh is a bad name, it's just Frightfully Flesh goes pretty hard.
It does.
But Pogorino is making use of the Octavia in a way that I'm not used to, because they haven't been able to keep the flow state going for very long and have just been kind of scoring with strikes.
Yeah, and Pogorino able to find like basically pinpoint precision strikes, able to break through the defenses of Last Call, and that means they're going to be 1 point away from actually taking the upset first set here. But if Borg has anything to say about it, he'll say it now. Unfortunately, though, and he will be not able to make a statement. Bertram with a good evade, able to keep the core in play, and that last goalie barrier alive. Tofu Fortress comes out, blocking Borg for a little bit, allowing Zonseki to be really patient with his strikes. Now, flip comes out from Pogorino, able to get it past Frightfully Fresh. Hook resets, though, able to get that barrage off and allow Borg to get that final goalie barrier. Now, we are open nets for both teams, which with two melee goalies means it could be so volatile, and there it is. A pass goes through from hook resets. Borg has the 50-50 Bertram and not able to react in time, and that's the first point curtain call in the game.
Yeah, that pass between was really nice, finding the uncovered space between the two forwards there by hook resets to put his team on the map. Borg with a nice hit, of course, to the bottom corner. The scores of this game have been very pinpoint strikes. I also just realized Asher had projectile strike. How broken is that right now? I mean, 8 seconds might be too much.
And definitely we have been seeing it a lot, and obviously Frightfully Fish already putting it, but he's gonna actually he's gonna die from not having any sort of defenses because of it, though. Now Pogorino to Zonseki, able to pocket it into the top side, and hook resets not able to react, and yeah, that's a set going over to the side of Chikar Ra with a clean kill coming from Zonseki.
By the way, just kind of hype up Zonseki.
Oh, it's Chronobeast cast.
It's over. Never mind.
Oh, no.
I'm not even hype up Zonseki. GG's. We can just call this one a wrap. Oh, wow. Pogorino is going to pog off right now, and I'm going to be honest. Get your Resident Sleeper caps on because, woo.
Yeah, like I said, Last Call, a team that so many people have said would have a really easy path towards qualifying for liftoff, but now that situation's got so much more complicated. The Octavia with Chrono Boost is the character you want to have if you want to pull an upset against this team. The character has so much ability to influence the map, be everywhere at once, always make sure that every inch that you go upfield, it's going to be contested, that if you just can't play around it, and sometimes, not even the best players are able to play around it. Of course, Vaughn using Octavia to full effect in literally the grand finals of Season 2 of the North American Striker League. If you're not able to deal with that situation, which basically no one is, this can happen. An Octavia could take over the game, and a little bit of a saving grace. The Castellas and Chrono Boost were in the same set, so we will not see the double whammy come out from the Octavia. But that being said, it only takes one of these trainings for an Octavia to take over the game, and good play from Frightfully Fresh, good patience, clearing it into his barrier, and not even going to lose his barrier for it, but probably something he was definitely willing to do just to remove that flow state. Now Borg has the opportunity to score, which he is not able to do, but a good summer assault from Bertram last second means that goalie barrier will stay going. Good passing between Frightfully Fresh and hook resets, making sure Pogorino cannot touch the core. Borg with a good patience, able to get the elusive from Bertram, which means he's able to secure it with the pendulum swing. Now Zonseki looking to answer. It does have one. Can he get two? No. The flip from Borg is there, but it's actually blocked away by Pogorino and Bertram, and unfortunately whiffed core flip means that Zonseki will have to use his to cover. Now, open goal barrier or open net for both teams. Pagarino is scaling, and he's able to get that speed. Borg has to make the shot here, and he does! Able to basically grab the goal away from what seemed like almost inevitable defeat as Octavia had scaled, and now we're 1-1 on the set.
I'll be honest, I was completely distracted watching the actual main stream. Because since I'm on my jank setup, the Discord restream is not the highest quality thing in the world because broadcaster size computer probably can't handle streaming it in the best quality. So I was just looking over and admiring how much prettier that screen is, and I was like, "Wait, Borg scored? How did you know? Because Borg hasn't scored yet." And then I look, and I'm like, "Oh right, I'm supposed to be on this one." Something I wanted to mention though is the really unfortunate thing about Octavia is you have like 6 awakenings you have to deny, especially since they introduced Flight or Flight. So it doesn't really matter that both Cast to Last and Chrono Boost showed up because you still got Quick Strikes, Flight or Flight, you still have Twin Drive. All of those are still out there. On top of the fact that she can just become the Spark Warrior and take over the game that way, it's crazy.
Yeah, and when you have a Chrono Boost or Castellas as well, Frightfully Fresh with a really aggressive play. I like the idea, but unfortunately, it's going to cost him his own goalie barrier. But yeah, going back to that Octavia, once you have that Chrono Boost or Castellas, things like Aerials and Super Surge also become really, really good on her as well. So it's going to be so hard to deny this Octavia into the coming drafts. And Pagarino, with a good strike war against Borg, is able to pocket into the top side of the nest past Fresh. Fresh, no cooldowns or dash to save that. Glass Cannon, unfortunately, not going to provide enough movement speed as well. So Zanseki preserves his core flip for what potentially could be the last point on the set.
Yeah, and Pagarino has been really a strike warrior this game. I mean, I guess that's how you play Octavia. You win strike wars or you lose. Because they have just been scoring, I think every goal Pagarino has scored has been a pinpoint accurate top or bottom corner shot off of a 1 strike.
Oh no. Yeah, we are going to see an unfortunately missed strike shot. Gonna mean that second goalie barrier goes down. Borg here trying to help out his goalie for a little bit. Has a flip, elects to use it. Can he make the shot? Pass goes to hook resets, but unfortunately no barrage is there to follow it up. Now Pagarino and Zanseki trying to get the cleared, but good passing plays between Borg and hook reset means that this offensive play will keep going for a little bit longer. Now Zanseki getting ping-ponged around, almost hooked off the net, and he actually is going to get hooked off the net. Unfortunately, walking into it, probably not paying attention with the core going as fast as it is. A good somersault from Bertram will block the scoring attempt from Borg. Pagarino's going to lose his flow state, which means things are looking really, really good for the side of Last Call. And now hook resets, pass from Borg, not going to find anything. Fortunately, now Borg though with another scoring opportunity, but it's going to be blocked away again by Bertram. Bertram being a complete iron wall here on this last goalie barrier, and again, when you have 2 melee goalies, it's only a matter of time before the open net gets scored on. But a unfortunate accidental bell ringer, I think, it means that second goalie barrier is going to be taken. Borg with a self dribble, actually going to cost him his life. Now hook resets, needs to make a hero play here to keep the core in play, but the core's going to unfortunately go away from him, and now he has to rotate back, flip from Frightfully Flesh is going to keep the core in play for a little bit while longer, but Bertram has a flip to work with on an open net on Oni Village. That could mean a goal from anywhere. Now the flip comes out from hook resets. Borg trying to get the core over with the curtain call, not able to find it just yet. Zanseki though trying to find it. Good defense from Frightfully Fresh, winning that 1v1 flip from Bertram. Now comes out. Borg again has another scoring opportunity, loses to strike where to Pagarino, and Zanseki able to pocket in the bottom side of the net yet again, and that's 2 sets over to the side of Chikara.
What I was going to say when I was trying to hype up Zanseki is that Zanseki is the chillest player. Oh, there's Quick Strikes. Oh my god, guys. Ooh. Octavia Gaming. Woo. And Zanseki is the chillest player to play with. I love playing with Zanseki and talking with him because stuff will go wrong and he'll just be like, yeah, that's right. All right. We got this. And he's just like, I don't know if Zanseki can ever get excited, but they are just like baseline super chill. Taking the aerials, by the way, and becoming Superman on X is great.
Yeah, and I actually want to talk about this draft. I think this draft, actually, even though the quick strikes went over to Octavia, and of course that's going to be a really huge problem. Big Fish on Borg, tempo swing on Frightfully Fresh. There's a world here where that tempo swing damage matters on a Pagarino, who, by the way, is a full glass cannon at this point. Literally has the glass cannon awakening and no defensive trainings to work with, which means that there's a KO opportunity. Frightfully Fresh, again, playing that Asher has the brawler genes on the goalie, which means that we might be able to see a little bit of damage. So Maybe that means Pagarino won't be able to take over the game as much as we expect, but for now, things are looking in favor for Chikara. 2 sets up on the last call, and now Frightfully Fresh with possession of the core, but it's going to be intercepted away from Pagarino. The base drop is there, making this save claustrophobic, but Frightfully Fresh gets it out. Now Borg with a scoring opportunity, but it's saved away by Bertram with a good preemptive evasive. So used to playing against it. Barrage from hook resets, not going to find the goalie barrier either. Pagarino with the flow state now. Zanseki very patient with his strikes, and wow, Pagarino actually got a refresh there, but it's not going to mean anything. He does eventually lose his chrono boost. Now Borg able to get that second goalie barrier, but Frightfully Fresh has to defend his for a little while longer as Zanseki is going to get his flip very soon. Now pull from Borg is going to prevent Zanseki from entering the play, and that means hook resets can get a good pass to Borg and pocket it in.
You know, I was going to say, you're a little chatting if you think last call's draft matters at all. Because when I see an Octavia in the game, if they get first pick, my entire team could draft nothing else, and just that Octavia gets first pick. And that's, honestly, that's usually enough to just, like, ruin the game for everyone else. Nobody gets to have fun at that point. All 5 of the other players don't get to play the game. On the Octavia's team, you just give her the core, or don't. It doesn't matter. She'll come get it. And that's what the game becomes at that point. But I'll tell you what, last call was able to take a barrier there and score. They're up right now in this. They have finally KO'd Zanseki, so maybe you're right. Maybe you weren't just brick chatting.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, we're talking about getting that tempo swing on the Asher, getting, you know, a lot of size on the Rasmus, which is obviously so good on the character. So even if you got that, you know, even if the Octavia does have a lot, I mean, look at this. Pagarino, no dodge, low stagger, has to go pick up an orb, which means that Bertram is in a 1v2 situation. Though that being said, able to stall out a little bit. Flip comes out from Borg, not able to find anything, unfortunately. So Bertram able to actually save that 1v2 situation. Tofu Fortress, though, is burned in the process. Zanseki and Pagarino, though, trying to desperately find some possession of the core. The flow state, unfortunately, is going to wear out before it could happen. Like you mentioned, though, the Octavia is so reliant on winning the Strike Wars that against a double-sized Rasmus, you're going to have a little bit of trouble. And if you want to Oki, if you want to play forward, you're only going to be met by the tempo swing Asher of Frightfully Fresh. So there's a lot of situations here where the Octavia win condition actually just can get straight up denied. So fortunately there, as I say it, Caster's Curse, the Monkey's Paw rings a little bit as Zanseki now with a stuffing attempt, not able to find anything now. Now, Pagarino with the flow state, able to run faster than the core, and with a quick strikes, able to actually keep his flow state despite a few whiff strikes. No, Zanseki has to play around the stagger. It does have dodge to work with, but is going to be sent off the map, not able to react to the Rasmus secondary. Bertram has a defensive flip to work with, needs to defend 5 more seconds for Bertram to come up. Past the Pagarino is there. Pagarino has flip, almost scores it right there off of the speed lanes of the Oni Village, but Bertram now able to blow that defensive flip to save it. Pass goes to Pagarino, able to intercept it with a flip, but Frightfully Fresh reads the shot. Now Pagarino losing the flow state. Borg and hook resets, has another opportunity, but Pagarino just needs to get it to Zanseki. He can't, which means that Borg has a scoring opportunity and a good pendulum swing sends the core and Bertram into that.
Yeah, that was really good. When I first saw Bertram on the ladder, Bertram, still by the way, is rocking the absolute default loadout, right? They have the basic thumbs up, and they have the, I don't even know what it's called, but just the default backplate, nameplate. And so when I saw them, I instantly, because they played really well in the game, went and, you know, was like, ah, Smurf detected, whoop, 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 who's Smurfing in my game? And then you find out that it's just a real player who's been grinding the game and plays pretty solidly most of the time. And they've shown it thus far, being able to hold on. It is Oni Village, but they've been able to hold on for quite a while. Zanseki finds a great score there off the goal gate pass from Pagarino. And yeah, no, I've actually been really impressed by Bertram this game, and every time I've seen them in ladder, by the way.
Yeah, and, well, we were going into this, you know, Borg, hook resets, NASL, you know, veterans at this point, and so, you know, if, like really honestly impressive performance from Pagarino and Zanseki, able to match that sort of duo, and we're going to see 1-1 goalie barriers go down for both teams. Borg, with the opportunity to get the second one, is going to do that, actually. Going to mix up Bertram, now used to Bertram preemptively evading, and he's going to use that animation time to just kind of strike it forward. Zanseki, though, does have the flip. Can he defend? Frightfully Fresh cannot defend. Now Pagarino just needs to touch the core a few times, but Airtrum is going to be sent to the net, and that's the passing play from Hook Resets, and Borg able to clean up the set.
Yeah, there is Pagarino. You just have to make a hard read. You either hard read the bottom corner or you hard read the pass, and you just hope you got it right. Because there is no winning that. Good news. It doesn't look like they're gonna let Twin Drive fall to Octavia, and Rasmus doesn't have to take. Did they fix the Twin Drive Rasmus bug?
I'm not too sure, but I think that was because they wanted to make Bertram deny that prime time.
I guess. I mean, you can just leave both up, right? It's not. That's fine. I was gonna say most people. I was just gonna comment on how people don't actually like Twin Drive on Rasmus because of the bug, but I guess I'm wrong. Hey, can we talk about the fact that Zanseki just got perfect form as last place on X?
Yeah, and obviously that's going to be really, really good. Of course, it looks like Frightfully Fresh did have to deny the specialized training, which I think is a bigger deny than the perfect form on the X, which is unfortunate news for the side of Last Call. But that being said, I mean, look at the trainings that X has. He doesn't have any damage trainings, so maybe the perfect form isn't as impactful. He's not going to be able to get as many cooldowns out. Of course, it's still going to be really, really good, but that being said, the pressure from Borg and Hook Resets is absolutely tearing apart the side of Chikara Ra right now.
Yeah, the Size Awakenings have really helped Borg find the ability to break this barrier and open up the gold gates, because that's what was happening in the first 2 sets of the game. Bertram was locking it down and making sure they didn't take the barriers, and now with the size, Borg is able to more easily perforate the barrier with the pendulum swing. There we go. I remember my names. Which has been helping their offense for Last Call really click here.
Yeah, and actually, I would like to mention that save from Bertram is really, really good. He walked a little bit lower than Borg expected him to be, which allowed him to actually dodge the pendulum swing without burning any of his meter, which I think was a really clever thing. I don't know if it was intended, but I think it was. It was really, really clever, but Borg is going to answer, getting one goalie barrier, tying it up for his team. Now Hook Resets, trying to get it clear, but Zanseki is going to find that goalie barrier with the help of a flip. Now, Pagarino has a flip himself. No float state to work with, but it might not matter as a good flip past to Zanseki allows him to stuff it with a strike redirect, the strike reset from the X Maximus, and now we are 1-1 on the set.
We are 1-1 on the set. That was a really good play by Pagarino and Zanseki to, keep themselves in this game and give Bertram the confidence in his forwards to see that, okay, we can still score, because after last set, I don't think they scored a single point in the last set. Maybe they scored 1. Maybe I'm just a little chatty. But good dribbles here, setting up a play, trying to get it to Zanseki there, and Pagarino is pogging off on the Octavia right now.
Yeah, and right now, I'm sweating a little bit right now. Pagarino with a base drop, able to make make that goal a little bit claustrophobic, and still keeps his flow state if the core could get to him, and it does! Even though the indicator is gone, he's still able to get it, and that means that Borg has to contest it, has to use that double size to contest Pagarino here, and he's not able to do it right now, which means this Octavia scales even more. Able to win that strike war against Borg. That's one strike war when Borg finally able to answer Pagarino with a flip just to keep the flow state going. Borg, though, is dribbling around him perfectly and making it so tense. Now Pagarino, no dodge to work with, which means he's going to be sent off the map with a flip from Borg. Now, pass up to Hook Resets, is able to get that second goalie barrier. Borg, now with a scoring attempt, has the cooldowns to work with potentially. Strike shot from Frightfully Fresh, dribbles it to himself, which allows him to get a really tight pass, but it's blocked away by the defensive flip of Bertram. Now Zanseki has the flip if it could just get to him. Fortunately, the core is sailing by so fast, and Pagarino is again losing his flow state, which means Hook Resets and Borg have one more opportunity. It's blocked away from the entire kit of Bertram, but it's going to be sent right back to his face. But this time, Zanseki is there to intercept, but Borg, with almost a self-pass from the pendulum swing, able to keep the core in play. No! Zanseki is able to get it with a flip right in front of Fresh, and the X Maximus gives him the size he needs to win the strike war against Frightfully Fresh, and now we are 1 point away from Chikara securing their spot in liftoff.
That was a really good play by Zanseki there. Just reading the pass off Bertram, getting the dash, and then punching Frightfully Fresh to make sure that nothing could stop that there. And a really good redirect, too. That's a hard angle to make sure that you're hitting like this Perfect redirect where you keep the core speed. Good pass there from Pogorino, just kind of missed by Zonseki. And the Octavia is finally doing what we expect Octavia to do. Applying a lot of pressure. Good passing around the Octavia there by last call. But keeping that flow state up, applying pressure, making the enemy team use abilities on you to get that damage and eventually get you off the map, because sometimes that's the only way to stop that flow state.
Oh!
Speaking
And
of which,
Borg snipes out Pogorino actually without even using a full cooldown, which means Hook resets, has his kit to work with, but it's going to be blocked away from Bertram now. Does have a defensive flip to work with. Zonseki is actually stalling, but it's going to take a lot of damage for it, and it might not even matter. But Bertram does hold with the assistance of his Summer Assault. Pogorino actually blocking the hook that was sent from Borg to send Hook reset, or sorry, to send Zonseki off the map, and now we have an X Maximus X swinging away at Frightfully Fresh. But Frightfully Fresh has a lot of stagger to work with, has that bulk up tempo swing, has all the stagger in the world to work with, which means it's going to be so hard to KO him, and now Zonseki has to play for his life. Borg, though, pass forward, not going to find anything, which means that Goalie Berry will go down for Frightfully Fresh. Flip is there for Bertram. He's going to elect to use the Tofu Fortress. That was almost a goal, actually, unless Frightfully Fresh hit that strike shot. 1 point away, ladies and gentlemen. Pogorino now with possession of the court. It's going to get passed forward. Going to be struck away, though, by Frightfully Fresh. Zonseki in front of the net has the X Maximus to work with, and it's barely saved, but no, it's not saved by Frightfully Fresh. Zonseki covers every angle of the core flip with a bell ringer, and Chikar Ra beat last call. Just punch their ticket to liftoff. They are going to try to qualify for the North American Strikers League, ladies and gentlemen, in a fantastic upset against what a lot of people were saying was the scariest team.
This is a good time to ask. That is the best one, right?
This is a best of one, I believe.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Yeah. No, now I should have probably asked that at the start of the game to understand what the stakes were, but it's okay because I wanted to know now rather than never. So congratulations to Chikara qualifying for Launchpad. Last call can still qualify today, right? As they are now going to go to the losers end of this, and I believe there will be 2 losers that make it through, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah. But before we talk about that format really quick, I mean, look at these stats, and honestly, I appreciate the kind of confidence, the bravery from Chikara picking up the Octavia in what could potentially be, you know, what was something that, like, a lot of people were saying, you know, you're not the favored team in this matchup. You have to pull out something creative, or, you know, I say creative for Octavia. You have to pull out something brave in order to pull out the upset, and they did. They pulled, you know, they tried to pull the trigger on the gamble that was Octavia, and Octavia paid off. They got the chrono boost off of that first set win victory, you know, getting a critical win. And from there, Pogorino able to create so much pressure, able to create so much space and so much kind of pressure that Zonseki was able to play his game, even though, you know, like 8 goal participation, 46k damage in that, you know, second set or first set, I believe, getting, you know, outright KOs onto Frightfully Fresh, and not to mention Bertram with 111 saves, 209 redirects, able to actually keep the core in play every time Pogorino lost his flow state, even though they, you know, like Borg, Hook resets, and Fresh played so well around the flow state, it didn't matter because they weren't able to convert as many goals as they needed onto Bertram. So honestly, props to Bertram there, kind of the dark horse MVP. Of course, everyone's looking at that Octavia pick, but he absolutely held it down on that debut.
This might be a bit of chatting. I'm gonna chat for a second. Zonseki was on X. Pogorino is on Octavia. 2 scaling characters, right?
Yeah.
2 scaling. They won set 1.
Right.
Did they really take a gamble? If you're guaranteed to win set 1 with Octavia X, you play it every game, right?
Yeah.
You just play it every single game, and you say it's fine. Like, we're gonna win, and then we're gonna get to draft, and then we're gonna win in draft. Because you can't lose in draft with Octavia. Like, you can't. There is no losing in draft. You can be last pick, and I guarantee you stuff that shouldn't fall to you is relevant. You pick up Spark of Resilience in 6th pick, and it's like, oh no, Spark of Resilience. All the other sparks just magically fall to you too. I'm Octavia, haha.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw there, I mean, obviously, Chrono Boost Castelas wasn't set 1, so even if they lost that set, Pogorino would have gotten something. That's just so unlucky.
Last tournament I played in was against Logan, who picked Octavia, and we didn't ban it because it had a brain dead moment.
Yeah.
But they lost first set. They lost first. He was fourth pick. Castellas and Chrono show up. We had to deny both, and then we still lose the game because we took bad awakenings for our own team. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I
I'm done
know.
chatting. I hate Octavia.
No, yeah, and that's the situation we live in. That's the competitive landscape that we live in. If you have a pocket Octavia, it's such an advantage. It's such a big advantage to be able to play out and pull off like tremendous upsets like this, right? But yeah, we hopefully will be seeing a little bit more of these teams going forward. Yes, I see all the pings. I am transitioning. All right, and if you want to keep watching competitive North American Omega Strikers, stay tuned as me and Love and Drunk are going to be switching out for the next casting duo, Saya and Lyrica. They will be commentating the next few qualification games. So if you want to see more high-level Omega Strikers, all you have to do is keep that tab open and stay tuned. All right, 07, I see the producer chat.
07.
Goodbye. I'm looking at the camera. Oh, I'm so good.
You're so good.
And welcome back to Launchpad. I'm Lyrica, here with Saya, and we're about to get into another winner's qualification match here between Destroyer Mega Noob and Core Requiem. Now, Saya, you mentioned that you have some lore on these teams. Care to elaborate?
Yeah, Core Requiem is a team of players, longtime players. Xeno Gemini, you might remember them from the early days of the North American Strikers League in the East Division. They were on Prodigies, who almost made the playoffs, but not quite. That fifth place spot were in a final game and could not make it. But also Xeno Gemini and Striker Kai, both on the same team, both also have 10 million different accounts with related names. Xeno has the Xeno and then Star Sign series. Striker Kai has the Striker and then Striker name series. So there's like Xeno Leo, Xeno Gemini, etc. And then there's like Striker Kai, Striker Aimi, Striker Raz. I don't know. There's a ton. But on the other side, we have the NASA qualifiers from last season in Destroyer Mega Noob. They were in NASA. They didn't do too well, but they were there. They were in that Tier 2 league, which means they're better than most of the people chatting right now. And a real bright spot for them was the forward duo of Comet 4K and Zale. They figured out a lot of the scoring. We'll see if they could do it against some of the more past legends here in Core Requiem.
Yeah, and I personally have played against Javaro a number of times. Pretty well known as the Atlas that can hold it down decently in the solo queue era. But they have to go up against Core Requiem, not a pushover team by any means, with Striker Kai getting his Kai in this game.
And Destroyer Mega Noob piloting an unconventional comp, the Drakkar Estelle, what they made their name on. Comet 4K on this Drakkar has actually been the difference maker last season, but Drakkar is not the strongest character at the moment, especially on a wide open map like Oni Village. If Comet 4K wins these interactions, there's still a long way to run, and right now it is all Loki and Striker Kai. They are taking over this midfield.
Yeah, I think the Drakkar might actually come to bite them, specifically just because it's, like you said, it's Oni, and with the control that Kai can bring, and the scoring potential of Zentaro, but Comet 4K gets a great strike primary. Yeah, and wow, I just tripped over my words there and then made you mess up. My apologies.
It's still early in the game, and there was a great offensive push by Destroyer Mega Noob, but Core Requiem just held on, stayed calm and composed, and converted on the other side of the map. That's really what we need to see from this squad of veterans. Loki has been coming up here off the Juliet, but on the Centauro still managing to put up a performance.
Yeah, Loki, very well known as like the solo queue demon tournament goer. He basically in every single tournament I've ever been in, every single tournament I've ever watched, Loki's participated in some regard. And to see Loki and the team here trying once again to get into the NASL section with a core flip in front of the net, almost gets it in. It's going to be interesting to see how this team can adapt against Destroyer Mega Noob and potentially even take them away from this qualifying.
Yeah, Xeno Gemini now not losing against the shotgun as much, but a great play by Comet 4K to follow up Molten Bolt, and now in a 1v1 against the goalie to the top side off of the Expanse. This is why Destroyer Mega Noob qualified last season. Plays like those, but they'll need to find a lot more of those because Core Requiem has been looking much more consistent.
The good old strike shotgun, Saya, and always a nice little 1-2 to have, and even with 1-2 punch can even be a better scoring tool than it already is. But it's a little difficult when all your ability to score. Oh, wow, for some reason I thought that was Loki and Bee's flip, and they were back passing to Xeno Gemini, but it was not. But Xeno Gemini accidentally double burying, and now they have an opportunity.
Huge opportunity, and Destroyer Mega Noob absolutely will not miss those opportunities. Just an uncharacteristic error from Xeno Gemini. Hopefully this is just like a warm-up set after their long break between matches, and they'll adjust.
You know, sometimes 2:45 p.m. is good morning, Saya, and maybe Xeno Gemini is feeling like me and feeling barely getting out of bed and barely getting things ready and going, but losing both barriers here, and now they have a chance. Destroyer Mega Noob has a chance to take the first set, and over this team, that has the range, that has the ability to multiple primary the goalie, keep a ton of core control around the Zentaro, this first draft could mean everything.
Great play by Javaro, but it is just Loki NB continuing to keep up the pressure, even when the saves aren't made. The core flip KO as well. The Expanse comes out, barely saved in the corner, but no resource left. It's just Comet 4K with a dream in the midfield. Shotgun will go wide, and in a 1v3, Core Requiem will convert as we head to the final point of this first set. Lyrica, this is getting pretty intense.
Intense indeed, Saya. Unfortunately, Zale just slightly mispositioning and getting KO'd by the core flip, and then Javaro just being a little too far back in the net means that Comet 4K has to just take the 1v3, and unfortunately just kind of panics a little bit and misses the shotgun wide. But now Core Overflow have the have both barriers, and they get it in with Striker Kai's primary. Javaro just not quite in the right position, and now Core Overflow have the advantage in the draft.
Not quite an Overflow Requiem. They want to end Core Overflow, which I believe has already split apart. So they can't actually be the Requiem for Core Overflow. That is long past. But this draft is a bit interesting. Prime time available, Chrono Boost available. I think Chrono Boost will be taken by Striker Kai. No, okay, goes for the more controlled prime time here. And I think the most important thing is what this Estelle gets. This Estelle needs to be the control in the middle of the map for the side of Destroyer Mega Noob. We'll just wait it out, take the Chrono Boost for blink range. Not the greatest pickings, but that could definitely be the playmaking tool that they need.
I think the one thing that Destroyer Mega Noob are really glad about here is Zentaro has so many good things there that now he doesn't get them later, right? No tempo swing, taking the perfect form, which is honestly almost an Octavia level awakening on Zentaro. But no tempo swing, no super surge. They don't have to deal with Zentaro scaling even harder than normal. Being able to not only deny those, but not see them later in draft.
Oh, and Destroyer Mega Noob has a dream on that bottom side, but overcommits, burns all their resources. Loki follows up, and Xeno Gemini holding on that bottom right barrier absolutely ruined their offense for now. Another Expanse comes up, and right now it's all Core Requiem. They're continuing to put on the offense. All Comet 4K can do is send the core away, and while that happens, Zale is dying, but just elusives the core flip. Loki a little too predictable in the moment. The barrage comes through, the fence comes through. Still holding is Destroyer Mega Noob, but for how much longer? Striker disadvantage, the midfielder gone. Loki in position, still saved away. Comet 4K to the bottom side, flip burn by Xeno Gemini, and honestly, that is the best case scenario for Destroyer Mega Noob. The flips are burned, so, you know, we'll take what you can get.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of Core Requiem that entire point. It almost never went to the Core Requiem side. Loki and B, Striker Kai just kind of outplaying Zale overall in the midfield and core control. And Zale just unable to find things to make it work in that whole point leads to that point. Unfortunately for Requiem, they do lose all their flips for it. But if they can keep outplaying Zale like that, I think they can make this a pretty easy set.
Yeah, Zale, such an integral part of the team for Destroyer Mega Noob, but right now Loki NB going in, Expanse will block it for now, and it just slips past Javaro's outstretched arms. Core Requiem turning it up, looking to not be a team that has to qualify through losers, looking to just take it here past this NASA team.
It's just really, really good play between Loki NB and Striker Kai right now. I mean, I know Striker Kai is kind of, you know, the Kai demon in general, but watching the synergy here between Striker Kai and Loki B, covering the angles, covering the field, Xeno Gemini covering where Striker Kai is not, the team is just the team of Core Requiem is just looking very strong, Saya.
Yeah, Striker Kai. The issue with Striker Kai, playing as Striker Kai, right, is that banning the Kai isn't even really the answer. If you ban it, he'll just go on Era and do basically the same thing. His playstyle is just play strikes with speed boost.
Right, and then I'm surprised Striker Kai hasn't even picked up Octavia because that's effectively the same character. But
Wait.
Comet 4K gets a great KO off the top, finally capitalizing on Striker Kai being staggered, and now it's Destroyer Mega Noob's chance, getting the barrier. Zale's flip coming up to Comet 4K, almost able to get it with the Crystal Thorns. Zale blinking in, has the flip, no cooldowns for the team, and that'll do it for Destroyer Mega Noob. They take a point in the set, and a necessary point at that, Saya.
Very, very necessary point. Javaro still has core flip, and the meter on Loki is low. The most threatening member, Striker Kai, as well. not close to one at the moment. If they can conserve one barrier here, Destroyer Mega Noob have a great shot, but it's so difficult. Comet 4K is lurking, looking for an open opportunity. Does get it past Striker Kai, the strike shotgun, something that we have not seen nearly as much, especially on a map like Oni Village, of course. Drakkar, not the greatest pick on this map. Jivaro maintains the barrier still, but was it worth it is the question. That flip now burned. A potential open goal situation is incredibly scary for Destroyer Mega Noob now.
Yeah, I'd like to see Zale actually be a tiny bit more patient on these strike wars. I think they're just striking a little too early, and that's what's costing them these midfield exchanges. As Zale not also looking to exchange his life here, but doing very well in staying alive. But that goal was certainly not very savable, Saya, and Loki and B and Striker Kai just able to put in all the pressure onto why did I forget their name already? Jivaro.
Yeah, so there are a few people chatting, saying Brawler Drakkar question mark. That is not the game plan. The game plan is double midfield here for Destroyer Mega Noob and strike shotgunning or shotgun striking. But the issue right now, wait, missile propulsion does fall. Wait a second, this is a massive tool, and of course, Zentaro not going to go a very strong awakening and heavy impact. Absolutely did not need the buff, by the way. But this could be the difference maker draft. Manu falls. Missile Prop falls, Big Fish falls. Despite the power picked up by Core Requiem, Destroyer Mega Noob also picks up some awakenings of their own. Maybe they can turn it around here, especially with that missile propulsion.
Wait, but Xeno Gemini gets 2 sparks, and now threatens to get a third one later on. And double spark Mon Boots, twin drive Atlas is nothing to scoff at. Or actually, Xeno Gemini's using Strike Shot, but still, nothing to scoff at, Saya. The 2 spark agility now making up for the loss of speed from not using.
The caster curse is real. The moment you start talking about the power of the Atlas, one slip up, one opportunity, the missile propulsion onto Drakkar. It's like there's 2 Estelles, except one is 2 charges of that Crystal Thorns.
And it turns out the Twin Drive Atlas does eventually have a weakness with the double secondary not quite coming in there for Xeno Gemini. Just an unfortunate misplay leads to just a disaster scenario.
And the barrier is not taken by Core Requiem. That was a huge opportunity for them. Comet 4K with the KO. I did not expect that. Brawler Drakkar was a joke. It was not real until it was. The Molten Bolt into the lock and load is a combo that was feared. But the real brawler is here. Zentaro gets the KO, and with the striker advantage, Core Requiem. Wait a second, Jivaro with all of the cooldowns still pushes it out from Striker Kai, but will have to defend even more. Has the expanse, and the respawn comes in. What is this game?
Yeah, Striker Kai and Loki and B putting on great pressure there, but Jivaro just kind of being the iron wall, and then a Comet 4K with another Molten Bolt lock and load KO. The missile pop paying dividends here. And unfortunately, Zentaro not the greatest character to deny such a strong awakening on this Brawler Drakkar, and Comet 4K taking extreme advantage of this right now.
Oh, but the barrier's taken Striker Kai as an opportunity. Strike War wins have been huge for Striker Kai. Has the flip available. Comet 4K is going to need to make a play here. Flip from midfield, 50-50 top or bottom, and Jivaro hesitates for a moment. Core Requiem turn it around. That long point was very, very awkward, but they still make it happen.
Striker Kai from downtown just forcing that even though Atlas has the momentum boots, it's not quite fast enough to deal with a midfield core flip, and just unable to find the 50-50, unable to have the cooldowns necessary to cover other angles. And just a nice point there from Striker Kai and Loki and B, trying to take advantage of the positions they've put themselves in.
Comet 4K to Zale, passing down, trying to get it, but a flip will deflect it. No hesitation from Xeno Gemini, knows the issue there as Comet 4K tries to make a play. The barrage down, but Jivaro has the primary in time. The projection in time. Zale almost sent off, barely not staying alive. Almost, no, it takes a lot of damage, but still. It's preventing from regenerating, but Loki and B should run on cooldowns, but it is heavy impact after all. Xeno Gemini with another missed expanse. It's all turning downhill for Core Requiem.
Yeah, Xeno Gemini just making some very uncharacteristic mistakes. I don't know if it's the nerves, but Loki and B just getting a primary KO off Zale. And now it's Core Requiem's ability to go forward, but Striker Kai also on the verge of death, also falls there now to the core flip from Comet 4K. And this flip from Loki and B is just not going to get it done. So now it's Destroyer Mega Noob's turn to just take it upfield against an Atlas who's got not too many cooldowns left, but Demon Angle almost gets it, and Javaro with the core flip forces the core flip to just make that play not be an immediate goal. And Xeno Gemini at the strike shot kind of resets the position now.
Yeah, the strike shot has been so good for Xeno Gemini, but another shotgun in for Comet 4K. So much coverage with that missile propulsion. And again, Xeno Gemini, those slight missteps give Destroyer Mega Noob an in back into the game. This should not be happening. This should already be over. But Core Requiem still must win more sets.
Yeah, just it's funny. I talked with Zioshi about how this game kind of has a neutral point where there's no realistic control for either team, and they kind of have to use their advantages to gain, or use their abilities to gain some sort of advantage. But this game is so fast that those neutral states don't last very long. Loki and B's flip actually gets stuffed out by Comet 4K here.
Oh, great coverage by Core Requiem, but the patience by Javaro will still send the core forward. Comet 4K with the Molten Bolt. So much damage onto Loki, but Loki will stay alive. Once again, the KO looked for, finally found with the missile propulsion extra knockback. Zale, the Comet 4K, Xeno Gemini has flip available, will not choose to use it so far. Striker Kai to the top side, but Javaro with the patient strike war, amazing strike shot by Xeno Gemini yet again. Loki respawns and Comet 4K is stuffed away.
Yeah, Xeno Gemini with just some very good usage of the strike shot here, but gets sniped by the missile prop Drakkar primary. And now with an open net, Zale and Comet 4K basically on the verge of flip. This is going to be tough for Xeno Gemini to deal with, despite having flipped himself. Zale opting to use the flip to get it downfield to Comet 4K, and Comet 4K just a little too quick on the trigger there. And now they don't have the pressure they're going to need against an Atlas with Twin Drive and the core flip.
Oh, but Javaro still locking it down, still holding it. Comet 4K looking, but not quite. And the barrier's taken on the other side. They have so much pressure. Loki to the bottom side with the dribbles, but Zale wins the strike war, keeps the team afloat. Destroyer Mega Noob have one more shot at it, but Loki interrupts yet again. Loki's almost at flip. You gotta watch out if you're Destroyer Mega Noob. Zale in there, looking for the Crystal Thorns. Comet 4K to the top side, but the mix-up is not quite enough. Flip to the middle. Zale in position. Comet 4K, one last chance, but Striker Kai has it, and there have been so many last chances so far. Flip still defended by the Expanse, and Destroyer Mega Noob still hold, but so do Core Requiem. It's getting so scary. Tossing back to the other side. Loki knocked back just enough to prevent the goal, but Zale cannot get a lineup, cannot get in position, but Comet 4K finally clutches it out. Destroyer Mega Noob stay alive despite a win almost being guaranteed here for Core Requiem, and they have another draft to look forward to.
Man, just a ton of nerves, I think, coming out on that set from both sides. Just very, very quick on the core flip triggers, just getting completely stuffed out by Twin Drive Atlas, throwing every single space entity in your face as you try to use your core flip. And the eventual goal is just Xeno Gemini getting caught off by a primary from Drakkar. And now with Fight or Flight and Quick Strike and Stagger Swagger on the side of Destroyer Mega Noob, it is looking quite grim draft-wise for the side of Core Requiem, despite them being up 2 sets.
Stacks Fight or Flight for Comet 4K is incredibly good for the playstyle they want to do, but the specialized training newly picked up for Striker Kai takes Zale off the map. Not good for Destroyer Mega Noob at all. The crucial midfielder is the key to their entire game plan. But Xeno Gemini lets one through. Javaro stepping up. The rotations are coming in for Destroyer Mega Noob, and they work. They get one barrier, one goes down, but in the disadvantage, you'll always take that 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Comet 4K with a very interesting shot into the Zentaro ultimate there to kind of stall out the ultimate even longer and keep the play away from the barrier. Very good heads-up play from Comet 4K as Comet 4K is pushing up now, but unfortunately a primary from Xeno Gemini just secures the barrier. Javaro not quite having the cooldowns, and a core flip right in the net not only nets the kill on Javaro, but also the goal.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. They mistimed the lingering primary, and that just takes the entire point away from them. But still, It is still just a 1 point deficit so far. It can snowball so quickly though. A player like Striker Kai, so much speed to work with. But Xeno Gemini, another misstep. Xeno Gemini, what's happening? This is not like your usual gameplay, and that could be, again, that has been the difference maker so far. Destroyer Mega Noob, don't let those chances go. Zale to Comet 4K to the top side. Flip burn from Xeno Gemini, but Zale is looking for a flip as well. Javaro has the quick strikes. Not afraid of any situation right now. Has the cooldowns to Comet 4K. Striker Kai has flip. You got to be so careful. But Zale does as well. Bottom side, Loki NB interrupting the Zatara special stuff. Everything away. Zale is so low. Zale is revived though. Great timing on this intervention by Javaro to the bottom side. Comet 4K is lurking but cannot touch the core. Has not touched the core in so long. No speed to speak of. No stacks stacked up, no pancakes to that 100 cap, and yet again, Comet 4K, wait a second, no, cannot make a play happen.
Loki and B uses the flip there and gets the barrier, and now Javaro's taking off the net, but every single Estelle and Drakkar ability heading in the face of Xeno Gemini, and Xeno Gemini just unable to make the clear happen against all those projectiles coming his way.
An incredibly clutch play by Zale. The goalie was down. It was inevitable. It was Core Requiem's goal, but it is once again Destroyer Mega Noobs. These slight missteps again and again. Core Requiem should be in full control of this game, but they're not. Zale now passing it up to Comet 4K with a dribble. One dribble to two. To the top side. The barrier taken. Destroyer Mega Noob are looking to take a lead here to tie the game up. But will it be possible? Will it happen? Comet 4K again and again to the top corner, but three people are there and it is blocked away. Javaro with the quick strikes has more than enough defense with the help of Zale. Comet 4K does not get a strike, but to the top side, Xeno Gemini has way too much speed for that to work. Comet 4K to Zale, interrupted by Striker Kai. Flip available, but it's too predictable. Striker Kai still holding it down in the midfield.
Yeah, these hair trigger flips are just really costing both teams a ton of opportunities to get barriers, to make plays, and Zale now moving up with the core flip has an opportunity but whiffs it. And Loki and B actually stalling out the Expanse there, but unfortunately Expanse lasts just a little too long and unable to make that play. But Loki and B is now just basically pressuring Javaro, using that Oki strategy and trying to make Javaro's life just a living hell to make this play happen.
Going into this, Javaro was the one member of Destroyer Mega Noob I doubted, but they've been holding for so long. If they can't score here, it is on the forwards. It is not on Javaro at all. As Comet 4K needs to find a chance, goes to the top side, but it is not quite enough, as Loki will find it on the other side. 1 point for Core Requiem to lock their ticket for liftoff. This is where they need to do it.
Yeah, I think one thing Destroyer Mega Noob's been doing pretty well is Zale has actually been changing up their strike timings and making the plays happen, but sometimes it's just not enough. Sometimes Striker Kai just has the abilities, Loki and B has the abilities, Xeno Gemini has the abilities to deal with Zale's strikes, and Zale, when using the abilities to get in on Xeno Gemini, doesn't have the ability to get around the midfield now from Striker Kai. Very low here in the Atlas heal, and just unable to get it out is the team of Destroyer Mega Noob.
But they burned their resources. They used a flip, and it escapes the situation. But Zale is the one who needs to escape now, taking so much damage from Loki, who has so many cooldowns to work with. The barrage as well. Zale needs to get out of there because the KO is imminent, but no, will unstagger, will stay alive, will give Destroyer Mega Noob another chance, but Xeno Gemini has flip. That is their hope denied, and Expanse will block it away for now. Javaro making some miracle saves in the moment, but it is still so difficult. The barrier still not taken. Finally, Xeno Gemini will take it himself. Comet 4K trying, looking, Loki NB with the KO, and Core Requiem, despite a few stumbles, will still close it out.
Yeah, Javaro, just the absolute iron wall that entire game, honestly. Just making some of the craziest saves on Atlas, especially for somebody that wasn't, in NASL last season, NASL last season, and just making arguably NASL level saves against the team of Striker Kai and Loki and B. But unfortunately, you can save all you want, Saya. If you're unable to capitalize on the ability to hold, then you're going to eventually fall. The wall doesn't stay standing forever.
But I hate to harp on it again and again, but this does put a lot of doubts on Core Requiem. They were touted as a team that should take this easily. They should beat Destroyer Mega Noob easily. Xeno Gemini should just be better enough. Striker Kai should just be better. Loki should just be better, and they weren't. They made so many missteps, and Destroyer Mega Noob did not look lost in the slightest. And if you're a team that's looking for the North American Strikers League, this is not even close to enough from Core Requiem.
Yeah, Xeno Gemini just with a number of critical mistakes that I think if without that, this would have been a very clean 3-0, but they ended up actually giving away a set and giving away some very strong awakenings as a result. So I'd like you said, we'd like to see them clean up their play, and as they get into the liftoff, I believe. Yeah, liftoff qualifiers for the relegations. If they can clean up that play, I think they have a very good shot at doing so, but that game did not show us exactly what it might take to qualify for the relegations.
Yeah. I will say though, the next matchup is a team that has even higher expectations. Era's Kitten Club versus Omega Legends. The number one team, basically going into this, that still has to play through Liftoff, that still has to play through Launchpad and Liftoff, versus Omega Legends, the core of Snackin' and Smackin', who got last place in NASA. So this is a matchup where Era's Kitten Club need to dominate, or they have even more question marks here. Because Core Requiem, although we had expectations for them, they're not nearly as high as ones for Era's Kitten Club. They got 4th place in the Africa Invitational. They have constantly performed incredibly well. They have an incredible matchup spread against top teams even. So if they stumble here, I don't think they will. They just cannot stumble here.
I don't expect them to stumble either, Saya, but like you said, a lot of the performance of Launchpad, especially for these returning teams and these very powerful teams that have these high seeds, it's not necessarily about qualifying for liftoff. That's almost a given for a lot of them. It's about what kind of performance can you show here to prove that you're going to make it through relegations. You're going to make it through liftoff, you're going to make it through relegations, you're going to make it into NASL, or maybe unfortunately NASA, but at least get up into that tier, right? And so a lot of the performance actually belies having the ability to close out your games quickly as the stronger team between the two. And so that's one of the interesting things about Launchpad is how did these top teams show that they deserve this top spot?
Yeah. But so far, it's been quite a win for Core Requiem, of course. Chikara taking over last call was, I think, the most unexpected match so far. This will be an interesting one. Omega Legends, Era's Kitten Club. What do you think the teams will go to map-wise? Because we know the... Wait a second! Era's Kitten Club has just banned Onis and Night Market. That's so based.
That is very based. I'm a Night Market hater myself, Saya. But that's mostly because I don't play brawlers, and it's become even more of a brawler meta on that map recently with that change to double brawler era composition that seems to be kind of plaguing the competitive scene right now. But it still leaves open Atlas Lab, and right now Atlas and Night Market, as everyone knows, is kind of the go-to picks with the new map pick system. So I'm curious if the other team is going to either ban it or say, you know what, we're just going to play there anyway. Which team banned Oni and Night Market, by the way? I don't think I have access to the bans.
Yeah, so Era's Kitten Club banned Oni and Night Market, while the first ban was Omega Legends with Clarion. And Atlas is banned, so... Wait.
That's Inky Splash. It surfs up, Saya. You know, hang 10. We're going to the splash zone, folks. You know, summer may be over, but it's not over in our hearts. As Era's Kitten Club and Omega Legends have opted to put on the swim trunks once again in 63-degree weather here in sunny California, and decided, you know what, it's time to go to the beach. You know, maybe they live in the Gulf of around the Gulf of Mexico, and they can actually go to the beach and not freeze to death. But I know if I was to go to the beach here, I would be in a lot of trouble and at risk of hypothermia.
And I will say, 99-1 is probably what the quote-unquote community would put as the odds for this game in the favor of Era's Kitten Club. But it is Inky Splash Zone. Anything can happen. So if you're feeling like an irrational predictor, now is your time.
If there's a map that any team can make a random comeback win, it is 100% Inky Splash Zone. Getting that barrier is basically getting a goal. It's nearly impossible to defend effectively against the water cannon on that map. And if the team of Omega Legends can get that barrier and take advantage of that enormous advantage that the cannon presents, then this could actually swing against Era's Kitten Club quite spectacularly.
Yeah, but Soren has been chatting a lot about them wanting to go to Inkies. They don't want to go to the boring maps like Oni. They don't want to go to the boring maps like Night Market. So this team is very practiced on Inky Splash Zone, the Era's Kitten Club, making sure they do not run into an Octavia on this map, on a wide open map like this one, Octavia Shine. So ignoring that completely. And we're probably going to see that Zentaro mirror from both sides. It's Aerial Snack. That is his pick. And of course, on the other side, NXZD is one of the most known Zentaros.
Yeah, and a Juno coming out from Ma2. I do know that they played the Juno, but I'm still a little surprised by the pick. It's arguably one of her best maps, Inky Splash Zone. But I think she's going to have a little bit of trouble against Kai and Estelle, not only in trying to score and play around, but also just in general core control, as Juno has a ton of core control and basically a global presence. But I think that the combination of Soren on the Kai and the Katsuna on the Estelle is just going to overpower this team.
Look at that kickoff. Era's Kitten Club is more than practiced, and Aerial Snack finds himself off the map. They are gone. Wadi taken away by the snipe as well. Era's Kitten Club, explosive start, 13 seconds. They need to do something quick, the Omega Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is why Era's Kitten Club really likes the Inky's pick, right? Soren can speed boost up, pass the core up to Katsuna, who can just blow every cooldown and basically get a barrier in 1, 2, 3 seconds and make the play happen. And then Soren just eject buttons back, activates the cannon, and now NXCD has all cooldowns, right? So they're really playing to this map's and their team's advantage quite well. But NXCD quite low here.
Yeah, Soren, though, hits it right back into Aerial Snack, and the Snack will not miss this time. They have an opportunity up here. Soren cannot go back. The water cannon activated, but Aerial Snack misses a strike. Not like that. A free goal in front of your eyes against a team that you need to upset. And now Era's Kitten Club are ruthless. They will not let that go unpunished. That's just brutal.
Yeah, and with an aerial start here, the team of Era's Kitten Club is just going to be flying. They are going to fold up those paper airplanes, set them on fire, and just fly across the map and get these barriers in lightning quick time. So giving up free goals like that from Aerial Snack is just, frankly, not going to cut it for the team of Omega Legends.
Aerial Snack now looking in position, but will not get any sort of combo. Soren will be the executioner here, as it is once again a striker advantage for the side of Era's Kitten Club. The meter is low, but does not matter. They have so much room to play with, so many hitboxes to throw out. Eventually the barrier is taken, and once again it's sent forward by Soren and NXZD. Aerial Snack drops back to defend, but that's another cooldown that can't be used on offense. The core will send through with the water cannon, but again, the offense from the Omega Legends just cannot get started at all.
Yeah, the core has basically remained on Omega Legends' side of the map almost the entire game, Saya. Soren, an uncharacteristic mistake there, loses the barrier and gives Omega Legends yet another opportunity. But can they take advantage of it? Wow. NXCD and Katsuna just kind of caught slipping. Katsuna's stuck in primary animations. NXCD just misses the strike, and Ma2 gets a nice goal there.
Yeah, and NXCD, no stranger to playing Zentaro on this map. Almost upset Winterfall, I believe, when he was subbed in. The entire sub roster, I believe, of Shikar Chatting was subbed in for one game on Inkies against Winterfall. He played Zentaro against the king of Zentaro, Borg, and almost won. So, you know, you cannot underestimate this pick. It is led through, it is mirrored, not respected by Omega Legends, and Soren will be the one to run in with that goal.
NXCD is arguably one of the harder brawlers to deny, right? Having access to almost the entire roster of brawlers. So I think if anything, maybe you try to get rid of NXCD's Zentaro, but then NXCD has things like Asher, has a solid Juliet. It's very difficult to deal with a player that's as well-rounded as NXCD. But one thing I do want to comment on here, Saya, is Matu actually opting for Timeless Juno as opposed to Aerials. What are your thoughts on that?
Ooh, yeah, I would pick Aerials here. The Timeless I don't think gets nearly as much value, and Heavy Impact denied away by Matu, but that Awakening does nothing on Juno. Like, it is the only character where it does nothing. If I remember correctly, it is the only character where that Awakening actually does nothing.
I'm struggling to think of another character that has no multi-hitbox to take advantage of the cooldown reduction from Heavy Impact, and Eris Kitten Club just absolutely kind of demolishing Omega Legends that point. Very kind of harkening back to the very first point of the last set as well.
And unfortunately, this isn't a tournament where we can be like nice and all happy and be like, they tried. This is a qualifier for the North American Strikers League, for the North American Strikers Academy. The stakes have never been higher unless you're in one of those leagues. And if you're going to make those types of mistakes and not even give yourselves a chance to get back in the game against a team like Eris Kitten Club, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, Eris Kitten Club is not a team that is going to just see you make a mistake and say, you know what, good on you for making a mistake. We're just going to let this one slide. They're going to capitalize. Like I said, they're going to use this triple aerials, fly across the map, and just punish you for every single thing you do. I mean, look at NCD. He's just in Wadiwawa's face over and over. But Aerial Snack actually gets a barrier against Soren, and an ultimate secures the goal. Soren with another uncharacteristic mistake, I would say.
Soren's having a little bit of fun with this one, I think. Just playing a little far forward, YOLOing it. If they score, they score. It's whatever. We can clutch the points regardless. As once again, now putting damage on... Like, Soren's just having... Soren is trolling a little bit this game, I'll be real.
Sometimes we do a little trolling, Saya. I know I do. But Katsuna with a great Crystal Thorns there, just securing a nice barrier against Wadiwawa, having no cooldowns, having to deal with this Zentaro, having to deal with the Estelle, means this Dubu just does not have the cooldowns to keep up. And with no cooldown trainings available, and a no aerial snack on the field, it's pretty much impossible to save, I'd say.
Yeah. And Eris Kitten Club... They're not even taking this one seriously. That's how dominant this is. The quick strike available, the twin drive available, the glass cannon, so many power picks, extra special as well for the Dubu perhaps. Maybe glass cannon for Soren? No, of course the quick strikes will be taken. But now here's no way you went Monu. There is no way. Okay. All the other mistakes are fine. There is no way you went Monumentalist. There's absolutely no shot you went Monumentalist on Dubu goalie in this situation. That is one of the worst picks you could have gone. Every other option was better there. How?
Maybe Soren's not the only one doing a little bit of trolling, Saya, and Wadiwawa just kind of opting for the Aimi Dubu, almost dying to NXCD's ultimate there. You know what? Maybe Wadiwawa just wants to feed everybody with that amount of tofu, as NXCD just kills Aerial Snack off the side of the field, and now Soren... Yeah, the team of Eris Kitten Club just kind of having fun with this one, clinking their cups together, Saya.
I have no more words left for this one. I'll just start play by playing because there's no analysis to be had. It is just one team hopelessly outclassing the other in both game knowledge and gameplay. NXZD to the top side, getting the barrier with an efficient combo, winning the strike war against Wadiwawa and covering it with the primary as well. Eris Kitten Club 1 goal away from qualifying for liftoff. And, well, Omega Legends are going to have to turn to a different team if they're going to come back from this.
I think they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, Saya, and that drawing board should include probably some draft as well. Exclamation point goats in the chat for our heroes, the Omega Legends, as, yeah, they just get their third goal secured against them, and Aris Kitten Club qualify for liftoff in 4 weeks, December 2nd, right?
Something like that. 3? 4? I don't know anymore. 4, you're right. Yeah, it's a month or something like that. But Aris Kitten Club, in one of the most anticlimactic games of all time, will punch their ticket in.
I mean, unsurprising really for Inkies, to be honest. We already knew that this was probably going to be a stomp going into it, and maybe the teams did too, kind of just having fun with the little bit of time they get on the stage, and just an unsurprising showing. A little surprising, the 2 goals even from Omega Legends. I know that's a bit harsh on Omega Legends, but truthfully, Soren shouldn't have let those 2 goals go by. But like we said, sometimes you do a little trolling, sometimes you just have a little fun. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of things are fun, despite being on the highest stakes possible tournament right now. Sometimes you just gotta have a little fun, right?
Yeah. And Aris Kitten Club definitely having a lot of fun there. Soren going for the KOs, going for the forward plays, and Zinky Splash Zone might as well. As now we turn our eyes to the final winners quarters. It is LP Thieves versus Plink Plonk, and this, I think, will be a very close matchup.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this one because Plink Plonk, one of those teams that kind of showed up out of nowhere with a bunch of solo queue demons to try and make things work, right? Moff and Koei, Just Logan 2, the solo queue demons duo queuing to top 10 actually at the beginning of the season. And I believe Just Logan is still sitting roughly in the top 20, if not the top 10 still. Kind of being a grinder are those 2 players. And then opting to pick up J-Dog, TTV J-Dog, as their 3rd for a lot of their tournaments. But now actually expanding their roster to Reapers 33, Cats, and Hellfire to round out the roster for the NASL season for the Launchpad and Liftoff. So I'm very interested to see how they're actually going to go up here against LP Thieves. Now, if I remember correctly, LP Thieves had a kind of a legendary run last Liftoff, correct?
Yeah, they were the team to take out Quest Esports, who were a heavy favorite to make it into the North American Strikers League, denying them in the loser side of the bracket. If I am correct, I've been wrong on this story like 5 different times, so I'm pretty sure I'm correct here, but I've been wrong quite a few times here.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if LP Thieves can make such a miracle run yet again to make more of the denials be the actual LP Thieves, except the LP in this case is the LP of NASL, of qualifications. But Plink Plonk has been showing very good showings lately, right? I believe they were 3rd recently in a tournament.
Were they?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just chatting and not remembering.
I'm not quite familiar.
But I do know they have been showing some very good play lately, and so I actually think they could have a decent chance here against LP Thieves specifically. Maybe not quite on the level of wow, brain doesn't work. Maybe not quite on the level of Aris Kitten Club and teams of that caliber, but approaching that level of play quite quickly, I would say. And so yeah, I think I'm pretty sure they're going to qualify this tournament. Hopefully I didn't caster's curse them, but pretty sure they're going to qualify this Launchpad and make it to Liftoff. But also curious if they're going to make a run similar to LP Thieves and either take people out of relegation or make it to relegations themselves.
Yeah, and Plink Plonk actually notably earlier in this bracket took out the team of Can Qualify, I believe, who were projected to make it to this match. Can Qualify, Lola Mao, XDDD, Megaverse, and Lang also had pretty high expectations, right? The legendary goalie in Megaverse, Lang, who has been performing, and Lola Mao, XDDD, who has also been performing quite well recently. They fell to this roster of Plink Plonk, and, well, high hopes for Plink Plonk going into this one.
And truthfully, I actually think Plink Plonk would have taken that anyway. So I'm actually not as surprised as maybe some other players in that regard. But I think that game, I don't know how close that game was. I haven't looked at the of their games at the bracket, but I would imagine that that game was still kind of close because that team of Lang, Lolamal, XZD, and Megaverse is very strong. So that can actually show anybody who doesn't necessarily know the power level of Plinkplonk how strong they can be in this tournament. And they're honestly a team to look out for. I think they have a good shot at making relegations.
We just had an Aerial Snack cameo back in the lobby. I gotta do the heart for that one. Maybe the
heart.
other hearts. Oh wait, no, wait. Can we do the heart together? Wait. Oh, let's see.
Hold on.
Wait. There we go. Okay.
Oh no, we're doing it wrong. Hold on.
This? No, okay, so you have to do it the opposite way.
Oh, I have to do it the opposite way.
Yeah. Get closer to the camera with your side of the heart. Oh no, it's cut off. You have to look at the stream for the crop.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Can we do it?
Come on.
Let's go. Wait, no.
Come on, brain. Come on, brain. Work.
Oh, you're pulling too far.
I am pulling too far.
Oh yeah, I had to cut my nails.
We failed spectacularly, but we failed like champions. As we waiting for these teams to get in, I think. Yeah, still waiting on the teams to make it into lobby. So, one thing we can talk about, I think, is some of these losers these losers matches also, right? PSI actually taking it over only bad players. Both very strong rosters, and unfortunately, Aromatic Mint Tea kind of being bullied out of another liftoff. One of the more notable up-and-comers that I know Appabug has been talking about a lot. And the Fools actually taking it over RDJ. The Fools being Zoro, Hippo, Just3, Dustcoin, Potato, and RDJ being Retry, Josh, and Dran. So the team of Retry, Josh, and Dran are going to have to come back, I believe, in 2 weeks for the next liftoff to try again. And now the Fools are actually up against the team we just saw, Omega Legends. And that one I think is going to be a lot closer for Omega Legends and give them a decent chance at trying to get through. But the team of the Fools is pretty strong. I'm not sure if they lose that. And Blabo7 taking it over Doggo Dog. That seems kind of unsurprising. Doggo Dog, I don't really know any of these names personally, and I know Blabo7's been quite a strong team lately. So they're just waiting. Blabo7 is actually waiting for the loser of this match. So they've got their work cut out for them for whichever of these teams they end up playing against. And then finally down in the loser side, Anti-Zentaro Alliance actually qualified out of pools, having started their game quite late, and unfortunately delaying things a bit. And now against Can Qualify.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough matchup for Anti-Centauro Alliance. Anti-Zen's going to have a real test put in front of them, but if they can win, they have last call ahead of them. This is such a hard journey for Anti-Zen. The Miracle Run is looking very difficult here.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are very strong, though, right? Monch, Ripstick, and Zidium against Lolamal, XCD, Megaverse, and Lang. Like, that's basically top-tier OSAS with Megaverse, right? And so I think they're both exceptionally strong teams that have a good chance to make it into liftoff. So having to see them kind of eliminate each other here is unfortunate, but you know, some people have to be eliminated for the others to make it through. So, but the game we're getting into here should start somewhat shortly. I don't know where they are on picks and bans of the maps.
So
personally.
Muffin Koei was having a bit of an issue with the map stuff, and we ended up having to wait for them. Not the map stuff. The game was just having a bit of time with Steam authentication, login, whatever. But they're here now. They are heads or tailsing, and map picking and banning is starting. So we should be getting in shortly.
Yeah, and one thing about Plinkplonk, right, is Just Logan was kind of known as like the Octavia one trick that plagued the queues for a long time. And then eventually, I don't know if you knew about Lockruner's tournament that he did in Season 1 about a couple weeks before the season ended. He ran a tournament that was basically kind of like a season ender late night party, Lockruner being one of the late night streamers of Omega Strikers. And Logan was actually put to the test in that particular case because he was basically an Octavia one trick that played Era on the side as like budget Octavia. And by performing in that tournament, it kind of forced him to realize that Octavia wasn't the only thing he could play if he wanted to get better. And so decided to basically binge a bunch of characters, almost endlessly. Probably has more games on 5 or 6 characters than a lot of us have in general on our mains. And now it's kind of become quite a demon, not only in the queues, but in the tournament scene as well. I know there was some talk last night about Logan's improvements and how pretty dang good of a player they've become.
Yeah, Just Logan has had a bit of a meteoric rise, especially in the solo queue ladder, but we'll definitely have to see how they perform against the LP Thieves on this Atlas Lab matchup. It's going to be very, very interesting to see this matchup. I haven't seen LP Thieves play in quite a while, actually, so I'm excited to see how they perform because they've historically had some pretty solid teamwork, and this team of Plink Plonk is definitely going to be tested here.
As we see the Plink Plonks come out in the chat there, where their name actually comes from, funny enough. Yeah, it'll be a nice test of Muffin Covey Logan's strength here to show where they stand against these current, basically not the best of the best, because those are the top 4 teams sitting pretty in I believe the top 4 just stay in NASL, correct? So they don't have to worry about requalifying.
Top 6 playoff teams stay in NASL.
Okay, so yeah. So aside from the top 6, you're playing against the best teams there are in Omega Strikers NA side. And so this will be a nice test for them, as we see an Octavia and an Imi band come out here.
Yep, and Drakkar being pulled out on Atlas Lab. One of the better maps for Drakkar, but a really good map for that Luna that I'm assuming is from Just Logan. And of course that Kazan, we know who's piloting. That's Erasmus Gold for Moffin Koei. The signature picks coming out, I believe, for Reappers and Moffin Koei. On the other side, Death Gun on the Julie, Winter Freezer on the Atlas. A lot of comfort all around. Only Just Logan really taken away from the Octavia, and of course you don't want to play that.
Yeah, and Marissa in the chat kind of sharing the sentiment there of, if you ban one character from Just Logan, he's just going to find another character to be arguably as obnoxious on. And so, but Logan's Luna has been really putting in a lot of work lately, and so it'll be interesting to see how it pairs up here against this team of LP Thieves.
Yeah, but Death Gun finding the opportunity in an otherwise slow start. Both barriers taken quickly by the LP Thieves. A dash punch to cover the top angle. And Plink Plonk starting a bit slow, but we've seen them scale before. We've seen them pick it up, so yeah, it all comes down to this.
Arguably a harder scaling team is Plink Plonk in the Luna, in the Kazan. Kazan in a little bit of a rough spot, I'd say, right now. Kind of the brawler that wants to brawl, but that's basically all he really can do. He seems to really have kind of lost his footing since the nerfs that happened and since the changes, but getting a KO there on Death Gun, and now they have the advantage here, Logan and Reappers, and pressuring Feinmucked as well.
Yeah, and the Kazans today have really just played him more in a core control style than the old sitting on the goalie style. And right now, in front of the net with a flip, Reappers sent to the bottom side, even it all up, showing that the first point was indeed a fluke, or not totally representative of Plink Plonk as a whole. They can still perform here. Moffin has flipped. The resources are available, but wait a second, misinput from Just Logan. Okay.
Well, sometimes you just push the wrong button at the wrong time. But Logan comes in with the dash to support Reappers there to get that first barrier. And Moffin Koei saying one barrier doesn't mean anything, but Feinmucked actually calls out the pass to Just Logan there with the primary and gets the second barrier. And now Death Gun, well, using the ultimate there, so not having that tool available, but should have Dash Punch pretty quickly. Moffin Kui and Just Logan have to be careful that this doesn't just go in immediately, as Just Logan's actually put it in the net, and then a passing play from Feinmuck just scores the goal.
The LP Thieves teamwork showing up yet again, what's gotten them through so many other tournaments. Now they're the ones with resources. Look at the meter. It is very high. They have the cooldowns, and that special will not do too much to dent Winter Freezer. Just Logan trying to make a play on the bottom side, looking, but will be unable to. Still dribbled around by Winter Freezer. Death Gun now with a flip available. And once again sent through by the Drakkar of Feinmuck. The Drakkars today having a bit of a resurgence, but hopefully for LP Thieves, this one will be the victor.
Well, if the one time you're going to pull out a character that's not considered all that strong is when arguably one of their strongest awakenings is on the first point. Now with that missile prop Drakkar is kind of basically a small Estelle on an 8-second cooldown with 2 charges, right? And as Logan just gets a rocket to surprise Winter Freezer there and unable to react in time.
Really nice snipe by Logan. Now we're heading into a 5th point. Really keeping it close here as Rappers to the bottom side. What a shot to the top side. Really good round start, keeping the pressure up and not getting KO'd after the flip, but a strike will be won by the LP Thieves, preventing Just Logan from getting the barriers. The pull will not find its target, but Reapper still on the top side looking. A barrier will be taken by Just Logan's special, but on the wrong side of the map, but resources are available. Moffin has flipped. The barriers both taken by the open primary of Reapers. Moffin with the flip available. Death Gun has to do everything here, but the core control will be in the possession of Plink Plonk. Passing down, lost, but Death Gun is looking so low right now.
Yeah, Death Gun kind of on death's door right now as Moffin Kui secures the KO, and now it's Reapper's Just Logan, and Reapper's pulling that core into a 50-50 against Winter Freezer, and Winter Freezer just unable to reach it in time, opting for the momentum boots instead of the strike shot.
Yeah, they really just clutch it out here, and now the Deadeye. It's a hard deny for the Atlas. Will the Atlas even go for the deny? This is best case scenario for the side of Plink Plonk this draft. Such a massive advantage. Fight or Flight picked up, Quick Strike left available, but will the Atlas deny it is the question.
Yeah, I think leaving Quick Strikes there is actually a great call because it forces the Atlas to think about the potential deny of Deadeye or not. And now Just Logan with Deadeye and Missile Prop already in set 2 of the game, this Luna is going to take off. But Just Logan, not known to be really a brawler Luna per se, more of takes advantage of characters that are low on HP to stagger them quicker. More tends to play that Luna as a core control, using the dash to keep control of cores or make a play on the goalie to make a score happen. So now with this Deadeye can opt to do either and making another missile snipe for a goal.
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, the scaling coming through, winning that first set was so critical for the side of Plink Plonk. This comp scales into oblivion. They already got basically this for Luna. The combination is ridiculous in terms of damage output. And even if the LP Thieves find their core control, find anything, it is just so hard to play because the damage difference has skyrocketed.
Yeah, I mean, Just Logan hits Death Gun with a crater and a whammy, and Death Gun gets basically globaled from full health and sent off the pitch later. But Feinmuck does find the vengeance kill onto Reappers, and now it's a power play for the side of LP Thieves, but only temporarily.
Yeah, and a KO by Moffin. The Rasmus also doing a lot of damage with the Pauldrons. And once again, we'll just pull Death Gun so much chip damage. The Juliet is having trouble staying alive, has no meter to play with, has to dodge both the rocket and the Manning Descent, can only dodge one. Now healed up, but look at that, all control in the hands of Plink Plonk, it feels like, even when the core is in the hands of LP Thieves.
Yeah, and Reapper's just really taking advantage of the damage that Just Logan's able to push out now with Missile Prop and Deadeye, seeing these low HP targets and just kind of going after them and making them have to burn their energy and have to respect the fact that Kazan can just kind of KO you with enough cooldowns. And so the power of this Luna is really starting to pay off for the side of Blink Blanc. As, wow, was that just a primary?
So much knockback for the side of Blink Blanc. They blink it into the top side and advance to another set point, but this time there are no 2 points on the side of LP Thieves. Blink Blanc has plenty of insurance here. They can afford to go in. They can afford to charge up their meter as an immediate KO onto the Juliet of Death Gun. Now deceased, the barrier taken, the flip expended, and yet again it is Blink Blanc who have scaled, who are in control. The respawn comes in, only one barrier gone, but the damage continues on to Feinmucked.
Yeah, I mean, even with just Deadeye, you have to respect the crater from Just Logan. It could just potentially KO you almost immediately with both Missile Prop and Deadeye. And now Reapper's just getting a KO onto Feinmuck and winning the Strike War against Winter Freezer, an unfortunate clear. And now they're up 2 sets. And Just Logan and Reappers have the ability to scale even further against a level 4 Death Gun.
Yeah, LP Thieves lost their opportunity, lost their chance, and this game is spiraling out of control in the draft. This Kazan has the 1-2 punch available, the sides available. We'll go for the bulk up for that raw stagger and power, prevent the other team from getting more health. The Spark of Resilience also available. I'm wondering if that will actually get denied, but no, the Glass Cannon, a great pick opted for by Moffin. And the 1-2 punch, okay, they're just going full damage. They don't care about the potential stagger picked up by the LP Thieves. They know they can burn through it regardless.
Yeah, weirdly, I would have actually liked to see Feinmuck pick up the Spark of Resilience there, just to try and opt for a slightly longer time on the pitch. You know, eventually you will just be KO'd from their damage, I would say, from Blink Blanc's damage. And so I think giving yourself that extra time with the Spark is maybe better than the Castle Last, but I'm not too sure about that one, Saya.
Yeah, but right now, they're looking a little bit better. They're finding a little bit of core control. They're staying alive a little bit more. But as the cooldowns come up for Blink Blanc, that is Question Death Gun, though, getting a KO on Just Logan. They need to turn it around here. This is their opportunity, but Moffin will not let it happen with the Rasmus secondary. Just spins the core away, stalls out so much time. It's stalling in the midfield way too much. The LP Thieves cannot get a play going in time, and even the Drakkar Shotgun, even the missile propulsion lock and load will not be enough for the barrier. Moffin has more than enough size, more than enough speed to get to it, and Blink Blanc continue to hold on.
Yeah, Moffin being one of those people that, again, was more of a one-trick, specifically on the Finny goalie. Well, Finny flex mostly, but Finny goalie specifically. Now picking up this Rasmus has shown quite a showing in recent tournaments on the Rasmus pick.
Yeah, I've seen them on Rasmus in the queues in tournaments as well. They have been performing quite well to the bottom side now. Reapper is unable to get a strike on it, was in the jump, and unfortunately could not find the special in time. But again, the pressure is constant. The interruptions are constant. LP Thieves cannot get a passing play going because they're just hit away by the Luna boost, by the primary, the pendulum swing, and cross map. The Atlas is just a little too slow, wishing he had the glass cannon just about now, because Blink Blanc continue their 5-goal streak actually.
Yeah, 1-2 punch actually just being overly strong yet again, securing that goal that most other strikes wouldn't have been able to. And now being down a point in this third set, already down 2 sets, and losing a member off the side in Feinmucked, it's just going to be very difficult for LP Thieves to really find any footing against this extreme damage that's coming their way.
Moffin now to the top side. Feinmucked looking for a barrier. Finds the last strike. Finds the last lap. Finds one barrier, but Moffin will not make any mistakes. Will not lose 2. The center is helpful, but the damage is not. Feinmucked taking so much. Death Gun still at full health. A slight respite for the LP Thieves, but the barriers fall regardless. Feinmucked gets one. Huge opportunity. They need to make it count, but Reappers is continuing to put on the damage. Feinmucked gets the orb. This is their chance. They need to score here. But the strike war is still won by Moffin. No opportunity for the LP Thieves that time. Maybe on the return, but Just Logan is waiting. Just Logan is angling for a boost play. Will not find it now. The flip burn from Winter Freezer. And LP Thieves still are looking for their first goal in 5 points, and this will not be the one.
Yeah, just Logan showing the power of Luna's dash, especially to get that one barrier earlier in that volley. Sniping the cross clear with the dash and hitting it back into the corner, arguably the corner of doom against these barriers, and actually securing it off of that. Just really showing the power of the Luna pick and showing the prowess that Logan has picked up over these probably multi-hundreds of games on Luna at this point. And Reapper's just getting it around Winter Freezer, and now Plink Blanc on the verge of match point, and Logan just just really using the power of Luna's dash very well to secure them the victory there. And really, that was so much more one-sided than I was expecting, Saya.
Yeah, I think the first set was the entire game basically, because Plink Blanc clutched out the first set where they really shouldn't have, right? They had a comp that was much worse in the first set, that was not as put together as the LP Thieves, but the LP Thieves let that first set slip by, and then the draft made it slip out of control. A slight bit of luck, but they put themselves in the position to win that draft.
Yeah, and the stats really just kind of show how Deathgun just wasn't able to really play the game after that first draft. The sheer damage from Just Logan and Reappers not only keeping them off the pitch, but then also interrupting any sort of play towards Deathgun means that they can just steal it away with the Luna Dash, with the crooked leverage from Kazan, and the various and maddening descent abilities such as that. Deathgun just really wasn't able to have almost any presence in that game past the first goal where they got the dash punch against Just Logan and Moff and Kui. So just really good play overall from Plink Plonk to use that advantage, take advantage of the damage that they had, and just press that team for the win over and over and over.
Yep, and bit of a close match that time, in the first set at the very least. But again, Omega Strikers, the RNG elements can just absolutely snowball out of control, and Plink Plonk put themselves in the position yet again to really take advantage of it. They let it go out of control by winning that first set was just the entire game. I've said this like 3 times, but man, LP Thieves were so close.
Yeah, there is a little bit of comment that Luna can kind of act as a damage version of Octavia sometimes, because if she's able to get Deadeye and then basically any other of her major damage awakenings, such as Missile Prop, extra specialized training, she can kind of almost take over the game by herself from the amount of damage she can output, from the amount of pressure she can put on players that are near the edge. And having somebody like a Kazan to secure the KOs that the damage is able to put out can basically lead to Luna taking over a game similar to an Octavia, but in damage as opposed to speed. So just an unfortunate draft loss there from LP Thieves, but it was a 2-2 set. Like you said, they had the opportunity and they just weren't able to capitalize.
Yep, but on the bright side, no more of us two. We're swapping out after a break because, well, it's time for some Westie casters to join in. That has been all for our time, and, well, don't go anywhere.
Hey, strikers. Yeah. That was my Z Yoshi 64 impression. Welcome to the qualifier for Liftoff Launchpad. We're back. It was a short break. Glad
Hey,
you're all
strikers.
sticking with us, and we're here for the some more qualifying matches. These are the ones that matter. These are the ones that determine who's playing in Liftoff and have the chance to be able to place great teams or play against great teams like GOATS Esports in the relegation matches. So a lot to look forward
That's what
here.
I'm saying.
And that is what
We
you're
got
saying.
a lot to look at. That is what I'm saying. You had an opportunity to play against the greats of all time, the GOATs Esports, and the other
GOATs
teams.
Even. Indeed. We're going to be starting off of Last Call versus Destroyer Mega Noob. Destroyer Mega Noob, one of our teams that played in NASA last season, the Tier 2 league, and versus Last Call, which is a very hyped up team who kind of, I would say, got upset a little bit earlier by Chikara. By Chikara in winners quarters. So interesting to see them kind of fall, but I would say they are still favored pretty heavily in this matchup. They have Borg, Hook Resets, and Frightfully Fresh, two people who basically played in NASL last season. It's 2/3 of an NASL team basically. And Frightfully Fresh, who is although has a bit of a niche character pool, is a very good player and very highly respected by high elo players.
Yeah, he's also very old, guys.
He's also very old, so that might
also
come
very
into
old.
play. We might see some
we
missed
might-
strikes.
It
We
might be the
see-
only thing I talk about if he ever makes a mistake. So
That is
I'm really
true.
excited.
And it's important that everyone knows about this. This man is
Everyone
old.
has to know he is older than me by a substantial margin. The world
But-
must know.
Having one foot in the grave might not be enough for Destroyer Mega Noob, who has also... I've been a big fan of this team. They've been... I feel like they've been playing together for quite a while. I don't think they've made any changes to their roster. I just know that they play some weird... They usually play like Estelle Drakkar forward, which is like some... It's a kind of double midfield, but yeah, they make it work. They sometimes just kind of throw out these insane passing plays. Yeah, look at that. Comet 4000, who has the power of 4,000 comments. That's why they named...
That's where the name
that's
comes
why I
from.
named them that. And
Yeah.
they got Javero and Zale. So
Yeah,
I'm
I'm-
excited for them as well.
I gotta say, I'm a fan of all these players. I think their synergy is insane, but I'm a big Zale fan. I played against him once in solo queue, and they got kidnapped to West, and I felt like he was the player that was doing it up, and that's if that's not a true test of skill, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, I think if all of them are online, if all of them are playing to their full potential, then really anything can happen. Again, I've seen these guys make just these insane plays where they just pass, they just go through everyone, and it feels insane. Like they found the smallest angles like 3 times in a row and score. And if they can just replicate their brightest moments, I do think they can take it down this kind of like monster team of Borg, Hook Resets, and Frightfully Fresh. But we're already heading into game and onto the laboratory, Fudgy's lab, as many may call it. What do you mean,
I pressed mute on accident. I was gonna say, in game, you will not survive my onslaught.
In game.
So shut up now.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So we're definitely here are the 3 pseudo one tricks, I would say, for the team of Last Call. You have Frightfully Fresh with the Erasmus goalie, Borg with the Zentaro,
Borg not on the Zentaro.
and Hook Resets with the Era. Hook Resets known as the Era one trick, really, but Borg known to be kind of a menace on the Centauro, so not surprised to see that banned, especially if there was any awakening to move the ban in that direction. But Borg can really play anything at a pretty high level, which makes it kind of hard to decide what the ban against this team. But we see the Kai come out just like actually last game. Hook Resets also picked this Kai because the Era was banned, but this time just opting to pick it for anyway. And then this Julie, Borg on the Julie, who's pretty good on that as well. So we see the Stagger Swagger start. Zale is matching the Kai forward, and almost pretty similar comps here.
Yeah, two Kais, 2 Julies, both forward. The only difference being Fresh running his signature Erasmus goalie against Javaro on the Atlas. Atlas, pretty good on this map. He got a lot of coverage on the barriers. Erasmus, I actually don't know how good he is on this map. It's important to keep the ball up as Rasmus goalie, but on this pick or on this map, I wonder how he'll deal with the ball getting in his face. But as I'm talking about all this, we see Comet 4K take a shot at the goal, but Borg and Hook Resets are just passing it up, getting ready to score.
Yeah,
Hook
great
is kinda
passing
hanging
plays
around.
coming through already. Rightfully fresh on this Rasmus pick, very comfortable on it, like I said before, and I would consider this one of the better maps for it. And you really don't have to deal with being in your face too often as the Rasmus, which is the strength of the goalie pick. But you do kind of get owned by dash punch sometimes if they get too close to you. So that's kind of like the one risk of the play. But so far, he's been able to defend this one barrier very nicely. Has that bonus size from Pauldrons that makes Rasmus so good. Borg dribbling, trying to make a play, finds it through Zale. Javero trying to cover the bottom, but Borg throws out the mix-up and hits the top corner.
Yep, just dicing him really quickly. But I think a lot of people are going into this match expecting Destroyer Mega Noob to, just get owned. Like you said, three NASL players effectively, of that caliber. But Destroyer Mega Noob is so heavily slept on, and see they took 2 barriers and are pushing up right now.
Ooh.
At Caster's Curse.
Yeah, awkward moment there. Throws out. It's hard. It feels so tempting to go for this strike and then an ability as Atlas, but the small cast time can sometimes get you good there. But in the face of Borg, does not flinch. Javero just holds and knows that the punch is down, or either is ready to react to it with the flip either way, and is able to just calmly clear that one away. Now the open goal, Zale throws out the primary. The barrage is not able to finish it though. Fresh just still has flip. Both goalies have flip. Borg walking up, letting Hook Resets position a bit farther forward, but not going to find the goal just yet. Javero is forced to flip in a tough situation, but it's able to be covered by Hook Resets. Borg does the dash punch and finishes it off. The expanse is not enough to keep it in, and no flips used on the side of last call, but still a goal found nonetheless.
Yeah, wow, Javaro almost saved that though. And that would have been a crazy, a sword angle 3.0. But until then, we are seeing only one flip from last call. I was about to say 2, but hey, my bad. Didn't realize that they were in my head like that. Hook Resets getting close to his own. Really dangerous for Destroyer Mega Noob here if both forwards get these flips and are ready to rip them. But Zale unleashes his own. Now has both barriers down, and this is Destroyer Mega Noob's opportunity to get in there and start making stuff happen.
Yeah, they need to find a goal now, because if they don't find a goal now and get scored on now, that's the end of the first set. But the dash is not going to make it in time. Comet 4K has the flip, is going to use it, doesn't see an angle, is covered by pretty much everything, but here comes Zale. Barrage doesn't get there. Borg is, sending the core forward. Comet 4K has an opportunity, but Frightfully Fresh holds. Borg holding the core really well. Dribbling once again, just wins the strike war. Zale a little bit too impatient. If you can't get through the goalie, go through the midfielder. And Borg's able to win the first set with 3 goals, I believe. 3-0.
Yeah, just like that. And hey, it's exactly as you said. The goalie is ready for those. The midfield is not always. But here we're looking at, there's 1-2 punch on the board. It might be taken. Tempo swing also on the board.
So a lot of stuff. The twin drive is probably going to get denied here by the Kai. It's interesting to say who takes that really between, because we didn't talk about this really earlier. There's a stagger swagger start. So even like the one shots aren't as strong because they can just kind of run away from them. But on Javero being the one to not take it could be a target for this 1-2 punch. Could find themselves in some awkward situations if they do not have the evade for that ultimate. But other than that, Javero has the strike shot missile prop Atlas, so these astral projections
hey,
are
full
going
build.
to fly. That's full build right there. The aerials, we just need aerials and then we'll have everything.
Just need aerials.
Just need aerials. Frightfully Fresh, getting that spark is going to be able to start scaling with that. And Comet 4K is probably going to be able to match that damage pretty well from the 1-2 punch with the tempo swing. As we can see there, Borg in a little bit of a tough spot right now, but it's going to have that stagger swagger to heal up. But Comet 4K is going to use that positioning advantage from the damage and get the goal. Great dash there from Comet 4K. Reads the down clear and gets the goal.
Yeah, what an absolute pop-off by Comet 4K. And getting that second barrier with just a strike, bending it around fresh, was super impressive. And then a great dash into the goal. Puts it in. And I'm just really impressed with that. I think Destroyer Mega Noob is in a good spot. when Zale comes back.
Yeah, Borg has those pummelers, is going to be able to find those KOs off the side just that much more easily, and they immediately take Comet 4K out of the point as well by dealing that much damage, but still, Javero is able to hold into 2v1 as the Atlas still has Expanse after all of it as well. But if Zale up should be able to help, but Borg is able to find the dash punch in the right angle to get that last barrier. Not a single barrier to destroy Mega Noob's name yet. They need to find something here if they want to stay in this point, but Hook resets, gets to dribble forward. Now Borg does the same thing over and over again, hitting that top corner once again for the third time. Is going to find a goal, leading us to a 1-1 tied set.
Yep, it's one of Atlas's biggest weaknesses is he just doesn't have the mobility to cover both sides of the net. I suppose, especially with Strike Shot, Missile Prop, you try and drop an Astral Projection to cover it, but often it's just so hard, such an awkward angle. So, unlucky, but what do you do?
What do you do? Yeah, like you said, you really kind of are more hoping to defend these barriers more than the open net when you're playing Atlas, especially without any like Monumentalist or Speed, going that Strike Shot instead, for example. But goes for the kind of, wanted to go for the cross clear there, but Borg was there to cover, gets the barrier, and then immediately gets the goal. Javero missing the strike shot, has flip, but doesn't think that they need to use it, so ends up going in. But here we go, new kickoff though. Zale's taking control. Comet 4K getting one barrier. Zale doesn't get KO'd, even with the pummelers and the 1-2 punch, is able to survive that. So now Borg does not have that dash punch for this next barrier. And with that, they are able to get it out. But here, everything used on Frightfully Fresh, but the hook is a little
hook.
The old age might be getting to Frightfully Fresh, as that one's able to get through. And Comet 4K wins the strike war, but it's not able enough to get that goal.
Yeah, Fresh accidentally forgetting what that key on his keyboard does, hooking it into the barrier. And Zale and Comet are really fighting here to get any sort of core control, as Borg and Hook resets are just kind of giving it to Javaro. Zale taken off. It's up to Comet 4K here to grab this ball and push it forward, but he's been KO'd by Borg.
Oh.
No! Oh, and a bit of a Soren angle. Almost saves it, but just isn't there in time, and Hook resets is able to slot it in. And that's real. Whenever you're playing any sort of defensive play, you make one mistake or things get like ever so slightly out of your hand, and then it's like you feel like it's just over. That is a mental shattering moment, and it happens so often, and it's so hard to deal with. And hey, shouts out. That sucks.
Yeah, shouts out indeed.
Shouts out.
Interesting draft here. The big fish taken first, going to be very helpful for the Julie. The size is so good. Prime time going to Javero. Going to have those long-ranged astral projections. Going to have another one now, so that'll be very helpful. Hook resets. It's going to be hard to KO this guy. He's going to be so fast. That's the stagger swagger. And so the stacks are just going to keep building up. Could really take over the game with this build. Wouldn't be surprised, but on the other hand, the rest, Zale and Comet 4K, they're getting something. They're getting the peak performance that's going to scale up the tempo swing. They're getting the fighter flight to help with the midfielding. But really, I would give this as a definite win to Last Call, which isn't what Destroyer Mega Noob wants to see here. They're kind of hoping to get a little luckier and get some better awakenings that they can take into this round. But if they just play a little bit better, I can still see them making a comeback.
Yeah, I think so. But like you said, all that speed on Hook resets is going to be so hard to deal with. Stacking getting 100 stacks and stagger swagger is 30% speed. Unnerfed stacks on stacks. And Borg almost puts it in, but Hook resets covers the clear and gets it. Again, just so much speed. Dropping the blazing pace and just moving 800 miles per hour.
Yeah.
How can you clear against that?
It's so hard. And something I want to talk about Javero with the strike shot missile prop is that you can provide a lot of forward pressure with it, but once they get close, sometimes it gets a little awkward. They can't really avoid the stun, which is one way. Oh, great Giga from Zale. You can avoid the stun by staying outside of the range of the primary on a normal Atlas astral projection, but on the extended range, this becomes a lot harder to do that. But on the other hand, you can't use it as a delay tool as well. You can't really hold like that, for example. You can't just hold it in front of Borg and not allow him to strike. Instead, kind of having to force the stun. But Comet 4K able to make a nice triple play, Frightfully Fresh, a little bit too far up. And Comet 4K one step ahead, able to get that goal and bring them to 1-1 once again.
Yeah, again, Comet 4K in a great position, able to put it in there. And I really want to see more of that. Like you said, I think Destroyer Mega Noob, if they can just clean up a little bit, is able to make this a more even game, and that would be really exciting. But Frightfully Fresh, in spite of his old age, is just holding it down so well.
Yeah, in spite of all of those cooldowns being thrown at that flip, Frightfully Fresh still able to keep the core in front of him. And now Hook resets, is going to be able to move up with the core. The stun goes through, but Javero is able to flip just in time. But the speed from the hot shot is too much, and Javero is looking like the one with the old age and deteriorating reflexes this time. As Frightfully Fresh shows that an old dog can still learn some new tricks.
Yeah, the core was moving remarkably fast there. From just like everything, the core flip, guiding the core flip, or striking it and maintaining that speed, the hot shot hook. It's so hard to deal with when the core is just that fast.
But Comet 4K with the power of 4,000 Comets is able to get both barriers there. And there's a great primary from Javero. That time the range is able to block the flip. Earlier we kind of saw the range going the other direction, but Borg in the 1v3, completely surrounded by a triangle of enemies, is still able to find the angle and finish off this game and make their way to liftoff.
Yeah, well, Borg, again, just surrounded on all sides, able to slip it in right in the bottom corner at the very last moment.
Yeah, and I'd say deserved MVP from Borg with those 6 goals. Really, a lot of them like, pretty solo. I mean, Hook Reset's covering space, obviously, and probably setting up a lot of them, but Borg is just like winning these 2v1s so often, getting the barriers for them as well, being a really strong force in this game, even off to Zentaro.
Yeah, they banned Zentaro, but even still, Borg just kind of swept through everything they had, and, you know, hate to see it. It always sucks when you ban something and then it doesn't, and then that player still performs at the level that you would expect their banned character to go through, because, you're banning their character. You want them to play worse now because they're off their comfort. But I think Borg is a player that just has a pretty strong character pool. I think that Zentaro is just like a level of its own. But still, the Julie was putting in remarkable work. Like you said, a deserved MVP.
Yeah, good work from really all of them.
Yeah,
I am hoping to see Destroyer Mega Noob next week. They're a team I hold dear to me, even though I don't know any of them personally at all. But I have a parasocial relationship with Destroyer Mega Noob. They seem cool. They seem pretty cool. I like watching them play. I like watching their team play. And hey, you lost the last call. That team is just an NASL team. So,
so can't feel too bad about that.
Can't feel too bad.
Production's telling us next Launchpad is in 2 weeks. Noob.
2 weeks.
But
2 weeks. Like I said, 2 weeks.
I feel the exact same way. I've got a parasocial relationship with Destroyer and Mega Noob. They seem really cool, and I like watching them play. So
yeah, we'd be like such good friends. Like
we'd be such good friends. We would like I would hang out and make jokes. They would all laugh.
They'd be like, "You're so funny."
They would all they'd say like, "You're the best, man." Like really, you just can't get any better than that. And then I would say like, yes, and then I would say that out loud, and they'd think I'm weird, and then they would stop talking to me.
Yeah, that sounds
anyway.
About right. Yep.
No, don't say that. No,
definitely. I think you're right. No. Every part of that, every single little bit.
But have I ever disappointed you deeply and on an emotional level that can't be repaired?
Yes.
When? What happened?
You know.
No, I don't.
All right, LP Thieves vs. Blobbo 7 is the game that we're waiting on.
No!
LP, which is an interesting matchup. We have Blobbo 7. Actually, this is not the match with Beef, unfortunately, because it would have been cool if really wanted to see Blobbo 7 take on a completely different team. I don't even know where they're at. Plink Plonk, of course, who's already qualified. But I really wanted to see them face off. Maybe they did, and I just didn't see it. But Marissa has some ego on Blavo 7 versus that Just Logan 2 character. Wants to really get a tournament win off of them, but probably isn't going to get that chance until liftoff. If they can even make it, they have to face LP Thieves right now, who have been, they're a team I've also really liked.
They're a team.
Okay,
let's go.
They are a team.
No, I agree. They're a really good team. I like watching them play. And
yeah,
I'm really surprised at how their last match went down. I believe Plink Plonk just kind of won every draft and swept through. But I think they're also a really good team, and I want to see them succeed.
Yeah, I expect
I'd also be really good friends with them. I bet. Haha.
Yeah, I'd also okay. Yeah, LP Thieves. They do a lot. They scrim. I know that they scrim a lot. I know they play together a lot. They're a team of 3 that's played together for a really long time. And I hold a lot of value to that. The same way I hold Destroyer Mega Noob to that. I think playing with the same players for a long time, you build like certain trust in each other that like you can't really replicate in a pub team and stuff like that. It's just seeing them play together, hearing about how they like, oh yeah, this like collegiate team scrimmed against them and like stuff like that. And it's just like, okay, they're like really, they're out there. No, they're down to play whoever they like wants to play them. Get their like help warm up teams, help scrim against teams, help make them better, help make other teams better, and they've won. They beat Blavo 7, which was a team of Mongola of the Rain, Marissa, and Pineapple Seiji, which is pretty much it's one of the OSAS teams that performed pretty well. So glad to see them make a pretty deep run. Hopefully in 2 weeks we'll see them again. I do expect to see them again if they can all make it. I believe that they're all pretty motivated to play this game from their OSAS careers and onward. So next up will be the Fools versus LP Thieves. I'm not exactly sure who the starters are for the Fools. If they had a streamed game earlier, I think I missed it. But
they've got Zoro and
yeah,
Zoro and Coin on their team, two collegiate demons coming out, and like I think both those players are incredibly impressive. And Alpha Bestie, shouts out. I played with Zoro, and that guy's just like, I don't know. I felt like nothing would ever go in the net ever.
Yeah, really,
an absolute defensive demon.
Yeah, it really like is one of the top goalies. Is heralded as, I believe, like the second best goalie in collegiate, under Soren, and then I've heard some people argue. But Zoro, a very good player, on a very good collegiate team, and it makes a lot of sense why that team succeeds when you have good players like Zoro, like Coin. So I'm hoping to see both of them on the starting roster together. Because again, I really like it when teams stick together and teams keep playing together and teams keep getting better as a team and kind of ends up being able to do things that other teams can't because of how much they played together. But
right, the bonds, synergy, the friends we've made along the way. And
we do see Zoro, Hippo, Justin, Coin are our starters.
I see. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Hippo Just play, but I'm excited to see what happens. And I think, like you said, they've made it this far for a reason. They're one game away from qualifying for liftoff against LP Thieves. So, you know, they're here for a reason. Both these teams are here for a great reason, and I'm excited to see them duke it out. And also, I want to see what map they're playing on. I don't know if we've done the map picks and bans yet, but hey.
Yeah, all right. We got Fools banned Clarion, LP Thieves, and banned Inky and Oni Village. So we're not going to be getting any of the silly maps. We're going to be getting either the laboratory or the market. So Fools do ban Night Market, so we're going to the lab once again. One of the favorite maps. It is just, I'll say it's the most fun map currently in rotation.
It's a great map.
If not, period. And you can play Luna on it, which is
and
which makes me a fan. That's all I need.
Yeah, that's real. Luna sweep. Also, and this is something I think I've talked to you about once, like a long time ago, but it's a map that like every character is pretty good on. There are some characters that are better than others, but like, can you name a character that's bad on that map? Like you just don't want to see on that map?
You can't. And the answer is you can't, because every
Answer
character
is
is
you
pretty
can't.
good. Every character is pretty dang good. Which makes it, yeah, it is like it's kind of a neutral stage. It's the most neutral stage, I'd say, there is, despite, I would say, damage being a little bit favored on the map due to that big black hole that does damage to everyone.
It does a lot of damage. Sometimes it kills people. Whoa. Where did I go? 13 seconds. And you know...
Interesting, though. Hippo... oh, sorry. But we're in game. Hippo Just and Coin are both mainly play Rasmus. They're both most played picks in solo queue are Rasmus. But Coin is definitely going to be taking that brawler role. Hippo Just going to be playing the Sky. Also has a Drakkar, I believe. At least just from solo queue. Probably has a bunch of picks that we don't know about. But yeah, that's the Rasmus being banned. Hey, 2 of them play it. Why not just get rid of that? Looks like we're going to see Coin on the Julie and Hippo Just on this Estelle, most likely. But we'll have to see. And on the other side, X being picked up. So makes me wonder if there's an Awakening start for it, or if they're just picking it. Because honestly, hey, you can just pick it.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to punch it in.
Sometimes you just got to punch it in. But Death Gun.
Oh, and it's a quick strike start.
Yeah, there we go. That's slightly nerfed.
Slightly nerfed.
Everyone taking it, but
Still
only
good.
20% now. Still good. It feels a little weird. It feels a little tough, especially if you're someone like, hey, I haven't gotten used to it. It's weird to get used to it because I like learned the old strike shot. I mean, the old quick strike timing like pretty well, and then you have to learn this new quick strike timing. That's still definitely powerful, but you got to figure it out. But Death Gun, once they get ultimate, it's going to be punching that much more. Any more Awakenings with that are just going to be that much stronger. But looking really low, they kind of exploded a little bit through that black hole. Everyone taking slick kicks, except Coin, which makes a lot of sense with the quick strikes. Just moving faster turns out to be pretty chill. And when you get to move faster more often, that's also pretty good. But Hippo Just now the one in the back foot. But there's so much pressure. Zoro running all the way up.
Zoro,
lets the eject go away. Does not care. Knows that they're scoring a goal or either putting enough pressure where they won't lose the barrier anyway. It's not overtime, so the core can't move that fast. And Zoro's just aware of all of these things, has the eject button, and makes it work.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Just an incredibly safe play. Oh, and passing to the eject button. It's such... Oh, hey, unlucky. I don't get everyone gets one. Passing to your eject button though is such a... It makes sense. You hear about it and you're like, oh yeah, that is a great play. But watching it happen just seems... It's always so cool, and you always think like that player is so aware of everything that's happening to pull that off. And it makes me smile every time. Anyway, Hippo Just is dying. Is suffering grievous wounds. And it might not make it out with the black hole spawning right here, right now.
It does, and Fine Muck is going to use this pressure to get all the way through, but a really nice clear, able to get all the way back to stall some time for this KO, but it is a 2v1. Zoro with the, wow, insane, just a really patient on that play. Uses the eject button there. That's another use of it, knowing that you can use it to cover more space on defense. Oh, but look at that strike war versus the big axe. But in the expanse doesn't make it through. Zoro holds it down in an insane way in a 2v1 scenario and in an intense 1v1 versus Death Gun. Able to get it out both times, and their forwards are able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and I think that's something that falls in line with what you were talking about playing with people and trusting them. Hippo Just and Coin had confidence that Zoro was able to get it out there. Everything was fine, and then Zoro core flips it up. Was it a core flip? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. Gets it up, and trusts that his forwards know what he's doing and have it. And right here, Coin just popped off.
Yep, and hey, 3-0. That was a quick one.
That was a quick one.
Really good plays there. Coin able to get that score. able to finish that off really well. Has the flip, just finds the bottom, and is rewarded with MVP, and there's perfect form on the board. There's a lot of options here. You'd look at Big Fish and think about the size. You could BD and not look at it because Big Fish is just better. But perfect form is pretty dang strong on all characters, but especially Julie, because you use Dash Punch ult and you get Dash Punch back again. And how chill
cool.
is that? The rest...
I think Fight or Flight on Coin, who took Pummelers, might also be a good pick, but hey, something to consider.
It is something to consider, especially if they're quick strikes.
Perfect form is epic, though.
And that's why Winter Freezer decided even taking that Fight or Flight over like Timeless Creator, which is extremely powerful on the Atlas, but instead opting for the Fight or Flight to gain that speed, and hopefully that speed is going to be able to help Winter Freezer defend more, but in this case has not been able to find much. Instead, losing both barriers, and Death Gun has not been able to scale yet, only having this BD. But good Strike War, but is going to get KO'd for it. Fine Muck is playing a goalie character that might be able to defend, but nope. Forwards in the net, Coin just punches them into oblivion.
Yeah, with Zoro at his back, the wind in his sails, it looks hard to lose that situation. And really just, like, I don't know, played really well. I think Hippo just played that point really well also. Oh, wow. But hey, when Coin does that, I don't have time to talk about Hippo just. And calm down, boss, and calm down! Give me a moment!
Hey, it's justifying these pummelers, and now it's a 3v2. Hippo just baiting out that Death Gun dash so that they can go through the bottom, but is not going to be able to find anything. The Giga from Finemuck is going to get the KO. Zoro's Barrage is going to whiff, and that's going to be almost all cooldowns used. There's a big chance for to get a score here from Death Gun, but the flip kind of whiffs, and now it's Finemuck who's getting ulted. Isn't able to break through, and now Hippo Just is back online. Both goals are open. Winter Freezer's got to find a way out of here. Doesn't want to get owned, but gets a little bit owned. The Crystal Thorns come in hard from Hippo Just, and are able to block off any attempts at a clear. And that's another 2-0 situation with our team up. Or their, our, the Fools.
Yeah. Hey, and I'll take it from here. Hippo just had all the coverage there, and they're the player that I wanted to watch in this game. I've seen Zoro play. I know that he's the Blizzard. I've seen Coin play. I know that he's also epic. I haven't seen Hippo just play, but he's also just putting up an all-star performance. And apparently the Fools got knocked out really early by the 26th seed. So a crazy upset, but with how they're playing, like, I don't know. They're playing so well. They look so great right now, and I can't imagine what happened in that one game.
Hey, they probably didn't ban Octavia. They probably didn't ban Octavia.
They probably didn't ban Octavia. Amen, brother.
And that's it.
Tell me more.
2 flips up online on the open goal. Finebuck's going to flip to the flip. Death Gun punches that one in. There's just nothing you can do there as Zoro. But that's 2 flips used for 1 goal, which is a lot spent. They're going to be very low on energy, and Hippo Just is about to get flipped. No energy on the side of LP Thieves right now.
Yeah, no energy whatsoever. And like you said, Hippo Just sitting on a flip now. Zoro pretty close. Hey, ripping it, and oh my god.
That's both barriers gone.
That's both barriers.
And now Coin dashes in, but Winter Freezer is able to find the clear. Uses the Astral Projection to get another one, but Death Gun is not able to cover the pass in time, which leaves Coin wide open in a 1v1 with the Winter Freezer who doesn't have the resources to defend. And that's going to be another set taken, and Coin getting MVP is going to get their first pick at the litter.
Yeah, I'm looking at that bulk up there. Hey. And just a really strong awakening. So much power. Maybe a glass cannon deny from Winter Freezer. Oh no, hot shots on the board. Hey, don't listen to me.
Yeah. Oh, missile prop taken over aerials is really interesting to me. I don't.
Zoro hovering aerials. I assume they. I don't.
Hey.
I don't.
I bet they have a reason. I bet they have a reason. Maybe they wanted Zoro. Maybe they wanted. They want Zoro to either get aerials or egoist. With the eject button, the aerials was really strong at getting up there. This is probably what they were going for, and was also fine with getting the egoist because quick strikes egoist. Like, how chill is that? Even if you don't get 2 energy per strike for some reason, now you only get 1, which is still more energy, which is bonus energy. which is the only bonus energy in the game right now, with the removal of Catalyst and Fire Up.
Fire Up.
may Fire Up soul rest in hell. But
never to be seen again.
Never to be seen again. Fingers
Burning
crossed.
in the Inferno it belongs in.
But here we go, Death Gun,
yeah,
using those quick strikes really well. Hits the bottom corner. Loses the dribble play. It's just saying, I'm here too. I'm here, and we're still in this.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a set 3X right now. And Quick Strike BD peak performance isn't my All-Star X page.
It is not my All-Star set 3X, but it is
but it is a set 3X.
Nonetheless. And look at these strikes! Look at the size! It doesn't matter. The BD is going so
set
huge.
Set 3X is real.
Yes,
you laughed at me.
What?
You thought I was crazy for saying that. But set 3X is a different character than set 1 and 2X.
This is. I don't even
It doesn't
know.
matter. It doesn't matter what the page is. X players, deep in their blood, down to their very being, know that if they're down 2 sets, this is the time, and something activates.
Something did indeed, but oh my goodness.
Speaking of activating, the Fools just turned it up to an 11 and responded in kind.
Let's calm down. Let's not let this X get like specialized or something next to draft and possibly lose the game. Let's just kill
that guy.
Zero getting the
Crush
cross map KO, using that aerials to great effect. But so far able to hold. Death Gun, using these quick strikes once again super effectively, just gets really big and then becomes an unstoppable force where they just keep striking. They just keep striking. They keep running forward and striking. Get the speed from the slick kicks. And it has a little bit more speed now, even from that peak, although, you know, not that much, but enough to matter. And the flip is blocked by the Expanse this time. And a great Giga from FindMuck is going to find this last barrier. Just one goal away from taking this to a set 4. And his dribbles are going to be covered. Death Gun running into Hippo Just, not allowing them to make any good plays. But Death Gun, oh my God, goodness, just punches twice. Says, hey, you got to react faster. I'm just gonna strike at your core flip, and you better react, because if you don't react, you act a little too late. I'm just gonna strike again, and I'm just that much bigger than other characters, where that makes a big deal. And now they're specialized. Cast the last. Probably gonna take the specialized, I'd imagine, but
I would hope so.
Either way, is a pretty strong pick. The cast the last is taken up instead, which I honestly kind of like, because they don't have damage anyway, and they're not really finding that many KOs. So really, they're finding a lot of their success through having that like double size once X has ulted, and just kind of running through them with that. So going to have that size for longer now, and I kind of like the cast tick, because kind of understanding the win condition. Specialized is extremely strong, and Kai, to be honest, Kai does kind of do like some crazy damage, especially.
And cast aerials, Kai.
Yeah, cast aerials Kai would have been really cringe. So a lot of reasons for Death Gun to take that, and I think it all works out pretty well. But Zoro getting the stacks, my eyes are on that.
Big stackies.
I'm a bit worried about that, honestly. Zoro builds those up. It's going to have the eject button. It's going to start ejecting crazily on him. But Coin is going to be the one to find instead. Zoro moving up against KO'd immediately. Death Gun not allowing that to happen. Wins the strike board for his Hippo Just to get this last barrier. Down the forwards are in the net. And in the net, they shall suffer. As Death Gun is just able to get another goal. It's extended ult length of that cast the last.
Yeah, and again, we are looking at a post set 3X now. Firing on all cylinders, just such a strong character.
Ooh.
Oh!
Hippo Just.
But FindMuck has found himself a little mucked.
Yeah, Death Gun using to flip the stall. Yeah, a little mucked up.
A little mucked up.
But it's back.
Come the glue, you might say.
Yeah, hoping to muck them up this time. Gets the pass towards the goalie. Coin almost able to catch that clear, but not quite. Death Gun is also just still able to deal a bunch of damage with just quick strikes cast the last. Let's be clear. Doesn't just need specialized to get KOs. As we see there, the Bull Rush able to get one instead. Death Gun now in a power play situation, running all the way up to Zoro, making it really hard, but Feinmuck instead is the one who's able to get around Zoro to Death Gun, who's standing behind the goalie, who's able to get that goal and finish it off.
Yeah, and I think the Fools are looking a little nervous here, and really I can't blame them. After that set 3, I would also be a little nervous. They were putting on such a dominant performance, but now having Death Gun respond so strongly to that is hard to deal with. And it's hard to regain that momentum that you had off of that and deal with this massive, very, very large, quick-striking guy who is just beating the crap out of you.
Yeah, on the other
he's
hand,
looking huge today.
Zoro is still holding their ground really hard. Feinmuck was making some great defensive plays as well, though. So really, certain players really stepping up when they need to, and now is the time they need to. Winter Fraser able to hold, uses the Astral Projection to block the core flip, and that's what I was talking about last game. If you have things like Strike Shot, sometimes you can't really like control that length of that, and wouldn't have been able to block that one, but if had to use the Expanse, which was used anyway to be fair, but has Flip, doesn't use it here, is going to hold it for now, and Death Gun has the core up. Feinmuck trying to find a way through. Great block with that, with the spinny spin, but instead the barrier will be found.
And that's the name.
And that's the name. That's the official name, but there goes your flip. Punishes for not using it, holds onto it for just a little bit too long, uses that pummeler's heavy impact, bulk up, all that damage coming through is going to knock you back that much farther and get that KO. And now you're probably feeling a little silly right now. You're feeling a little bit silly. You kind of lost your flip, and now the opponents have 2 flips. But hey, there's all of them. 3 of them are gone. 3 of them are gone now. Death Gun, however, still has theirs. This one barrier will likely be lost, but if they can hold this second one, they're in a pretty good spot with this flip, and they are able to hold. Here it is once again. Death Gun just walks through their entire team. Just striking with Feinmuck behind to cover anything, and with nothing left, Zoro used everything to try to defend those barriers, and Death Gun is going to finish off yet another set and bring us to a set 5. This is not set 3x, this is not set 4x, this is set 5x with Death Gun.
Set 5x might be picking up a chrono boost or a 1-2 punch or an anything. It's the X having this challenge.
It's hard. I
so
think
easy.
It's really hard because like,
They're
the
all
same
good.
logic as before. You don't want to give them chrono boost really, but you also don't want to give Julie 1-2 punch, who is now going to be doing a ton of damage. Was already getting KOs before, but hey, look at this Julie page. We're talking about the X page. This Julie page is absolutely insane. It doesn't get much better than this. 1-2 punch, heavy impact, bulk up, perfect form, quick strikes. Just absolutely ridiculous. It's going to be really up to see which brawler can use their BIS page to their advantage. Not to say that everyone else has that weak pages, but Feinmuck is doesn't have like the strongest page of all time. Did pick up that prime time, which is probably going to be really helpful though instead. But Death Gun is got both barriers and it just gets the goal as well. Uses the ult, and the team's able to use the ult together to get those 2 barriers, and then immediately after is just able to score without it. Once again, just able to... Zoro uses all the resources, and then it's all out with both barriers gone, and that's when you don't want to have all your resources gone. But like that's what you have to do. You are going to use them. You're obviously going to use them to try to defend your barriers, but just LP Thieves are playing a little bit better. Great Expanse, able to keep this one alive, but it is eventually taken out. Death Gun, though, has the size. Once again, it's going to keep striking, but the flip will not reach. But the barrier will be taken nonetheless. Death Gun is just going to keep striking. And Feinmuck, good barrage to keep that one forward. Great play by Winter Freezer, playing at the edge of the goal line. The flip comes through. Winter Freezer not able to save it this time. The Expanse comes out just a little bit too late, and it's 1-1 in set 5. Zoro is beginning to fly.
Yeah, Zoro put on his goalie wings and took to the enemy goal box, making it happen. But I don't know. Death Gun is the only level 10 player in the lobby right now, and I think that's really telling of how this game is going. Coin now hitting level 10.
Ooh, look at that
Set
damage.
5.
Hey, Specialized Atlas ult is kind of coming in pretty big there. A lot of damage is going out. Oh, insane save. Wow, great hold, but they are able to get it through anyway, and now it's LP Thieves' turn. They need to be able to get this core out and into Zoro, but Zoro has 100 stacks. It's moving so quickly. The damage is coming out. There's so much. There's just a KO. And
Dash punch,
it's-
1-2.
Yeah. Perfect form. When you're all stacked up like that, it's just cooldown after cooldown after cooldown being refunded to Coin. And every time Coin hits the core as well is getting some of those cooldowns back. That's already one barrier lost. Death Gun taking a ton of damage. Coin getting a little greedy here, but Death Gun is extremely low. He's able to get the orb, but that's almost going to be a barrier taken, but not quite. Astral Projection's able to save it, and Death Gun has ult. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Death Gun's punching you. What are you going to do? The answer is lose both your barriers, but maybe get a KO. They probably need to get Death Gun out of here if they want to not have to play extremely safe. But Coin's going to get a lot of those cooldowns back with the perfect form with the ult, but doesn't have enough for the dash punch just
Get
yet.
into Zoro.
There it is, able to get that last barrier, and now but it's Death Gun with the Bull Rush, with the Chrono
Death
Boost,
Gun!
able to get in there, and we are on set 5.5 for liftoff qualification.
It all comes down to this, and both teams have been putting on all-star performances. Death Gun has been an absolute monster for the Fools to deal with, and Coin has like every Juliet Awakening on the planet. But Hippo Just is sitting on a core flip right now. Used it to get one barrier. Death Gun is at half health and beating the crap out of Zoro, who is playing midfield now.
That
Almost
was so
gets knocked
scary.
out.
If that KO happened, this game is looking so grim, but able to stay alive. Still has those stacks. Is able to run past Death Gun, which is really huge. This is your advantage that you have right now, is that although Death Gun has a lot of forward pressure, if you can prevent the core from getting them, you can win. Coin signaling for the pass, has the core flip, but uses it for the KO, but Winter Freezer resists himself. Has flipped, able to save this if needed to. The Giga comes from downtown, but Expanse is able to hold. Winter Freezer looking extremely low. Death Gun has the ult, has the flip. Everyone on LP Thieves has flip. One is used to take that first barrier. Death Gun's whiffs though. Winter Freezer in a tough situation has to use the flip early. Passes to Death Gun, but Hippo Just is able to intercept. That's the KO onto the goalie. It's all up to Fine Muck now to keep possession of this core, but the blink from Hippo Just finishes it off. Forwards into net, and the Fools are in liftoff.
Rose warp right into the top corner, and unfortunately Death Gun was not big enough to save it. Despite everything LP Thieves had, despite how close it was, the Fools have claimed victory and qualify for liftoff now.
Yeah.
And oh my god, look at these stats.
Zoro with the forward pressure was coming in super clutch in some of those last points. Like you said before, was going to be is just kind of a monster in the net. Zoro and Coin have so much synergy together, and I'm sure they played a lot of Hippo Just as well. And the team just like, especially in those first two sets, looked like really like just unstoppable. But Death Gun, with that scaling, was able to just take control of the forward pressure. All 9 goals that they were able to get this game. All credited to Death Gun. Really just a monster. 38k damage. Even if the KOs weren't that much, just like the amount of pressure that was going forward from Death Gun was immense. Fine Muck and Winter Freezer really woke up in those third and fourth sets as well. We're really holding it down. We're able to get out some really tight situations to set up Death Gun. But in the end, just a team of Zoro, Coin, and Hippo Just working together so well. Coin with the ult super bis Julie build, able to get the KO on Winter Freezer. Honestly, got 2 KOs on Winter Freezer. One was rezzed. And that's just too much to deal with. And they're able to finish it off just like that.
Yeah, that game was so close, so tense. And hey, and the Fools qualified for liftoff, but LP Thieves again put on an all-star performance, and I really hope to see them again for Launchpad 2.
Yeah,
I think they have a great shot at qualifying.
I really think they do. They're like, again, they play together for so long. They're just so good. They're grinder. They play again. If you're a team and you scrim, then like then you have my respect. Like that's all you need.
That's all you need to do.
It's all you need to do because it just proves that you want to get better. I also again want to point out this is a pretty insane losers run from the Fools. How far early in the tournament?
How far
did they end up? I'm checking right now. I believe it was
check it now.
Extremely early. They were seated like pretty decently high, and they lost in winners round 3, which is their second match versus RDJ. So after that, had to play every game with their tournament life on the line, going through Chikara Inters, Chikara Icebreakers. breaking through, and then to the next round against RDJ, who they had lost to before, getting their win over them.
Winning on the run back.
Then beating Omega Legends, and then beating LP Thieves. So what a run. What an insane losers run from them.
Yeah, what a crazy run. And now they've qualified for liftoff. They went the distance, which is just insane.
Yeah, congrats to the Fools. Yeah. I'm excited to see how they perform in liftoff. I'm excited for that tournament. That one's not going to be for a good bit, but
I believe December 2nd.
Yeah, December 2nd. So we got a full month away till that, but in 2 weeks it'll be top 5 qualifying for Launchpad, I believe, on the 18th of November. So that make sure to sign up for that if you haven't already. I believe you should be able to sign up.
Get in there.
You want to play against these teams?
Yeah,
you see these guys
be
losing
these guys?
in these matches, and you're like, I could beat these guys. Like what? Like these are the guys qualifying for liftoff.
Get a lot of these noobs.
Then get them. Go get them. Sign up.
Go get them, Tiger.
Liftoff is going to be crazy. I'm really excited to see top teams for them. I need to be watching that because I'm watching all these teams. I'm thinking which team is going to be the one that I'm going to be playing against. And that is going to be one of these teams. One of these teams is going to have to play in these relegation matches. So, and some of them, and there's also a lot of teams that have already qualified for liftoff. But a lot of good teams in there as well.
Hey, I'm thinking back to last liftoff for NASL Season 2 and how exciting that one was. And just like all the upsets, all the cool moments, everything. And now this liftoff coming up is looking to be just far and away so much more exciting. It absolutely clears stupid first liftoff. And that one was awesome.
that one was
great.
Goats Esports did win in that one.
Goats Wii Sports did absolutely sweep right there, and I was so excited to see it. And then they're gonna sweep their promo and relegation bracket stuff. I don't actually know how that works, so
yeah.
Hey,
outside of Launchpad, outside of Liftoff, which is obviously keep your eyes out for next week. The reason why there isn't a Launchpad is that there's another really exciting tournament that I'm going to have my eyes on. I'm definitely going to be watching. We're going to see CCL playoffs. So the Collegiate League. We're going to see all the best collegiate teams duke it out.
Like Zoro and Coin.
Like Zoro and Coin, for example, who we see like a team of 2/3 already we see them here making their way to Liftoff. They're going to be a really strong force in Collegiate as well. They're just straight up a collegiate team. So it's probably going to be on Audie's Twitch, on the official Odyssey Studio
Odyssey
Twitch.
Interactive, Twitch.tv.
Odyssey Interactive. There was a moment in the middle of combat when you actually said you gave up. Surrender's an outcome far worse than repeat. I won't tolerate that kind of weak behavior from a Saiyan. Never forget what you are, damn it. Where is your Saiyan pride? Just now you called it incomplete, which implies he hasn't fully mastered it yet. And if you're stupid enough to ignore the obvious implications of that, then I don't even know where you can get off calling yourself a god. I don't even know what the 48 minutes.
I don't know what 48 minutes mean.
I haven't watched track. I bet that's super hype though. I bet I'll copy paste to that.
I'll copy and paste that. I didn't read the whole thing. I read the first 2 lines and I was like, oh, a copy pasta about surrender. And then you said Saiyan pride and it right hooked me in the jaw and I will not recover for a while. Whoa. Shocking, crazy jump scare. Wowie, wow, whoa. I will never forget my Saiyan pride. And hey, I believe Zoro was the first one to post it. I don't think he'll be forgetting anytime soon.
I do not think so. Zoro going to be able to sit back with the rest of their team, sit pretty until liftoff. Going to watch all these teams scramble for the last qualifier. But that's all from Launchpad for today, I believe. That's it. That's all the teams that have qualified. Once again, let's just listen off all the teams that have qualified. It was Plink Plonk, Era's Kitten Club, Core Requiem, Chikara, Last Call, and The Fools. And I just want to say, like, look at how many teams joined this. 34 entrants, all trying to get into Liftoff, all trying to get into NASA. Some teams aiming for NASL, some teams aiming for NASA. And I think it's really cool that you aim for either. I think it's really exciting to see all these teams come together. Like, there's been some, we've all felt the bad news lately, or that it feels like oh, there's not going to be any more content updates. But the game's still going to be here, and we're all here to play. We're all here to watch. We have 200 people in chat right now. We're all here. We're sitting. We're watching our favorite game, and we're going to keep playing. We're going to keep playing till the sun explodes. I'm going to be here. Yoshi's going to be here. If I got to go to a tank, grab 5 lobsters straight from the tank and play with them, that's what I'll do if I have to. Yoshi, I love this game, and we're going to keep playing it. But that's all from us. That's all from me, at least. Yoshi, if you have anything to say, I think you could send us off. I believe that'll be the end for today.
You will find me in the tank, ready to play anything for my favorite game, and I couldn't have said it better myself. Until the sun explodes, we will be here, and we hope to see you back out for Launchpad 2. We'll see you then. Goodbye, Strikers.